What is up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Limited Resources. This episode number 723. My name is Marshall. I'm one of your Limited Resources, and joining me on the line all the way from Denver, Colorado, it's Luis Scott-Vargas. Luis, did the fish burrito help?
Oh, yeah. I got, I would say, a mild bout of norovirus. I've had it before, and trust me, this one was milder. Mm-hmm. But, the best way to cure what ails you would be, in this case, a Baja fish burrito from Illegal Pete's. It's a little Denver chain here.
Yeah. Producer Jeff said it was the size of a small child. And you said, well, you're only seeing it after I've already dug in. So it was even bigger. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better. That is definitely no fun. And we need you at full strength, including in burrito mode for the Lost Caverns of Ixalan set review, which we're going to be doing today. This is the commons and uncommons review. Of course, this is where we go over every single one of those cards to get you ready so that when the set fully drops, you are good to go, whether it's at a local shop with your friends or, of course, online on Arena or Magic Online. Whichever way, our aim is to get you set. So we're going to go over every single card. We're going to be giving them grades. We're going to be giving them your thoughts. And you're going to get all infoed up by the end of this thing. So before we start, though, on our set review, two things to mention. First thing off is we want to say thank you to our patrons, everybody on Patreon who supports us. It's patreon.com/limited resources. And we just, again, want to say thank you to everybody who supports us on the show, because as you may be aware, we haven't really had a sponsor for a while. I've been picky about it this time, let's say, and we've been looking around for quite a while, but having the Patreon around is really kind of the backbone of the show, and really means a lot to us that you chose to support us, especially since we found a new sponsor.
Yes,
we get
did.
to announce it on this episode of the show. We've actually been waiting a while to do so, but it is time. And our new sponsor for Limited Resources is Ultimate Guard. That's right. The company that you probably know pretty well, Luis. I know you know them well. You've been working with Ultimate Guard forever.
Yeah, I've been on a Team CFB Ultimate Guard for years now. And even before then, I was testing with the Ultimate Guard crew, like, William Jensen and Reed and all those guys were sponsored by them. And I'm really happy that this worked out to have them sponsor us. First of all, because I'm already on the team. That's a perfect fit. And because I really love their products. I use Katana sleeves and did so even before I was sponsored, because Huey would give me, some of the copious amounts of free sleeves he got. Mm-hmm. And I really have found them to be high quality, and they're very kind of dedicated to the community as well. If you caught it last weekend, they ran the Content Creator Charity Cup. That's what they did last weekend, and me and Reed actually did coverage for that. So we were there, and we were bringing you, the historic brawl and standard coverage, all raising money for charity. Something Ultimate Guard put on and kicked in about $10,000 of their own money, in addition to the donations that all the audience kicked in, while of course organizing the whole thing and getting all the content creators involved. So I think that they're a perfect partnership for Limited Resources and our listeners, because Ultimate Guard makes great sleeves that you'll want to use. They make great deck boxes too, and ways to carry your cards. So I'm really happy that we've managed to get them on board and work out a new sponsorship deal.
Yeah, of course, we were extra picky this time around, as you might imagine. And the first names out of our mouth when we were talking about, well, who could we look for to be a sponsor of the show was Ultimate Guard. They were the ones that we wanted straight off the bat, mainly because of the reputation they have, not only as a company, but their products too, right? This is something that's very easy for us to get behind. As you mentioned, deck boxes, sleeves, backpack, stuff like that. Ways to manage and carry your card collection is, of course, important for Magic players. And they're the best in the biz. They have the awesomest stuff. And we highly encourage you checking them out. And we wanted to say thank you to Ultimate Guard for bringing us on. And letting us, be in a partnership with them. So really awesome. And thank you, Ultimate Guard, once again. I'll put a link.
Also, stay tuned for giveaways. We're going to do some giveaways over the course of the, next couple months as we kind of figure all that out.
Yeah, that kind of stuff always comes up in when you're talking about, okay, well, let's do a sponsorship. How's this going to go? That kind of thing. That always ends up being part of the equation too. And as you mentioned, that did get brought up, and we're going to work out the details on it. But we'll have some cool giveaways for you, our listeners, thanks to Ultimate Guard. So once again, welcome aboard, Ultimate Guard. We are happy to have you. we're going to do the thing we normally do on the set reviews, which is we're going to look at each and every card, Luis, and we're going to give our thoughts. Now, that's, of course, the most important part, but sometimes it can get a little bit lost in the fray about where we actually stand on a card, and we use a grade for that. And here's the grading scale overview for those.
All right. For the grading scale, we're going to use a numbered scale this time, like my Channel Fireball written reviews. Oh, no, we're not. We've had this argument.
1 out of 15, yeah.
We're going to use an A through F scale with 2 subgrades. So we're going to start at the top with A's. These are the bombs, game winners, cards that are good in many situations, and especially when behind, just the best cards in the set. When you say, hey, this card's an A, most people know what you mean. We're talking about cards like Gruff Triplets or Virtue of Persistence. B's are cards that actively pull you towards their colors. In this case, it would be a color pair because this is pretty much a color pair set. These are headliners for a set. They're like the strong uncommon with the set mechanics, the best common removal spells, cards like Tough Cookie or Werefox Bodyguard. C's are playable. These are the Pawns of Limited. They're pretty interchangeable, and you're going to run some amount of them in every deck. They're also maybe removal that's like a little too expensive or narrow, and cards that are a bit, good but not great. Cards like Rat Out or Hamlet Glutton. And then D's are the cards that you feel bad when you're running. They're playable. They actually don't really make unplayable cards in Limited anymore. Very few cards are actively unplayable. But D's are the cards where when you don't get to cut them, when your friend looks at your deck and they're like, oh, you're playing this, you're not very happy about it. So these are cards like Protective Parents or Rhyme for Reindeer. F's are cards that are just virtually unplayable, cards that cost 10 mana, cards that refer to planeswalkers like Eerie Interference or Virtue of Knowledge. Our 2 subgrades are sideboard, so cards that don't usually make the main deck, but out of the sideboard in a best of 3 match, they can be very good. Cards like Spider Food that once you want them in your deck, they're actually closer to A or B quality, but they're D or F if you had to main deck it. And then lastly, build around, which is we're going to mention it every time we run into a build around card, that cards that don't do much by themselves, but when you combine them with the right cards, they can be awesome. Cards like Hatching Plans, one of my favorite cards from the last set.
There you go. Now, before we get into the actual cards, we do want to do a brief overview of the mechanics in the set. We don't really have time to go super deep dive on these, but just to at least acquaint you with them before we hit the cards. So first mechanic up is Craft.
So Craft is a mechanic that's found on artifacts, and it's an activated ability that lets you transform it into a new card. So, for example, there's a card, let's just use this, Idol of the Deep King. It's 2 and a red. It's an artifact. It has flash. When it enters the battlefield, it deals 2 damage to any target. So, straight up, you have a 3-mana shock. Okay, great. That's fine. But it also has Craft with artifact, 2 and a red, which means you can spend the Craft mana cost, in this case 2 and a red, and combine it with the card type it asks for, which that will not always be artifacts. Sometimes there's Craft with an island, there's Craft with a creature, that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. And when you craft, you exile the card that you're crafting with alongside the card you're crafting, and you return it to the battlefield transformed. Now note, when you craft with a card, it doesn't have to be in play. It could be in play or in the graveyard. Because you exile the card, you certainly would rather exile a card from your graveyard. So when you're looking at craft cards, try to pair them with cards that, go to your graveyard so you don't have to lose value. And then when they come back, they do something else, usually more powerful. For example, this one is Sovereign's Makahuitl, which is an artifact equipment. And when it enters the battlefield, you attach it to something and the creature gets +2/+0. So basically, this is a 3-mana shock. You're paying like 1.5 mana more than you would expect to. But once you exile this plus an artifact from your graveyard, you get a Bone Splitter back on the other side. And the craft cards tend to range from very simple, this one, craft with 1 artifact, to more complicated. There's one that require 4. There's a mythic that you're never going to put in your deck that you're supposed to craft with 4 other cards. So craft is a pretty interesting mechanic, and one that, like many mechanics in this set, does involve your graveyard, because let's get to the next mechanic. There's Descended and Descent, and they're not quite the same thing. But they're similar. There's a reason that these things were kind of put together. So there's a card, Brood Rage Mycoid, for example. It's a common. It's 3 and a black for a 4/3. It says at the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, create a 1/1 black fungus. Now, what does Descended mean? Descended means, did a permanent go to your graveyard from anywhere? Mm-hmm. And note that is including self-milling, discarding. Obviously, something dying works too. So we're now at 2 mechanics that self-mill works with. Got to keep track of those. And descended, generally, there's a lot of cards that check at your end step, did you descend this turn? Then there's descend with descend 4, descend 8, and fathomless descend. There's 3 different types. And it sounds complicated, but it's not that much. It's kind of like threshold, where basically if a card has descend 4, it'll then have additional abilities or additional properties if you have 4 or more permanents in your graveyard. So the common example here, Didact Echo, 4 and a blue for a 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card. It also has descend 4. This has flying as long as you have 4 permanents in your graveyard. So once you hit that 4 permanent threshold, as long as those cards are in your graveyard, this thing has flying. There's also descend 8, which is you need 8 cards in your permanents in your graveyard to do something. And then there's fathomless descend, which is you don't need to hit a number, but it counts per number. For example, Song of Stupefaction is an aura that gives the enchanted creature -X/-0. X is the number of permanents in your graveyard. So basically you end up in a spot where self-milling can either trigger descend or also fuel your descend 4, 8, or infinite cards.
And that leaves us Discover.
So Discover, if you played when Cascade was around, you'll recognize this one. What Discover is when these are on permanents, like when this enters the battlefield, if you cast it, that's key because they don't want you discovering into Discover cards. Discover 3. So it's 2 red for a 3/2. It's like a Bloodbraid Elf. And Discover 3 means you exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card with mana value 3 or less. So it'll flip past lands and it'll flip past more expensive cards. Once you hit a non-land with mana value 3 or less, or if Discover 5 or less, and so forth, you then can play that card for free or put it in your hand. That's a big difference. When you cascade it into a counterspell or a combat trick, it usually was pretty bad. Mm-hmm. Now you can just put it in your hand. You lose the free value because you now have to pay for your spell, but it's pretty nice that you end up not having to waste cards that you run into.
Okay, and then Explorer's back?
Yeah, so those are the new mechanics. The returning mechanic from Ixalan is Explore. So when a creature explores, you reveal the top card of your library. If it's a land, it goes into your hand. There's no options. That's it. Just goes into your hand. If it's not a land, the creature gets a +1/+1 counter, and then you can decide, do you want to put the card back on top or do you want to put it into your graveyard? Note that this means you get to trigger Descend if you put a card in your graveyard or self-mill for craft. And then kind of alongside Explore, there's a new type of token, which is a map. Maps are tokens that has 1 tap, sacrifice this as a sorcery, target creature explores, target creature you control. So you give a creature a map and it gets to go exploring. And this will help it, either get a counter or find you a land, and you get to have a little bit of control over your draw step. So the last new thing is like finality counters, which is just a counter that goes on a permanent that says if this permanent dies, exile it instead. That's pretty simple, and there's not on that many cards. And then there's also like a sub-theme of cave. There's creature or a land type cave, and there's cards that care how many caves you have in play or your graveyard. So they took the Lost Caverns thing really seriously. Everything is about the graveyard here. Basically, every mechanic either cares about what's in your graveyard or puts things in your graveyard. There's a ton of interaction with that, which has a couple immediate effects. There's a lot of ways to self-mill or discard. And because you're going to be playing a lot of self-mill and discard, you actually might run into actual decking. I think that's going to be something that happens more in this format than most. I would keep an eye out for that sort of thing.
Okay. Well, let's get into the cards. We're going to start off with the signpost uncommons. There's, of course, 10 of them, one for each color pair. And the first one is actually a craft card, which again, all the craft cards are double faced. If that wasn't clear, when they transform, you get to whatever's on the other side of them. This one's called Master's Guide Mural. It is 3 blue-white for an artifact. It's uncommon. All of these golds are uncommon, so I'm just going to assume you know that here. So 3 blue-white artifact. When it enters the battlefield, you get a 4/4 white and blue golem artifact creature token. And then you can craft with an artifact. Now, this isn't cheap. It costs 4 white, blue. So 7 mana over 2 colors, it's a lot, but it becomes Master's Manufactory, which is an artifact that says tap, create a 4/4 white and blue golem artifact creature token. Activate only if Master's Manufactory or another artifact entered the battlefield under your control this turn. So you get one right away.
Yeah, so it's you start with the 5-mana 4/4, and then at some point you craft it, and it can immediately tap it and make a 4/4.
But then going forward, you do have to have an artifact hit the battlefield in your turn to activate it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's great anyway. Interesting, right? This plays more like a sorcery, right, than an artifact until you actually do the crafting.
Yeah, and it's like, how much do you value being able to pay 7 mana and have an endgame kind of threat? Because 5 mana for a 4/4 is just not really going to cut it, especially since it's a token and there's like balance in the set, that sort of thing. But I mean, imagine you're playing a black-red control deck and your opponent casts this on turn 5. You're going to feel kind of bad because on turn 7 or thereabouts, they might miss a land drop. They're just going to like flip it, make a token, and then every time they make an artifact, they get to make a token. And there's a lot of ways to make artifacts in this set. There's a ton, like
the maps,
map tokens. There's also just a lot of cards that have the artifact type on them because they're trying to make this thing work. So it's the sort of thing that can end up working out pretty well in a slow matchup. But I would imagine you'd have to do a good amount of work to get this to be functional. What
grade do you think it gets?
Very slow card. Is to give it like a C.
Yeah.
Like I don't think it's super likely that this card is going to be one of the best cards in your deck, and it's not. It looks a little too slow to be an engine you want to rely on.
Yeah, I mean it's inefficient at all points, right? 5 mana for a 4/4 is not good. 7 mana to get another 4/4 is not good. Now, of course, if you can enable it going forward, it could easily take over the game if you haven't already. But I like C for Master's Guide Mural as well. Next is Ukenbach, The Great Mistake. Wow, what a name. 3 blue-black for a 6/4 legendary skeleton horror with Vigilance, and Menace. It also has Descend 8. So for 4 blue-black, so an additional mana there, you can return it from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. Activate, and this is the Descend part. Activate if there are 8 or more permanent cards in your graveyard, and only as a sorcery. And then as a quick reminder, that finality says if the counter says if the creature would die, you exile it instead.
It's funny. This card is actually a lot like Master's Manufactory, which is you spend 5 mana, you get a 6/4 Vigilance Menace that is better than a 4/4, clearly, but it's still not like jumping out of the page at me. Like I'm not looking at this and thinking, oh, I really want this. And then at some point you can spend 6 mana to recast it, but Descend 8 is a lot.
A ton. Like, that sounds very difficult.
I would say in a normal game of Magic, you're not going to get to this. Now, of course, if you have a bunch of self-mill and ways to enable it, you can get closer. But I really don't think the juice is worth the squeeze on this one. I don't think getting to cast a 5 mana 6/4 and then later maybe getting to cast a 6 mana 6/4 is really what I'm into. This looks like a D to me, honestly.
I have it higher. I mean, I don't you think that a 4 toughness menace creature for 5 mana with 6 power is already, I mean, it's not often going to trade off for one thing. It's usually going to require a double block and both things on their side are dying, right?
Well, a lot of the time it's just going to get bounced or killed by a removal spell is my problem with it.
Oh, but it's only 5 mana. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. I guess I'm just saying, like, if this was a common and I said it's a 5 mana 6/4 Vigilance Menace, you'd probably be like, sure, that's at least a C, right? Like, that's just a lot of stats.
I mean, even at 6/4, getting double blocked by 2 2/2s doesn't sound fantastic to me. Yeah. I mean, maybe it's like a C-. I just am looking at this and I'm not really feeling like there's either side gives you a ton of edge. Whereas at least with, for example, Master's Manufactory, the card we just looked at, I can see the dream of that card. You flip it against someone who can't really interact with it, and then you just crank out a steady stream of golems and take over the game.
Yeah, I think I would give Ukenbach a C+, but I'm really heavily basing it just on 5 mana 6/4 Vigilance Man. I think that's fine, but the Descend 8 is like, you have to be fully dedicated, I would assume, to get to Descend 8 ever.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be going pretty hard at both self-mill and having lots of permanents in your deck, and also wanting late games.
Yes, totally. Next is Zoyowa Lavatongue. This is black-red for a 2/2 legendary goblin warlock. It's got Death Touch, and it says at the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, each opponent may discard a card or sacrifice a permanent. This thing deals 3 damage to each opponent who didn't. Wow.
Just a quick note on Descended, by the way, just because we talked about map tokens. Descended does require a permanent card putting in your graveyard. So a map token can lead you to descend if you flip over a non-land and put it in your graveyard, but the token itself won't necessarily proc that.
I see. Bummer. Still, this card seems really good, right? 2 mana, 2/2, and
red black for a 2/2 Death Touch would already be like about a C. Like I'd be interested in that card. And then adding the fact that you're just going to randomly either deal damage or make your opponent sack things or discard, like it's pretty good. I think that this looks like a B to me. Like I'm always going to be happy when my opponent plays this on turn 2. I'm probably going to be like, ugh, like you're not really getting away with anything. Like at some point you're going to either have to kill it or just sit there and have it annoy you the whole game, and then maybe they block your 4/4 with it once they need to. Yeah,
that's a good way to describe it. It's annoying. Anytime you give your opponent the choices between these things, it's not going to be like game shattering. It just adds up over time. Next is it's Quinth, Firstborn of Gishath. Okay. Green red for a 2/3 legendary dinosaur with haste. And it says when it enters the battlefield, you may pay 2. When you do, target dinosaur you control deals damage equal to its power to another target creature.
Great card.
Wow, that's good.
This gives you so many options. First of all, it's a 2 mana 2/3 haste, which if you're red green, you're going to play that and attack them. Though you're never really going to do that because you're always going to wait till you can pay 2. This by itself is just going to be 4 mana 2/3 shock something.
Yes.
But then if you have other dinosaurs, maybe you just chomp something for 4 or 5. Like
awesome.
I mean, red green 2 for a 2/3 haste that deals 2. You would always play that, and that would be a solid card. And this is quite a bit more than that because it just gets you the cheaper option if you really need it, and the option to have your 5/5 dinosaur kill their 5/5. So this looks like a B+ to me. It looks really good. We're getting flame tongue vibes here.
Yeah, and it's good at all stages. Really good. Also, I always keep my eye out for the color pairs that have a little bit of a tougher time sometimes, and green red can be that. And this is the type of card that can push it over the top, and it's the right way to do it too. Next is Kutsil Malamet Exemplar. This is 1 white green for a 3/3 legendary cat warrior. It says your opponents can't cast spells during your turn. And whenever one or more creatures you control, each with power greater than its base power, deals combat damage to a player, draw a card.
Man, the whole power greater than base power theme that they've got going in green-white, I think is pretty unpleasant to read.
It's poorly worded. I mean, not poorly worded in the sense that there's a better way. It just doesn't read well.
Yeah, which kind of makes me want to just do a different thing instead. Yeah. It would be my inclination.
It feels like there's parentheses missing, but then I know they don't want to do it that way. And
in any case, a 3 mana 3/3 that makes it so your opponent can't cast spells on your turn, I'd be into that. I mean, it means that your fight spells are going to work. They can't have combat tricks. It turns off counter spells. Like imagine someone plays this on turn 3 and you had a counter spell in your hand that you were planning on using later, and it's just like, ugh.
That's devastating. Yeah.
And then whenever one of your creatures that has like a +1/+1 counter or an equipment or anything that's buffed it hits the opponent, you draw a card. But that's really strong too. So I would say that this is worth playing for the first part, the 3 mana 3/3, that turns off their spells part, and also worth building towards for the second part because that's a pretty powerful ability. So I think all around, Kutsil gets like a B- for me, but there's some decks that are really going to lean into the second part and might bring it up to a B+.
Yeah, I like B- for Kutsil. I really like that it's a 3 mana 3/3 also, because that is something that is still worth killing. Like, even though it's really annoying, you don't feel bad about using a removal on it. Where if it was like a cheaper, smaller card, it would be like, okay, fine, I have to use my stupid removal spell to unlock my other stuff that I want to do on your turn. Here, it's like, no, I want to kill that anyway. Next is Bartolome del Presidio. This is white-black for a 2/1 legendary creature Vampire Knight, and it has the ability sacrifice another creature or artifact and put a +1/+1 counter on it.
So this does a couple things. One, it lets you cash in your map tokens for just a guaranteed +1/+1.
That's nice.
At no mana instant speed sacrifice is not something you see very often. So, I mean, I think people are saying that wasn't even something that was the case in like Pioneer for a long time or whatever.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And the fact that this can also trigger Descend at any point Like you get to sack something if you want to do that. And there's just a lot of little artifacts that turn up. There's some cards that make tokens. And a 2-mana 2/1 that can always threaten to be bigger is pretty good. Like, one toughness is a little unfortunate, but imagine that you got this to like a 3/2. If they block with a 2/2 and you sack something, you're left with a 4/3. And they did trade 1-for-1, but the thing you sacked is your worst thing. And then now you have a 4/3 in play that threatens to be a 5 or a 6. This kind of ability is really powerful. I would give a Bartolome a B. I think it's just going to play really well.
I like B for
Can also just fizzle
too.
anything that they cast on your creatures. Like if they cast, so any sort of card that like does something to one of your creatures and has a benefit, and that's the only target, you can always sack those. The exception being, Bartolome cannot sacrifice himself because that's just not how templating works anymore.
Next to, and I agree on B for Bartolome. Captain Storm, Cosmium Raider is next. This is blue-red for a 2/2 legendary human pirate. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on target pirate you control.
I think Captain Storm looks like the best of the build-arounds we've seen so far. I'm not counting the red-green guy as a build-around because that's just a powerful card in its own right. Whereas Captain Storm, if you go hard on this theme, and artifacts and pirates have a number of cards that kind of like duo class and overlap in both. I mean, this can target itself. So just playing Captain Storm and then playing turn 3 the 3-mana 2/2 flyer that makes a map token. All of a sudden, Captain Storm's a 3/3.
Yeah.
And then you play. There's like a 1-mana 1/2 flash gnome. It's an artifact. Like that's a sick combat trick with Captain Storm. Once you have other pirates in play and you're like distributing the counters, so even if they kill Captain Storm, you're left behind a bunch of material. I mean, this looks like in the right deck a B+, A- level card. Like getting a +1/+1 counter every time you play an artifact is amazing. That said, some blue-red decks just wouldn't play this card. So, though I don't think very many. I think there's enough incidental artifacts that this will work most of the time. But I would start Captain Storm at a B. I just think that the high end here is really high.
Yeah, the build around gets up into the B+, A- range for Captain Storm. Next is Akawali, the Seething Tower. This is 1 green-black for a 3/3 legendary fungus with Descend 4 and Descend 8. So at Descend 4, again, that's 4 permanents in your yard. It gets +2/+2 and Trample. So it becomes a 5/5 Trampler for 3. Wow. And at Descend 8, it gets an additional +2/+2 and can't be blocked by more than one creature. And it still has Trample.
Yeah, so a 3-mana 3/3 that probably in these decks in the middle of the game is going to be a 5/5 trample. Like, look, to be clear, in a normal game of Magic, this wouldn't get to Descend 4 until fairly late. Like, it's just...
If ever, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you wouldn't. Like, permanents just don't go to the graveyard that easily. Like, it's mostly creatures trading. That said, Descent, of course, has a lot of ways to enable that. And then getting to 8, like, you have to be, again, going pretty hard on that. But 3 mana for a 7/7 trample that has to be single blocked. Like that, there's nothing's going to tangle with that. So I view Akawali as a build around. I think like if you took an average black green deck and you put this card in, it's probably like a C+. If you took a black green deck that started with this in the first 5 picks and then was drafting towards it, maybe some other Descend cards, this card's probably around a B.
Yeah. Definitely am interested in getting to Descend 4 as often as possible, and then Descend 8 is probably like a full build around type scenario. Next is Kaparakti Sunborn. It's 2 red-white for a 4/4 legendary human soldier. And it says, whenever it attacks, you may tap 2 untapped artifacts and or creatures you control. And if you do, you discover 3. Wow.
I mean, Discover 3 is sick.
That's insane.
Like, you're guaranteed hitting a spell, and most of the time, almost the whole time, playing it for free. So like you're getting probably 2.5 or a little over 2 worth of mana and plus a free card here because you don't have very many 1-drops. So it's going to be like a 2-drop or a 3-drop. And what it does require, though, is you play a 4-mana 4/4, which, I mean, that's already fine. And it has to attack. So like they can't have removal. It's not like an ETB. But it lets you tap untapped artifacts or creatures. Yeah. Like, or in combination. So like, it's not gonna be hard to assemble a map token in a creature. Like any of the creatures that make a map token already get you there. There's just a lot of ways to do this. And I I don't know. This is going to be one of those cards that your opponent casts it on turn 4, and you're like, if I can't kill that, I lose.
Yes.
It's going to be, the game's not going to last long. Even if this trades off on its first attack, you probably traded about equal on mana, plus you're up a card, plus you're then up the mana to cast that card. Like, this is an absurd card. I would say this gets a B+ from me, and you don't really have to do anything besides put it in your deck. Like,
yeah.
Yes, if you have this card, don't put all spells in your deck and no creatures or artifacts, but the average red-white deck can play this without, missing a beat.
Yeah, this is the first real non-build around. The dinosaur is too, but this thing, especially turn 4 this, then turn 5 play a creature or even 2 of them and then tap those so that you still get the full attack in with everything else is just nuts. Really nice. Last signpost uncommon is for the always up against it blue-green. It's Nikanzil Current Conductor. It is blue-green for a 2/3 Merfolk.
Wait, is he the current conductor or the previous conductor?
He's conducting currents of water, I think, or of something.
Oh, okay.
He's a legendary Merfolk scout at 2/3. And it says, whenever a creature you control explores a land card, you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. And whenever a creature you control explores a non-land card, you put a +1/+1 counter on Nikanzil.
Very cool. An explore path where every land you explore just comes into play immediately. If you want it to, if you were going to miss your land drop and you explore, you shouldn't use this because you could just play the land untapped. But if you play this on turn 2, then play a turn 3 explore creature, you can like ramp yourself. Or if you hit an on land, this just shares in the counters. So Nikanzil looks very good. The biggest drawback with this is Explore's already pretty good, so It's not like you're going to end up with tons and tons of Explore stuff, because I think those cards are going to be somewhat contested. Like the cards that make maps and the cards that explore naturally are just among the better commons. But that does mean that you don't have to pay a cost by putting this in your deck. It wants cards that are good to go along with it.
Yeah.
That sounds like a great build around to me.
Yeah, and I was just talking about the color pairs that have a hard time, and blue-green's probably the number 1 on that list for just, it gets lost sometimes. And this seems like the approach from R&D this time was just to double down on something that's already good. And that is kind of a proven recipe for, making a powerful card. So I wouldn't be surprised. This is, however, the most build aroundy of all of them. It doesn't do any of the things for itself. It doesn't explore. It doesn't make map tokens or anything. So you do need to fully build around this card. And that is a drawback. Otherwise, you're just getting a 2-mana 2/3. But yeah, it looks really like a nice high ceiling, especially on a 2-mana card where you play it. Your opponent's like, okay, I don't have an answer for that right now. And then the next turn, it's not that unlikely that you play the 1 explore card out of your hand and start the ball rolling.
Yeah, I would say that the land ability is the better one when everything lines up correctly. The turn 2 Nikanzil, turn 3 explore, ramp to turn 5.
Yeah.
5 mana turn 4. But the +1/+1 counter ability is the actual better one overall. And either way, I think if you cast this and get 1 explore afterwards, you're probably already paid off. And if you do 2, you're well ahead. I suppose if you miss twice on lands and you don't care about the extra land drops, you didn't get much. But most of the time, you only need 1 explore to make this worth it. Also, this is one of those kind of cards when it's in play, your opponent's not just going to ignore it. They're going to feel like they have to kill it. So even if you don't have the stuff that goes with it, this can still prompt them using a good spell on it.
Sure. What do you think, B?
I'd just give it a B. Yeah. It is a build around, but it's not in the sense that you don't have to build a weird deck to take use of it. It just makes these good cards better.
Right. All right. So we're going to start with white this time around. We've come all the way around the colors. And our first card up is called Acrobatic Leap. What kind of card do you think it is, Luis? Do you think it's combat trick?
Like a combat trick. It's white at an instant at common. By the way, mini rant, the set symbols are absurd in this.
They're
deck,
indistinguishable.
You cannot tell the difference. And I think
that is unbelievable.
I think it's maybe the worst expansion symbol they've done in a really long time. I guess that the hack is that if the eye is closed, it's uncommon, and the eyes open, it's common.
I see that now.
But I think that's.
I can only tell when they're right next to each other, though.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Otherwise, I'm like, that one has a dark colored eye.
A bit of a whiff, not like the biggest deal, but it is kind of annoying as we're doing set reviews to be like, is this common? You have to look at the bottom left to do that. Anyways,
yeah.
White, instant at common. Target creature gets +1/+3. It gains flying, and you untap it. It's Escape from Orthonk. We just saw this. It's always fine. These cards are always fine. It's not embarrassing if you put it in your deck. If you have a creature heavy deck, so it'll trade up on mana when it's good. When it's bad, it won't do anything. And overall, these usually get somewhere between like a D and a C. I would probably start this at like a D plus.
Yeah, D to D plus for Acrobatic Leap. Next is Deconstruction Hammer. This is white for an artifact equipment at common, and it says equip cost is 1. So cheap to play, cheap to equip. That's what we like to see. What does it do? Equip creature gets +1/+1 and has 3 tap, sacrifice the hammer, destroy target artifact or enchantment. How do we feel about 1 mana, 1 to equip, +1/+1?
Yeah, the days of Leonin Scimitar, I think, have kind of passed. I don't really
a little
think
low, right?
Card pulls its weight anymore.
Yeah.
But giving the extra benefit is you can throw the hammer at one of their artifacts or enchantments. You're almost always going to have a target. My main problem is, are the target's going to be good?
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of artifacts that you don't really want to spend a card, and 5 mana total, right? 1 to play this, 1 to equip it, and 3 and tap it to use it. Like, this one's not really priced to move. This looks honestly kind of like a sideboard card, or a mediocre main deck card. So it's like a D if you put it in your deck, but like maybe a C after sideboard.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. It looks like 2 mediocre cards trying to combine to become 1 decent card and still falling just a little bit short. Next is Dusk Rose Reliquary. This one's an uncommon. It's white for an artifact, and it says, as additional cast to cost this, sacrifice an artifact or creature. This thing has Ward 2, and when it enters the battlefield, exile target artifact or creature an opponent controls until this thing leaves the battlefield.
Yeah, it's kind of like the white Bone Splinters, right? It's the Oblivion Ring version. Ward 2 is kind of a nice touch. Like, imagine trying to kill this with Deconstruction Hammer. It would not be easy. I think that if you can enable this, it's pretty good. It's the sort of thing where, the Bone Splinters type card, right? Where you pay 1 mana and you sack a creature to kill a creature. This is pretty much equivalent to that. It's a little more vulnerable because it stays in play and they can blow it up. But on the other hand, it has Ward 2, which makes it a little harder. And in this set, exiling their thing instead of sending it to the graveyard is actually a pretty big advantage. Yeah. It's also like a cycle of mythic gods that will come back if you kill them. This gets rid of them, that sort of thing. So I think this is going to end up playing pretty well. I think most decks are going to be able to use it. You might end up in a deck that can't, but most of the time it's going to be fine. I actually think Dusk Rose Reliquary gets like a B-.
Yeah, I think so too. This looks like, the price is right, no doubt about it, even though it is a little bit annoying to have to get on the battlefield. Next is Helping Hand. It's white for a sorcery. At uncommon, it says return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, tapped.
Tapped is unfortunate because
that is tough.
It does make it so that this isn't, this doesn't actually help you get on board the turn you play it. But 1 mana to get a 3-drop back is pretty nice. Yeah. And there's a lot of self-mill in this set. So imagine you just you play like the 1 mana 1/1 flyer that makes a map, and turn 2 you explore, hit a 3-drop, and you cast Helping Hand. Like, that would be sick.
Yeah.
Most likely what's going to happen is on turn 5 you play a 4-drop and you Helping Hand back a 3-drop, and you just have a really good turn. So
it seems like a nice tempo play for sure, particularly if you're getting any type of ETB off the thing.
Yeah, I like Helping Hand. I like Helping Hand at C+. I think the card is solid.
Yeah, you're getting ahead. That is a tempo play that is advantageous as long as you're not getting completely ran over. Next is Market Gnome. This is white for a 0/3 artifact creature gnome at uncommon. And it says, when it dies, you gain a life and draw a card. And when it's exiled from the battlefield, while you're activating a craft ability, you gain 1 life and draw a card. So if it goes anywhere almost, you gain 1 life and draw a card. That's sweet.
I love this card. It's so sweet. The question is, would you play this with no craft or sacrifice cards? You probably can't, because the problem is, unlike a 1/1, an 0/3 doesn't always die to their attackers, and they don't have to do anything about it. So you could end up in a position where your card is just trapped inside the Market Gnome and you can't get the card out. But it's good with Dusk Rose Reliquary. It's good with crafting stuff. It's also good against beatdown decks. If they're attacking you on the ground, this card is gonna do something. I think Market Gnome is actually going to end up being a pretty important card for a lot of decks. It is an uncommon, which you, again, wouldn't be able to tell from the set symbol. But I think that this is – I would give Market Gnome a C+. I actually think that this one's going to make the cut.
I do too. Adding to your – what is it, descent, whatever the, to 4 or 8, that's nice too, because this thing will die eventually. Next is Miner's Guidewing. This is white for a 1/1 bird This one is common, and it has flying and vigilance. And when it dies, target creature you control explores.
So 1 mana for a 1/1 flying vigilance. The vigilance is really funny on this because it has a death trigger. So the joke is you get to like peck away at them, but then also always have it up to block.
Mm-hmm.
If you successfully get the explore off this, and you either got to chump or better yet trade or sack this to something, then you're feeling okay about this.
I think so too.
I think that if you have a creature heavy deck, you're just always going to play this card. It's also good with equipment or other pump effects if you have those. I like Miner's Guidewing. I'll give it a C. This is a solid card.
Me too. I think the same. Also, don't forget, like if you can augment this in almost any way, like if you can make its power 2 instead of 1, it's a very real threat. Like that thing's adding up damage pretty quick. Next is Ixalan Landmark. And this is white for an artifact. It's common. And when it enters the battlefield, you scry 2. And you can craft with an artifact for 2 and a white. And if you do, it transforms into Ixalan Levitator, which is a 1/4 flying artifact creature golem. And when it attacks, target attacking creature without flying gains flying until end of turn. Man, so that's a heck of a lot of text and stuff for a 1 mana common. Like that's just a lot going on.
How would you feel about 2 white for a 1/4 with these abilities that scries 2? Like, would you just play that as a 4 mana 1/4 flyer? Probably on the weak side.
That's
right?
Not very good. Yeah.
But getting the scry 2 for just 1 mana and that part early and then getting to spend the 3 later, that's actually quite a bit more appealing. The big question for me is, are you getting artifacts into your graveyard so that you can craft this? Because
definitely,
if you have to sack something and play, I'm not like super loving it. Though a map token is not the worst. I kind of view map tokens at about half a card.
Okay.
And so it's a cost to craft with a map token, but it's not like an overly burdensome cost. The ideal would be to craft out of your graveyard. The other thing is, this is going to lead to some pretty threatening board positions, because when you have this in play, and note that when you craft it, it can't attack that turn because it does exile, then come back. Mm-hmm. It's not like it has haste. But just when you have the 1/4 in play, like if you have a 4/4, you're attacking for 5 in the air, and that's going to be pretty hard for your opponent to deal with. So where I think I like the Ixalan Levitator is not in like a white aggro deck exactly. It's in one of the like artifact heavy deck that has like blue white, for example, that has like some good blue self mill, cares about having artifacts in play. Maybe you sack this. Like if you played this and scried 2 and then crafted something else onto this, that wouldn't be terrible either. Obviously you're down a card, but you got to scry 2 and maybe you enabled something cool. And then at some point you get to flip this. Like you could play a bunch of trinkets that in the late game have a little more relevance. And this seems like a cool card. Like one of the things I'm really liking about this set, because I started to do the written reviews too, so I've seen, gone through and kind of thought about a lot of what these cards do. There's a lot of overlapping parts and a lot of cards that get you a lot more value if you use them with the right other cards, and that's like the hallmarks of, I think, a really interesting set. Ixalan Levitator seems like the kind of card that's going to be solid for people who put it in the right decks and pretty bad if you don't. So on its face, this card is probably a D-level card, would be my assumption. Mm-hmm. But I bet you could get this up to a C, maybe even like C+ enabler type space, where you like having the cheap artifact to start with, and then it also feeds on your other cheap artifacts and your self-mill, and then puts like a decent body into play at the end of all that.
Yeah, and I mean, just looking at the cards we've had, we're only a few cards in here, but, cards like Market Gnome and Deconstruction Hammer can help enable these things, by going to the graveyard as artifacts. I agree with you, though. Overall, this one's a little on the weak side, but might be okay if you can build around a little more. Ruin Lurker Bat is next. It's white for a 1/1 bat. It's uncommon. It's got flying and lifelink. And at the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, scry 1. Dang, that's a good card. Yeah,
I mean, a 1/1 flying lifelink, when you play it on turn 1, it's like you've dealt 4 damage and gained 4 life.
It does feel that way.
It's gonna be like I'm gonna be like, ugh, every time my opponent leads that on the play.
Yeah.
And then getting some scries in the middle of the game, that's exactly when you want to stop hitting your land drops and all that. Ruin Lurker Bat looks like a C+ to me, just overall good card.
Me too. And it has the same thing that I mentioned about the Guidewing. If you can put a +1/+1 counter on it, or
even more on this one.
Crazy. Yeah, exactly. Next is Attentive Sunscribe. This is 1 and a white for a 2/2 artifact creature gnome. It is common, and when it becomes tapped, you scry 1.
Yeah,
This guy looks like he's born to die.
Yeah. I mean, you just attack and scry and your opponent wants to trade off because you're getting value over time. And then it's an artifact that lets you craft.
Yeah.
Looks like a C. Building block for your artifact deck.
That is a building block card if I've ever seen one. Next is Clay-Fired Bricks. This is 1 and a white for an artifact. This one's uncommon. And it says, when Clay-Fired Bricks enters the battlefield, search your library for a basic plains card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle and gain 2 life. Oh, I like all of these things.
But that's the other side too.
Kind of all it does. Yeah. So you can craft, though, with an artifact for 5 white to turn it into Cosmium Kiln, which is also an artifact. When it enters the battlefield, creatures create 2 1/1 colorless gnome artifact creature tokens, and creatures you control get +1/+1. Dang.
I love this card. This card actually looks fantastic to me because you start out by paying 2 mana to gain 2 life and get a plains. So you're already even on cards. Actually, ahead on cards because this is just an artifact in play that you could use for some other thing. Mm-hmm. And you're up 2 life. And then at some point you spend 7 mana and win the game. You get 2 2/2s and the rest of your creatures get +1/+1.
Yeah. That's sweet. I like that. I really like that it gives you something to do late, but it's also just sort of a synergy value card up until that point where you can just end up crafting it away or whatever.
I mean, this is like the much better version of the Oticlon Levitator where the front side is a lot better and you don't feel bad at all if you have to like sack this or craft this into something else. And then the back side is also a lot stronger.
Yeah, this is definitely the better version than the landmark. I would pay the 1 colorless mana extra all day for this thing. What grade do you want to give it, though?
B+.
What do you want to give it?
Like a B+, I think.
Oh, wow, that good, huh?
I mean, I just think this card's really good.
I guess I'm thinking about it in terms of, okay, like sorcery, 2 mana, gain 2 life, go get a plains is like borderline. And then it has this good thing to do with 7 mana, but that is 7 mana.
Yeah, but just imagine if your opponent plays this on turn 2, gains 2 life and gets a plains, you're just going to feel like your days are numbered. At some point, they're just going to do this. And by the time you hit 7, you're not paying a card to craft up generally. You're going to have something in the graveyard.
That's true. Yeah, and of course it helps get you to 7 by getting you land number 3 guaranteed. All right, let's go B for Clay-Fired Bricks. It does look awesome to me. Yeah. Cosmium Blast is next. It is 1 and a white for an instant. At common, it does 4 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. We've seen versions of this kind of forever. They tend to play well in decks that aren't attacking themselves, and they don't play as well in the decks that are.
Yeah, it's like a C- level card generally.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, it's 4 damage for 2. It's going to kill most things, but just not if you're trying to be aggressive. So C- for Cosmium Blast. Next is Dauntless Dismantler. It's 1 and a white for a 1/4 human artificer at uncommon. And it says artifacts your opponents control enter the battlefield tapped. A little bit annoying. And then you can play XX white and sacrifice it to destroy each artifact with mana value X.
So 2 mana for a 1/4 that makes it so their map tokens all have like a 1-turn delay and all that. Is pretty nice. And then at some point you can sack this to blow up probably 1 thing, maybe 2 things. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. It feels a little weird that a lot of the cards that we've looked at so far in white have been artifacts or care about artifacts. And then this is a little bit of an anti-artifact card with that activated ability.
Yeah. I mean, you do have to note that, it is going to kill your own artifacts. So you got to kind of time it so that it doesn't do that.
How do you feel about 2 mana for a 1/4? It's a lot of power.
It's not great. For 2. It's okay.
Yeah. Sideboard? I don't know. I don't really know where this thing falls. You're playing against an artifact deck, but you're not an artifact deck yourself in white. That's the sweet spot for this thing. Yeah.
I mean, this looks like a sideboard card to me. It doesn't look like you want to main deck this card.
That's what I'm thinking too. Sideboard C+ for Dauntless Dismantler.
Yeah, I like maybe. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's just enough artifacts. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if this was a main deck card, like a C level main deck card.
Okay. I mean, if you want to block and you're worried about your opponent's artifacts, then I guess it does hold its own. What does Family Reunion do?
It's 1 and a white. It's an instant common. Choose one. Creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn, or creatures you control gain hexproof until end of turn.
I'm not really in love with either side of this.
Well, one of the things that I don't mind here is that it's either good when your board is wide, because giving your whole team +1/+1, like that's a pretty powerful ability when your board has gone pretty broad.
Yeah.
But then also giving your creature hexproof is like a decent anti-removal trick. But this looks more like a sideboard card to me, because most of the time I'm not going to want your creatures getting hexproof, and that's really not all your creatures. Like it is, but generally that just means they're casting a spell on one of your creatures, and you cast that. It doesn't really matter that it's all of them.
Right.
And then against, and then when you look at the +1/+1 part, like, yeah, I guess if you have a lot of tokens, but honestly, I just haven't been that impressed with those kinds of effects for a long time either.
I haven't either. Family Reunion looks like a D or a sideboard card to me.
Yeah, it just looks like a sideboard card, I think.
Guardian of the Great Door is white for a 4/4 angel at uncommon.
Nice.
Yeah, and it has flying. What grade would you give that? There's more text as you may.
Yeah, I mean, white for a 4/4 just be an A. Like you
flying. Yeah, an A. Okay. As an additional cost to cast this spell, tap 4 untapped artifacts, creatures, and or lands you control.
So basically, it's a 6 mana 4/4 flyer, but you can pay the mana. It's kind of like it has Convoke plus Improvise.
Yes.
Like you get to pay with all of the things.
Yes. It has Convoke, Improvise, or it can just take mana as a payment as well. This is funny. It takes all the payments.
So one thing that's kind of funny about this card is that it actually works kind of poorly with Discover, because it's cheap. So if you discover 3, you can hit it, but then you won't be able to cast it because you still have to pay the additional cost.
Oh, no.
Yeah. It's kind of brutal.
So and is the thing you are discovering with, is it an ETB ability mainly, like as opposed to how Cascade worked, where it went on the stack when the other thing was still on the stack?
Yeah. So you would be able to pay with the creature that you found, I guess, but
yeah,
or the creature that just help you discover. But yes, it is going to be pretty tough.
So what do we think about this thing?
I mean, it looks like a C level card, because I think you're going to cast it on turn 4 a good amount of the time. Maybe it's like a C+ level card.
That's a good card then. Yeah.
Yeah. And then a lot of the time you're going to make it work pretty easily if you get a bunch of map tokens. So like, again, blue-white is looking like a naturally synergistic pair here.
Okay. So you're thinking turn 4, you've got 4 lands plus 2 somethings. And so you can get the Guardian down.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But if you go crazy, you can make it turn 3, but that's going to be pretty difficult.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I mean, on turn 4, a 4/4 flyer is very, very strong, even if you have to kind of tap your everything to do it. Yeah, I like C+ at least for Guardian of the Great Door. I mean, I don't know. I also don't hate cards like this that at some point later, even if it is turn 6, you can play 2 quite strong things in the same turn. This card's good at any point in the game.
There's decks where this is going to be like a B. It's going to be like equivalent to a 3 mana 4/4. I mean, it's going to tap you out that turn. You're going to have to like skip a turn of attacks basically. But when you cast this on turn 4 for like, 4 lands and 2 creatures, or even sometimes later in the game, you're like spend 2 mana plus 3 artifacts and a creature, and then play another 4-drop on the same turn on turn 6. Like you're going to feel it. This card's a little clunky. Like this reminds me of like a Mirror Enforcer type card. It has affinity for artifacts. In this case, it's both creatures and artifacts. There's a lot of ways to make this thing work. And I mean, just like, even just looking at some of the cards we already talked about, imagine you play turn 1 the Otaklan Landmark, you scry 2, turn 2 Clay Fired Bricks, you go get your planes, and then turn 3 you play a creature, turn 4 you can easily play this and even have like a mana left over or still attack with your creature.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I think this card's going to be good. It doesn't have to come down super early to be good. Next is Iron Paw Aspirant. This is 1 and a white for a 1/2 cat warrior at common, and when it enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Well, there you go. We have our 2 little tiny flyers that we talked about. One with vigilance, one with lifelink.
That's the curve.
Really nice curve. I don't know what else this does though.
Two mana for 2/3 worth of stats, and you get to choose to like move those stats around where you see fit. I think that's pretty good.
2 mana 2/3s are already usually pretty good. So yeah.
And this is just straight up upside because again, if you played like a 1-drop flyer, you get to power it up. Yeah,
I like C+ for Iron Paw Aspirant.
Yeah, this card seems great.
What about Petrify?
Petrify is 1 and a white. It's an aura at common. Enchant artifact or creature. Enchanted permanent can't attack or block, and its abilities can't be activated.
Wow. Power creep, anybody? So this is a rest for cheaper and also for more stuff?
Yeah, it does it all.
Okay. Well, what do we like about this? Cheap, effective.
It also stops descending, like it doesn't put a permanent into their graveyard. It's not good against craft, unfortunately, because you end up in a spot where you put this on their creature and then they craft something else. Though if you put this on a creature or artifact with craft, that thing can't then use its ability. But it's kind of funny how that all works.
Yeah. These have definitely taken a hit in recent times, the pacifism effects, just because the games do tend to be long enough so that people can do stuff with that permanent, either free it up or use it for some other form of value. But this one does seem strong to me. I mean, it seems pushed, right? 2 mana and 2 different card types that it takes out, and it takes away abilities, not just attacking and blocking. I like it.
Yeah,
this seems like a good
Petrify is going to make the cut. This is. Would you give it a C or a C+?
I would give it a C+.
Okay.
I think that this feels pushed to me. What about you?
Yeah, I like C+ for Petrify. I think that's solid.
What about spring-loaded Saw Blades?
Yoink. It's 1 and a white. It's an artifact at uncommon. It has flash. When it enters the battlefield, it deals 5 damage to target tapped creature an opponent controls. So this is a defensive thing. It works when they're attacking you. It has flash, so you don't even have to take the damage. And then it also has craft with an artifact, 3 and a white. So you can exile it and then craft it into Blade Wheel Chariot, which is a 5/5 with crew 1, 5/5 vehicle. But it also has tap 2 other untapped artifacts you control. Blade Wheel Chariot becomes an artifact creature this turn. So it's basically,
which is equivalent of crewing.
Yeah. So basically you can crew it with any creature with 1 power or any 2 artifacts.
Wow.
And it's 2 mana, kill a creature and leave an artifact in play that has a bunch of extra upside.
Jeez. That's great.
I like it. I think this one's pretty good.
5/5 crew 1 is fine. Yeah, that's good. B?
I would give Spring-Loaded Saw Blades a B. I think this card is excellent.
A removal spell into a threat. I like that. Thousand Moons Crack Shot. Excuse me. It's next. It's 1 and a white for a 2/2 human soldier at common. And whenever it attacks, you may pay 2 and a white. And when you do, you tap target creature.
So, yeah. This is pretty bad, I think.
It's a lot of mana. Yeah.
It's, you get to spend 3 mana to tap down a creature, which you're just not going to do very often. And when you curve out, it's just a 2 mana 2/2. So in the late game, there's going to be times where I think this card could do some good work, but most of the time it's going to be a 2 mana 2/2 with some late game functionality, which I don't think is that high on my list of cards I want.
Yeah, I agree. The modern era limited doesn't really permit you to dump 3 mana in for an effect like this very often. I would say D+ for 1,000 Moons Crack Shot.
Yeah, if you want a 2 mana 2/2, it's fine. Otherwise, it's not really.
Vanguard of the Rose is 1 and a white for a 3/1 Vampire Knight at uncommon. And you can pay 1 mana and sacrifice another creature or artifact to give this thing indestructible until end of turn and tap it.
Yeah, you really have to be getting free or cheap material to make this too appealing. But you're always going to play this card. This is a good threat. It's not a Adonto Vanguard is all I'm saying. It has a little bit of awkwardness to it. That said, it's just a great aggressive creature. I would give this a C+.
Yeah, I agree. Anytime you have a map token around and you have your Vanguard that's ready to attack, it does put your opponent in an awkward position of feeling like, okay, I need to churn through the material you have, but if you just come up with more, then this just doesn't end well. So yeah, pretty good. Next is Bat Colony. This is 2 and a white for an enchantment. This one's also uncommon. It says it enters when it enters the battlefield, you get a 1/1 black bat creature token with flying for each mana from a cave that was spent to cast it. And whenever a cave enters the battlefield under your control, you put a +1/+1 counter on a target creature you control. So we have a cave build around here.
A really good one too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, imagine if you cast this with 2 caves, just two caves, you get 3 mana for 2 1/1 flyers.
Yep.
And then later, all your caves are also +1/+1 counters.
How many caves can I get?
There's a good amount of caves.
Okay.
You could get a fair amount.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a fairly well supported theme.
This looks like an excellent build around if I can go full cave.
Never go full cave.
I'm going to try if I get a Bat Colony.
Yeah, so this is a build around where it's like obviously a 0 if you don't have a bunch of caves, but if you can reliably cast this with 1.5 caves, if you're drawing 3 caves a game or something like that total, like this card is like a B level card. If you can get 3 sort of total counters, and if you can get because whether you play a cave before or after this, you're getting 1/1 worth of stats. Right. The ones before are better because they have flying naturally, but then you get to put counters on the flyers, so it also works out. But if you can get 3 or 4 total from this, you're really far ahead. And if you can get 2, it's about break even.
B plus build around for Bat Colony? Is this one of the better build arounds?
I would say B plus build around, yeah. This one's a real payoff, and it pays you off for caves that you have at the time you have it, and then caves later, which is a pretty nice place to be.
All right, next is Envoy of Okanek Ahau, which is 2 and a white for a 3/3 Cat Advisor at common. And it has 3 mana 3/3, and then it's got an activated ability of 4 and a white to make a 1/1 colorless gnome artifact creature token. Boy, these are tough because it's hard to look at this and think it's terrible, but it has the same problem that Thousand Moons Crackshot has, where just in the current era of limited, it's just rare that you're going to be able to just be like, I'm just going to take an entire turn off to dump 5 mana into this thing to make a 1/1. That just is not how games play out these days.
Yeah, I mean, this card works if you literally have nothing else to do.
Right.
And that's just not generally the case. So how much do you like having a 3/3?
It's okay.
For 3, it's fine.
It's hard to give it less than a C just as a 3/3 for 3 with any type of upside at all. It's just the upside on this is minimal.
Yeah.
So I would give it a C.
Yeah, I think it's a C. It's fine.
For the Envoy.
You're going to make a token every now and then when you got nothing going on. Basically, you're going to make tokens in games you're losing, and that's fine.
Yep, that's pretty much it. Glorifier of Suffering is 2 and a white for a 3/2 Vampire Soldier at common. And when it enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. When you do, you put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. Okay. That's some business.
This is pretty nice. Like you get to use the like a map token or a trinket artifact that you have laying around to get 2 +1/+1 counters. Yeah, 3 mana 3/2 is okay, but I could see this curving out pretty nicely.
I could too. I mean, you put one on this and one on whatever your leftover creature is, and you've got a little board state going for sure. It also means that drawing this later in the game or waiting to curve into it later in the game isn't as painful. Right. Because 3/2s are almost invalid the turn you cast them on 3 even, but this one, can come down on turn 6 or 7 and still have a meaningful impact on the game. Yeah. I actually like this card.
I think Glorifier of Suffering is solid.
Yeah. C+ for Glorifier of Suffering.
I mean, it's not quite a build around, but it is a card you do have to do some work to make work. Yeah,
it is.
I would say C+, but there's decks where it's going to be better and there's decks where you can't play it.
Kinjali's Dawn Runner is 2 and a white for a 1/1 double strike human scout at uncommon. And when it enters the battlefield, it explores. That's a pretty, that's a high stakes explore right there. You hit a non-land and you got yourself a 2/2 double strike on turn 3, which is pretty darn scary. If you whiff though, you just got a 1/1 double striker and you get a land. Not that any of these situations is bad.
Yeah, I think that this card is a lot stronger if you can have other ways to pump it too, like the 2-mana 1/2s and stuff like that. But even by itself, if it comes into play as a 2/2, you really got your money's worth. And if you didn't, you drew a card. 3-mana 1/1 double strike draw card is still pretty good.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I think the thing that can be easy to forget about cards like these, or any creature particularly that has just explore on it, almost every single one is playable. And this is actually a decent to good one. I wouldn't be surprised if Kinjali's Dawnrunner plays it like a B.
I'd just say it's a B. I think it's just a really good card.
Yep. What about Might of the Ancestors?
This is 2 and a white. It's for an enchantment at uncommon. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +2/+0 and gains vigilance until end of turn. Pretty neat.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, it's a nice little way to just like start pushing your 1/1 flyer as a 3/1 vigilance. Also, like if you have a 4/4 and they have a 3/3, you get to hit them for 6 and keep your blocker back. Like I think it does some pretty good work there.
Would you play it? These type of cards they can be very misleading.
Like, how good is this kind of card?
Right. I mean, it does nothing on defense, right? It doesn't help if you're behind. It doesn't, if you don't have any creatures, of course, it does absolutely nothing, which is, somewhat rare, but does happen. And the more cards like Might of the Ancestors you put in your deck, the more likely it becomes that you're not going to have any creatures. This card is roughly comparable to a decent equipment, right?
Yeah, it's nice because the mana situation isn't too bad. Like you get to spend 3 mana once and then you can forever have it. You don't have to like keep re-equipping it or whatever. Mm-hmm. But the downside is that you draw too many cards like this and they kill your 2 creatures and then you end up pretty stuck. I mean, it doesn't work and it doesn't give toughness. So like you need either flyers or a steady stream of creatures to make this thing work.
Yeah. These types of cards tend to have a little bit of a win more property to them. They also work best with creatures that have good abilities like lifelink, flying, trample. Those type of things are really benefited by the +2/+0. Like I said, I think the way I would imagine this card is somewhere around the neighborhood of like a playable equipment card. Not a great one, not like a rare level or something like that, but just a card that you're like, I could probably put this in my deck if I was like quite aggressive, if I had a nice high creature count.
Yeah, if you have a 17 creature aggro deck that has like 4 interactive spells and you have 2 more slots, this is not a terrible place to put those 2
Agreed.
slots.
I just think your average deck, probably, your average mid-range white deck, or if you're trying to do stuff with, artifacts or, crafting or something, I don't think that Might of the Ancestors is going to have any place in your deck there.
Yeah. It doesn't interact with any of those cards. So
yeah,
it's a somewhat narrow card that makes it kind of like you'll play it like a D in terms of how frequently you play it, but it'll be like a C in the decks that want it.
I agree 100%. Hey, Mischievous Pup, speaking of.
Yeah, she just walked in.
She just run in. What does it do?
It's 2 and a white for a 3/1 flash at uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, return up to 1 other target permanent you control to owner's hand. So it saves your creature from a removal spell. It can reset at ETB. It can also just be a 3/1 flash that you play at the end of the turn. Like all those are fine things to do.
Mm-hmm. None of them great, but all of them fine.
Yeah, I would always play this card, and sometimes it'll be good. It'll get you a 2-for-1 sometimes.
Yep.
And a 3/1 flash that, look, sometimes you play against a blue deck, they leave up a counter spell, and you just pass on turn 3. They don't get to use their mana. Then they play something, you play it in a turn. You got a pretty good advantage out of that. There's a blue counter target creature spell in this set. And when my opponent leads on Island, you better believe that I'm thinking about that card. Mm-hmm. So I think Mischievous Pup probably gets a C+. It's just the sum total of all the things it can do is pretty good.
Agree. Thousand Moons Infantry is 2 and a white for a 2/4 human soldier at common. And it says untap Thousand Moons Infantry during each other player's untap step. Yeah.
So it's basically fancy vigilance.
Yeah.
Like if you give this a tap ability, you get to use it multiple times. Sure.
But what about 3 mana for a 2/4? That's
fine.
Above stat, right?
Yeah, but that's about a C level card, I think.
Okay. C for Thousand Moons Infantry. Next is Tinker's Tote. This is 2 and a white for an artifact at common. When Tinker's Tote enters the battlefield, create 2 1/1 colorless gnome artifact creature tokens, and you can pay white and sacrifice the tote to gain 3 life.
card's great, and I think it's going to be pretty important when it comes to how these like kind of decks function, because this gives you 3 total artifacts into play. It gives you stuff to craft with. You can sack this to gain 3 to enable descend. It just kind of does everything. And this kind of feels like the glue that holds everything together, while also being 3 mana for 2 1/1s and 3 life, which is not a terrible deal to begin with.
Yeah. No, I like it a lot. Is Tinker a person?
No, Tinker is like a someone like a gnome who, not always gnome, but like person or gnome who messes with artifacts or whatever.
Okay. So, but it shouldn't be Tinkerer's tote?
No, you can be a tinker as a person, yeah, or a tinkerer as someone who is tinkering.
Yeah, I don't get it. Anyway, this card's good. Like you said, it provides you board presence and synergies, and in the worst case, gets you the 2 creatures plus 3 life.
Yeah,
C?
I'd give this a C+.
C+.
Yeah, and I think you might have to take it pretty high just because I think everyone's going to want this sort of thing.
Yeah, this does look like one of those pivot cards. Next is Adaptive Gem Guard. This is 3 and a white for a 3/3 artifact creature gnome at common, and it says tap 2 untapped artifacts and or creatures you control. Put a +1/+1 counter on Adaptive Gem Guard, and you can do this at sorcery speed only.
Man, how are you going to get all these artifacts? Oh, wait. Tinker's tote.
There you go. And or creatures. Wow. So you could just play this and then forego your attack in many scenarios to just make it a 4/4 straight away.
Yeah. Also, it can tap itself. So if you don't need it to block, you can just tap it down.
This feels like it could get very large.
Yeah. No, I think the Gem Guard is pretty solid.
And it's also an artifact creature itself, as you said, to tap for itself, but also to do, whatever.
I mean, you don't have room to play like tons of these because these are the payoffs, but I definitely could see running 1 or 2 of those in a deck that has a ton of ways to make artifacts. Like the all artifact deck looks pretty good. Like we have Adaptive Gem Guard, we have the Guardian of the Great Door, the 4/4 flyer for white. Like all these pay you off for putting a bunch of gnomes into play.
Also, I keep going back to this thing just like is a decent threat and it will die to removal or whatever, but then you've got the artifact in your yard. Right?
Like if you play this and they kill it, you end up with an artifact in your yard?
For crafting or whatever. So that you're not like...
just having the card type artifact is pretty good in this sense.
Right. That's what I mean. Like I look at these, this thing and the tote and stuff just to enable more valued crafting later. So what do you want to give them? The Gem Guard.
I mean, to give it like a C-, I think.
Can't go C on them?
Maybe a C. I guess I could go C.
All right. I'll go with C as well. Oltec Cloud Guard is 3 and a white for a 3/2 flying human soldier at common. And when it enters the battlefield, you create a 1/1 colorless gnome artifact creature token. Sign me up.
Totally fine. Like you get a 3/2 flyer, you get a little artifact. Like, I mean, this is the 4-drop I want more than the Gem Guard, I think.
Definitely.
But I could see the really hard artifact deck wanting Adaptive Gem Guard instead. Either way, Oltec Cloud Guard is always going to be good. 4 mana for 4/3 worth of stats, including an artifact, spread over 2 cards, 3/2 of it is flying. That's a C+ level card. Probably C+.
To me, that's your front runner for best common in white.
Oh, man, I think I'm going to take Tinker's Tote over that card most of the time.
Okay. Yeah, those are the 2 types of cards, because these are both what I'm talking about. Most of the best commons do straddle the line between raw power and synergy, and I think that they both do that here. Making an artifact, but also just being powerful in this case. I like C+ pushing B- for Oltec Cloud Guard. Next is Malamet War Scribe. This is 3 white for a 4/3 cat warrior. This one's uncommon, and when it enters the battlefield, creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn. Yikes.
Yeah. I mean, this is a good way to use all those gnome tokens.
Yeah.
5 mana for a 4/3 plus the whole Anthem effect is pretty nice, because part of the downside of the Glorious Charge type cards, the go wide cards, is that when you don't have a big board, they're just straight up dead. This is still a 5 mana 4/3. You can still cast this card and do something with it. So I like the War Scribe. I would give it a C.
Yeah.
And there's some decks that'll take it like closer to a B level.
Right. Oltec Archaeologist is 4 and a white for a 4/4 Human Artificer Scout at common, and when it enters a battlefield, you can choose one. You can return target artifact card from your graveyard to your hand, or you can scry 3. Man, they're really pushing it with these common 5-drops these days. I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah, getting an artifact back is a pretty good deal. And then if you end up in a spot where you don't have anything to do, then you can scry 3, which, you know, you'd much rather get an artifact back. I think that is certainly better, but it is worth keeping in mind that, you know, scrying 3 is a good, like, kind of fail case. They're trying to make it so your cards don't fail to function.
That's right. And in this case, you know, this is a 5-mana creature. So if you're scrying 3 with 5 mana already, that's some very good value. I mean, you can scry to some of your best spells in that scenario where lands are almost worthless. And you can even be picky about putting 3 drops on the bottom or whatever and trying to really get there. That said, this is a very competitive mana slot, and many of the best uncommons and rares and mythic rares end up being 5 mana as well. So the Archaeologist still, for me, just hits that C range. But, you know, this and the Malamet Warscribe, I mean, they describe 2 different decks, right? One of them is like a slower value-based deck, and the other one's kind of a curve out, get you dead. But they both do the thing that they're doing quite well. I'm impressed. Like, these are good cards. Yeah,
I mean, I think that you're not going to have any shortage of good cards to cast at the top of your curve.
Yeah.
This set, more than most have trended in this direction, do end up in a spot where you've got a lot you can do with your mana. There's just not a shortage of that. So I'm not really too concerned about, like, not having enough high end, which does make some of these cards a little bit less desirable.
Yeah, I like C for Old Tech Archaeologist, though. It, like, checks the box for me.
I think it's a fine C.
And that's a compliment for 5 drops at common. Next is Quicksand Whirlpool, which is 5 and a white for an instant at common, and it costs 3 less to cast if it targets a tapped creature, and it exiles a creature. So I can get it for 3 mana, exile target tapped creature if it's if it's tapped, or I can get it for the full 6 at instant speed to just exile something.
Yeah, I think defensively it's probably fine, but
yeah,
if you're playing an aggressive deck, you would never want to put this in your deck. And even then, I don't know that this would be a high priority for me.
No, this is a mid-level removal spell for sure, but I don't know. Tapped isn't that bad. Like, they can attack you with their big bomb, and you can still top deck Quicksand Whirlpool and just play it right away and get rid of the thing for only 3 mana. Of course, you can do it during combat or if they're using an activated ability.
These don't stack particularly well.
Yeah, the first one might be okay. The second one is going to start getting really tough.
I do like that Exile's. Exile's pretty good in this set compared to
I was thinking that too.
So
can I go C- on the Quicksand Whirlpool?
Yeah, probably something like that.
My gut says it's a D+, but I'm going to go C- because of the exile.
Sure.
What about Soaring Sandwing? Look at this majestic beast.
3/5 flying for 4 white at common, and it enters a battlefield. You gain 3 life, but it also has plane cycling of 2, so you can spend 2 mana and go ahead and get a planes card and put it in your hand. So, you know, I feel like we got a little burned with the 6 mana cyclers, or the 2 mana land cyclers in March of the Machine. They just ended up not playing out particularly well. But I think that this looks pretty decent because it's got a couple extra things going for it. One of those things is that it can help you with Descend or Craft or any of the graveyard things. And then the other thing is that it kind of feels like this set, having some extra high end just in case that you don't have to put, that you can use as a low end is going to be pretty nice because you can just not have any high drops and then just have this instead.
And this does go to the yard, right?
Oh yeah, this counts for you did Descend this turn if that happens.
I like that. I love everything about this card, honestly. Like, I even love that it's understated at 3/5. Yeah, and then
it's also a dinosaur. Sometimes you'll care about that.
I love dinosaurs in general. Like, that's just yeah, I want to actually go kind of higher on this. I feel like there's enough synergy, enough early, enough late. It actually does stabilize a board if you're in a controlling deck and you get a 3/5 flyer and gain 3 life. It's going to be pretty tough to die the next turn.
Yeah, it would take something pretty bad happening for you to die through that.
Can I go C+ on Soaring Sandwing?
You can, but it's going to be a C, I think.
Yeah, it probably is. My love for dinosaurs got me on that one. All right. Blue. Blue is up. Our first blue card is Cogwork Wrestler. Looks like he won. Blue for a 1/2 artifact creature gnome at common. And when it enters the battlefield, target creature an opponent controls gets -2/-0 until end of turn.
So the blue like -X/-O card, I think frequently overperforms. It doesn't always. Sometimes that slot is just not very good. I kind of like this one. There's a couple of things going on. One is just a cheap artifact is just inherently valuable in this set. Just having this thing in play, there's a lot of ways to use it, whether that's sacrificing it or crafting with it or blocking with it so you can descend or any of those things. And so if you can ever maneuver it such that you get to play this as kind of like a trick and get a card out of it, you're left with a very real piece of material. I just think that there's enough ways to use the 1/2 artifact body that you don't need that much of an excuse to play it. And in this particular case, this isn't the worst thing in the world. A little combat trick. Like they attack with a 3/3, you have a 2/2 and you go play this -2/-0 double block. Like that's pretty sick.
Yeah. We had that with what was it called? It was a 1/1. It made a one. It like made an army and shrunk down their guy.
Yeah.
What was that card called? I forgot. But anyway, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
right?
the Deceive the Messenger was really good.
Yeah. This is better.
Yeah. I think that this, well, there's different things going on, but like that could be used as a combat trick to pump your already existing army. But this has a lot of ways to sack it. So I think they're both pretty good. And I think Cogwork Wrestler is gonna perform well. You're just gonna be happy having this card in your deck.
Yeah, and I also maybe I'm over indexing for it a little bit, but I just keep looking at artifacts that either die easily or trade or sit on the battlefield. Like I want to enable crafting, and this type of card seems like it could do that. Also, artifacts that go to the graveyard particularly are better for crafting and for descent. So, C.
I'll give it a C, which I think is higher than you would maybe assume when you look at these cards most of the time.
Agreed. Orazka Puzzle Door is blue for an artifact at common. You can pay 1 mana and tap it to sacrifice it to look at the top 2 cards of your library. Put one of those cards in your hand and the other in your graveyard. Well, this is exactly what I was just talking about with the Wrestler, where I want cards like this that go to the graveyard, add to my permanent count, add to my artifact count, and give me a little bit of value. And that's exactly what this does.
Yeah, I mean, this is very clearly, it's like, all right, well, we want like a sleight of hand, but let's make a sleight of hand that works with all the set mechanics. And this does work with all the set mechanics. Like if you're not getting extra value out of this, it's kind of bad. It's a sleight of hand that costs 2 mana instead of 1. Mm-hmm. But there's just so many ways, like descend and craft and just artifact counts, like all of that together makes it pretty clear that Orazka Puzzle Door is going to be one of the cards that makes your deck work.
Yeah. I mean, these type of cards usually play out at the D+ C- level where they're kind of borderline playable. This one seems to get up into that C- range for me pretty cleanly just because of those synergies. What do you think?
I actually think this is going to be a C. I think that the Puzzle Door is going to solve a lot of the puzzles you're facing with your decks.
All right. What about Relic's Roar?
This one I don't like so much. It's blue. It's an instant at common. Until end of turn, target artifact or creature becomes a dinosaur artifact creature with base power and toughness 4 and 3 in addition to its other types. So,
but I don't get to draw a card.
It turns your like 1/1 into a 4/3, or it turns your map token into a 4/3.
Yeah.
You could target their creature with it in some rare case. Like imagine they have the Golem Factory. You're just like Relic's Roar, kill your, destroy target creature. Like that's obviously like, kind of dubious, but I think overall this looks like a D.
Me
just
too.
Not a card you really want to put in your deck.
No. Next is, go ahead.
I was saying you're just getting 2-for-1 too much of the time.
Yeah, I
Like,
think so too.
casting this on a map token and trading for their 4/4 is like mana advantage, but you're still like down half a card. Casting this on a real creature is like a kind of a bad combat trick. So yeah, D for Relic's Roar.
Spyglass Siren is blue for a 1/1 flying siren pirate at uncommon. And when it enters the battlefield, you get a map token. Bingo.
Yeah, this card's amazing. I mean, it's an uncommon for a reason. This card is awesome.
Yep.
I would say this is like a B-.
Yeah,
like,
I agree.
Because first of all, let's say you just have a no other plays. Turn 1 this, turn 2 you make it explore. If you hit a non-land, you're attacking them with a 2/2 flyer on turn 2, and you got a little card selection. Also, like, this is the card that lets you really curve out with the 4/4 flyer. Like, turn 1 this, turn 2 creature, turn 3 you're just playing a 4/4.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Spyglass Siren kind of does it all. So
yeah,
I would just give a B- to Spyglass Siren and be happy to take one of those cards early.
agree. Next is Waterlogged Hulk. This is blue for an artifact at uncommon. And it says tap, mill a card, which is put the top card of your library into your graveyard. And then you can craft it with an island for 3 and a blue, which is a little tough. But if you've milled yourself a few times, hopefully there's an island in the yard for you. And it becomes Watertight Gondola, which is a vehicle. It's an artifact vehicle. It's a 4/4 with crew 1 and vigilance. And it has descend 8. It can't be blocked as long as it can't be blocked if you've got descend 8. Man, you got to mill yourself a heck of a lot to get to descend 8, but not, just to hit an island at some point.
By itself, this card I think is kind of mediocre. Like, a 4/4 crew 1 vehicle with vigilance is just not that good, and you're spending a total of 1 + 4, so over multiple turns.
Yep.
And you have to at some point hit an island, but that's not too hard. Where Waterlogged Hulk maybe gets interesting is if you're in a deck that really wants to do this, this card enables all your other descend and craft cards pretty nicely. So you
just don't ever flip it?
Or you don't flip it till like fairly late, at which point maybe it's unblockable. I kind of like this card. I think Waterlogged Hulk is going to play pretty well in the dedicated deck and is going to be quite bad outside of it. It's also a 1-mana artifact. I think this set is showing us that there's a lot of ways to utilize that. So I would give Waterlogged Hulk probably like, I bet it's going to be like a C + B- in the decks that won. It's going to be a nice little enabler. Like, 1-mana cards are really powerful in Magic. Mm-hmm. But your average blue deck will just not play it. So it's a build around like C + B-.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, because I mean blue and you can start milling right away. And every single turn you mill yourself, you can get the descend going pretty hardcore if you get this on turn 1. Next is Brackish Blunder. This is 1 and a blue for an instant. This one's common. It says return target creature to its owner's hand. If it was tapped, you get a map token.
Card's great. Mm-hmm. I mean, bouncing a creature and getting a map token is like kind of makes up for the card disadvantage and of just using a bounce spell, but you're up on mana. And most of the time you are going to get a map token. You're not always, and sometimes you're going to have to make that choice. But this feels like a really nice way to get a little bit of advantage, and bounce spells tend to play pretty well. I would give Brackish Blunder a C.
I would too. Yeah. I like the idea of bouncing things that people have put a lot of effort into, specifically if they've, like if they go Waterlogged Hulk, they do all this stuff, they pay the 4, they exile the thing, they get the thing, they crew the stupid thing, and then you just bounce it. It's like, oh God, that's a lot of resources and time that a person's put in. Next is Charter Course, 1 and a blue sorcery. It's uncommon, draw 2 cards, then discard a card unless you attacked this turn. Vintage Cube
Charter Course. This was a classic Ixalan card. The first time it was there, it's back, and it's cool because in this set, you're sometimes going to want to not discard a card, or like not attack to
discard a card.
First.
Yeah,
you would like to discard because you want to put a permanent in your graveyard and or fuel your descend. But of course, it's also great if you just attack and cast a 2-mana draw 2. It can be really fun.
Yeah, no, really solid card. There's a reason it's uncommon here for sure.
I would give Charter Course a B-. Like, I'm always happy to have this card in my deck.
Agreed. B-. Next is Eaten by Piranhas. This is 1 and a blue for an enchantment aura. It's uncommon. It enchants a creature, and it's got flash, and the creature loses all abilities and is a black skeleton creature with base power and toughness 1/1.
So we've seen these like aura, like Casmino's transmutation before, right? That like lose all abilities, become a 1/1. This one's quite a bit better, and not just because it's got some cool, creepy skeleton art and getting eaten by piranhas is such an evocative phase.
Yeah.
Giving flash takes away a lot of the drawbacks. So, the old version of the enchantment, they have a 4/4, you have a 4/4. You're like, all right, put the thing on your thing, attack. And they're like, okay, take 4 on my turn, blow up the enchantment or bounce my creature, flicker my creature. The new version, I attack, they block, then I cast this and their creature dies, and like all of that, potential downside later is kind of mitigated. So I have thought that that card was on the weaker side, but I actually like this one a lot more. Also, like flash means they go for the kill with their 4/4 flyer, and you're just like, bam, do this, maybe even block it then, or they have an unblocked creature, and then you cast this because they think they're gonna kill you. Like adding flash to a card which was borderline makes it a good card. I actually think this card's a C+ now.
Okay. Yeah, that is a big difference for sure. Next is Hermitic Nautilus. Wow, that's great art. It's 1 and a blue for a 1/4 artifact creature Nautilus. This one's uncommon. It's got vigilance, and you can pay 1 and a blue to give it +3/-3 until end of turn.
Yeah, this card's great. A 2-mana 1/4 is a really good defender. And then because of the vigilance and the fact that you don't have to activate it, you can just like attack into their 2/2 or attack into their 3/3, and then they have to decide, oh, do I want to trade this? A lot of the times they'll block and you just won't pump and it'll be fine. But imagine like you're playing a defensive deck and you just play this, you go block, 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 then all of a sudden you kill their creature and start attacking for 4 turn. It actually closes the game out. Plus, it's an artifact. Just having extra artifacts is good value. So I like C+ for Hermetic Nautilus. I think this card is going to be a premium 2-drop.
Yeah, and like you said, artifact that goes to the yard and all that. Next is Inverted Iceberg. This is 1 and a blue for an artifact at common, and when it enters the battlefield, you mill a card and then draw a card, and then you can craft it with an artifact for 4 blue to turn it into Iceberg Titan, which is a 6/6 artifact creature golem that whenever it attacks, you may tap or untap target artifact or creature. Wow. So
this is card advantage, assuming you craft from your graveyard, right? Because you cast this, you draw a card, and then later you turn it into a creature, and if they kill it, you're still up a card. The mill one helps find an artifact for this, plus enable all your other stuff. And then a 6/6 that taps when it attacks or just untaps itself, so it either has vigilance or taps a blocker, is a pretty good threat. Plus, when you just cast Inverted Iceberg on turn 2 and then craft it into another thing on turn 4, you didn't lose a card. The iceberg replaced itself. I think this card's going to be pretty important. This looks like it fuels everything. It both enables other craft stuff and is also a good craft reward, which is like the perfect place to be. Also, 2-mana draw a card, like it doesn't really go wrong. You already get the card back right up front. So
yeah,
I kind of like C+ for Inverted Iceberg, and honestly, I could see taking it really highly, like kind of like the Tinker's Satchel or whatever that makes the 2 gnomes. Like these are the kind of cards that make this stuff tick, and this is why I'm looking forward to this set. I love this kind of thing. I love making these little trinkets and utilizing them, and
definitely
getting all the like resource advantage. And Inverted Iceberg strikes me as like, oh, this is a good. This is one I'm going to want 2 or 3 of these in my blue-white decks.
I think so too. The little addition of mill a card in there, it's going to be really important too. It's just going to slowly add up into the type of advantage you need. And then, yeah, there's nothing better than killing somebody with your card draw spell, right? And this just makes this big doofy 6/6 that can slam in and is hard to trade off with and stuff. And that's a perfectly fine way to end a game, much further down the line, right? We're going to take our time with this one. I like it. Yeah, C+ for Inverted Iceberg.
Yeah, and I like the next one too. Lodestone Needle is an uncommon for 1 and a blue. It's an artifact. It has flash, and when it enters the battlefield, tap up to 1 target artifact or creature and put 2 stun counters on it. So since it has flash, it can stop. It stops an attack, and then it stops 2 more attacks. That's 3 attacks total, right? That's a lot. It also has craft with artifact 2 and a blue, and it turns into Guidestone Compass, which is an artifact that says 1 tap target creature you control explores as a sorcery. So what I like about this is...
you can just keep doing that?
It's just 1 tap. It just every turn.
Wow.
It's a slow card advantage machine that costs like 3 to craft and then 1 to use. But on the front side, you got a tempo play. So combining a tempo play with a card advantage play it's kind of like Inverted Iceberg that, it both enables and rewards you. This does the same on a different axis, which is it taps down their biggest attacker for 3 turns, giving you time to fiddle around with this Guidestone Compass and start using exploring stuff.
I love this.
if you have to sack this or use this to craft, you got a lot of the value up front of a triple tap. So I think Lodestone Needle is like a B minus. Like this card, maybe just a B, honestly.
It's just
like
a B, right?
This card just looks really strong. I can just envision it that like my opponent's going to play one of this on like turn 4 or 5, tap down my like 4/4, and then on their turn they're just going to immediately flip it and explore, and I'm just going to be like, wow, I feel like I'm losing really badly now.
Yeah, and they're going to explore every single turn for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just going to be the first thing they do because, you know, once you start exploring, it's the type of thing where, you know, you hit one extra land drop off of it, right? A land you wouldn't have drawn otherwise, you play it, and now it's just kind of free forever. I like B for Lodestone Needle. That card is sweet. Oaken Siren is next. It's 1 and a blue for a 1/2 artifact creature Siren Pirate at common. It taps to add blue, but you can only spend the mana to cast an artifact spell or activate the ability of an artifact source. Boy, I didn't have to look far for my artifacts that would end up in the yard or get milled or die or whatever, did I?
And this pays for all of them. Mm-hmm. Like the fact that it not only casts the artifact, but also pays for like craft. Like this, I mean, I'm just looking at decks full of inverted icebergs and oaken sirens now, and that's just what I'm going to be doing. Yeah. I can already tell.
Well,
like,
why does it have flying and vigilance?
So you can hit them for a point every turn for free.
I know, like that's just a weird thing to add to this like mana ramp card, right? Like, I like it. I'm not complaining. It just seems a little strange.
Yeah, no, Oaken Siren looks great.
Yeah,
this is a build around, but this is like a C+.
Yep.
In a deck where you can reliably use the mana, let's say you play this on turn 2 and you could use the mana 2 of the next 4 turns, I'll consider that a win. Like you already got good advantage, and there's going to be decks where you just use it every single turn. So I would give Oaken Siren probably a C+, but just obviously you have to put it in an artifact deck.
What about Pirate Hat?
This is 1 and a blue. It's an equipment at common. It's an artifact, of course. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has whenever this creature attacks, draw a card, then discard a card. You can equip it for 2, or guess who you can equip for 1?
Who?
A pirate.
Hey!
So this is yet another pirate artifact cross-color or cross-theme synergy. But this isn't one I'm like super into. The problem is you don't get your card back, right? Like if you craft with Inverted Iceberg, you get your card back. If you craft with, the Lodestone Needle, you got a bunch of tempo. If you craft with Pirate Hat, you're not like loving that. On the other hand, it does feed that, right? It does let you put things in your bin, trade them for cards.
It does.
It's just a little slow. 2 mana to play and 1 or 2 to equip is just okay. Mm-hmm. My guess is this is going to be on the low end of enablers, but still playable. I mean, I'm looking at Oaken Siren, and a deck that has like 2 Oaken Sirens, it's like all my artifacts cost like a little bit less mana to use. Yep. Mm-hmm. So I would give Pirate Hat a C-, but I think it will do some good work sometimes. Yeah,
that's where I come down on it too. This is the type of card that looks like a pure enabler, and you're like, I just wish it gave some power and toughness, and it actually does. So it does get over the line, but not by a lot. Next is River Herald Scout. This is 1 and a blue for a 1/2 Merfolk Scout at common. And when it enters a battlefield, it explores. I'd assume you just play as many of these as you can get your hands on, right?
Yeah, it's just yes, it works with the themes in the set. No, that's not necessary. Like the explore cards are just so close to like draw a card. I mean, again, it's about half. Like 40% of the time you get a land, but then the times you don't, you get a +1/+1 counter and a little card selection. Sometimes milling a bad card is like close to drawing a card, especially in the late game. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, would you play a 2 mana 1/2 draw card? Yes, you would play as many of those as you get your hands on. Right. And there's times where this is going to be exactly that. There's times where it's going to be a little worse, and there's times where it's going to be better. Sometimes it's going to be a 2 mana 2/3 that milled a card that you can then craft with and that you didn't want to draw.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
C+ for River Herald Scout. Can't go wrong.
Yeah, there was a 1 and a black version of this, right? In OG Ixalan.
This all's good.
Yeah. Next is Shipwreck Sentry. This is 1 and a blue for a 3/3 human pirate at common. It has Defender. That's why you're getting 3/3 for 2 mana in blue here. But as long as an artifact entered the battlefield under your control this turn, it can attack as though it didn't have Defender.
I'm not a big fan of this, and the reason is it's not an artifact. So I think there will be decks that'll play this. I can imagine a controlling deck that wants to really stall for time playing this.
Yeah.
But that deck's not going to care whether this attacks or not. I'm not putting this in my blue-red or blue-white turbo artifact deck. That's not how. Look, when you build these decks, and we're going to talk about this on the next show, or not the next show because that's Rare and Mythic. The show after, when we talk about our first impressions and like the kind of metagame breakdown. When you build these like density matters artifact decks where you have to have critical mass of artifacts to make your deck work, you have ideally 5 to 6 slots of non-artifact cards, maybe sometimes 7 or 8, depending on how hard you're going. You do not want to use it on this. This is just not a place to use that. So I think the artifact part is a little bit of a trick. I'm not saying that you will never use the ability because you still might make a map or something like that. But I'm not putting this in my gnome decks and wanting to attack with it, I don't think. I mean, we'll see. It's possible that the artifact decks are aggressive enough that Shipwreck Sentry is just good. And I could totally see that being the case. I'm not saying that is impossible. But my experience with this kind of card is play it if you want the defensive body and don't really worry about the attack clause that much.
Yeah, because the defensive body is a real thing. 3/3 for 2 trades and blocks really well for the decks that are really trying to slow things down. You want to go D for Shipwreck Sentry?
Yeah, I think D is about right.
Sometimes you play it, but a lot of times you don't. Song of Stupefaction is next. It's 1 and a blue for an enchantment aura. It enchants a creature or a vehicle. It's common. And when it enters the battlefield, you may mill 2 cards. And it has Fathomless Descent, meaning that it just tracks how many permanents you have in your yard. And enchanted permanent gets -X/-0, where X is the number of permanents in your graveyard.
Yeah, I don't like this one very much because on the one hand, it does mill 2, which is kind of nice, but it only tracks permanents. So you have to have a lot of permanents or this card's going to start really performing poorly. And then if you put this on one of their artifacts, like an artifact creature or a vehicle or something, and then they just craft it away, you got completely worked.
Yeah.
And sometimes you'll play this mill 2 and then not actually give it the -X you want, because this kind of card tends to go in decks that play a lot of spells, and that doesn't help with this. So I just kind of don't know where this thing goes.
Yeah, the only thing I like about it is that it is a permanent itself. So if you play a bunch of songs and mill some songs, then they help each other. But this does seem like a far cry from the blue Swords to Plowshares of yore.
Yeah, exactly.
It looks like a D to me.
Looks like a D to me as well.
What about Staunch Crewmate?
So this is 1 and a blue for a 2/1. And when it enters the battlefield, you look at the top 4 cards of your library. You can reveal an artifact or pirate and put it in your hand. And this is also a pirate. So this is excellent. This one I want as many as I can get because it also finds more copies of itself. So you don't really even get completely destroyed if you end up in a spot where you miss on this. Or rather you hit other copies on this.
How does this compare to River Herald Scout, the Explorer for 2? Pretty similar, right?
I think it's better if you're fully enabling it, and worse if you end up in a deck that's most of the times you put this in your deck, I think it'll be better, but sometimes it will actually be worse.
Okay. Enough to give it a build around? This
is a build around, yeah. I mean, if you're 50-50 to hit a pirate or artifact, which I can check how much that is, then I think this card is pretty good. Even 50-50 to draw a card, I think, is pretty good. So I think that you're looking at something around 10 is my guess.
10 other ones in your deck?
Yeah, if you have 10 other artifacts or pirates in your deck, you're even more. That's 70%. So if you're at 8 other artifacts or pirates, you're at 60%. So yeah, you're gonna feel pretty good about this card, I think.
Okay.
Kind of no matter what, as long as you have 7 or 8, and if you have 12 or 13, this is just going to be better than the River Herald Scout. The reward on this is very nice.
It really is. What do you want to give it?
I would give Staunch Crewmate a build around C+.
Yeah, it's pushing B range. I mean, if it's just a straight 2-for-1 most.
Sometimes it even gives you selection. You look at your top 4 and you have choice of 2 or something.
Yeah. Okay. C+ for Staunch Crewmate, assuming that you meet the requirements that we laid out. Next is Confounding Riddle, which is 2 and a blue for an instant at uncommon. It says choose one. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. Put one of them in your hand and the rest into your graveyard. Ooh, graveyard. Okay. Or counter target spell unless its controller pays 4. Dang, that's pretty good.
Yeah, this is Supreme Will, but they tacked on an extra mana cost, and it also puts the cards in the graveyard instead, which is a pretty massive advantage in this set. I mean, Confounding Riddle is great. If you leave your mana up on turn 3 for this, then you're going to be pretty happy. And if that either you counter their spell, or if they do nothing, you just get to cast this and get some card selection. If you then draw this in the late game, it's like a counter spell that just lets you trade it for a new card with some selection. Having a 3-mana counter spell that gives you a very easy buyout is huge.
Yeah, because you just leave the mana up, right? And if they play anything that's worth countering at all, then you counter it. And if not, you've got some place to put the mana for the turn that's actually really strong. 4 cards, and you get one and the rest go in the yard is a very desirable effect. I mean, this is one of those times where they better put up something pretty counterable, because you actually really are missing out if you don't do the first option.
Yeah.
What do you want to give it?
I would give it a C+. I think it's just going to be the kind of card that you're very happy to play at pretty much any stage in the game. It's powerful and flexible. That's worth a lot to me. Like, you're never getting a huge advantage. When you counter a spell, you spent 3 to counter a spell. When you look at cards, you're spending 3 to go find cards. That's neither of those is massive. But the fact that it's always good and never dead, like, you're going to feel pretty good on turn 6 when you cast a 3-drop and leave this up,
Mm-hmm. I really like that card.
Yeah, you like C+ on that?
Yeah, I do. What about our next guy?
So this is Merfolk Cave Diver. It's 2 and a blue for a 2/4 Merfolk Scout. It has, or whenever a creature you control explores, it gets +1/+0 and can't be blocked this turn. So you play this as a 3-mana 2/4, which is fine. I mean, that's not amazing, but it's fine. And then every time you explore, you get to crack in for 3 unblockable.
I'm really leaning hard on the 3-mana 2/4 equation here.
There's a couple of those.
Yeah, I just really don't like to explore payoffs. To me, just don't really make sense. Like, explore is a payoff. I don't need to put other cards around it that want me to also explore to make them good. I'd rather just have other good cards,
Yeah, but maybe if you have like 4 or 5 explore cards in your deck, you'll play this because it's going to get 6 damage in while also being a 2/4 for 3.
Yeah, I also just have a hard time with cards, both this one and the 3/3 defender thing, that both exploring and doing stuff with artifacts seem to be a little bit on the slower side of things, meaning that, like, I kind of want a little time to develop the extra land drops, the extra cards that I've gotten, the crafting and stuff for artifacts and everything. And they don't lead me into decks that necessarily want to start jamming. But again, both of these set it up so that you can play them as primarily defensive spells if you want. A 2-mana 3/3 defender or a 3-mana 2/4. You don't have to attack with it, of course, if you don't want. You can buy all the time you need using those. It's just, I'm not that excited about the extra part, the +1/+0 and unblockable, or the ability to attack with my 3/3 in the other case.
Yeah, you're basically playing that as like a bonus, I think, more than anything else.
Exactly. And it makes me think that that's the point of the card. And really, I assume I'll be playing these more for the other text.
I would probably give Merfolk Cave Diver a D in that case.
Yeah, I think I would too. I just don't know if I can get behind 2 and a blue for a 2/4 with some other stuff that I don't really care about that much.
Yeah.
So that's tough. Sage of Days is next. It's 2 and a blue for a 3/2 human wizard at common. And it says, when it enters the battlefield, look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may put one of those cards back on top of your library and the rest go in your graveyard. All right, so we got a few cards here. That's an uncommon and a common that are dumping cards in the yard now.
Yeah, and this does it at pretty low cost. Like, you get to play a 3/2 for 3 and get like kind of like a surveil 3 of sorts. And I think that's pretty decent.
Yeah. I mean, I always hate 3-mana 3/2s. They don't seem to go well in either strategy. Either a slower or a faster strategy doesn't really like cards like this. That being said,
3-mana 3/2 is just one of the weaker stat lines.
It really is.
Because none of the, like, it doesn't interact very favorably with most things.
Exactly. Still, I have to think that card selection plus filling up your graveyard has to be something that is interesting, right?
Yeah. The fact that it's not an artifact or a pirate means it doesn't work with any of the,
it's not a pirate either,
themes.
is it?
So I think that Sage of Days is going to be like, this is the kind of Descend enabler you play when you don't have good ones to play.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, it is nice that you play this, and if you miss, like if you play this, it just lets you kind of filter the top of your deck. It's not a terrible card by itself.
Never a terrible card, never great. A little bit in the middle on a few strategies. I wouldn't be surprised if it fell a little bit short of all of those strategies, or if it did make the cut and said, yeah, it's good enough, you want it. I would start off at C- for Sage of Days and then kind of see where it lands. If I had to guess, I would say it would go down from there rather than up, but I'm not 100% convinced of that.
Yeah, I think it's probably C- D+ level. Like this just looks like one of the cards you play and you're not thrilled about playing it.
Right, exactly. Waterwind Scout is next. It's 2 and a blue for a 2/2 flying Merfolk Scout at common. And when it enters the battlefield, you get a map token. Wow. So we have two of these. We have a 1/1 flyer at uncommon, 1 mana 1/1 flyer, now a 3 mana Windrake that makes a map at common.
Yeah, I mean this card is fantastic. Like this I think is the best blue common.
Definitely.
Just 3 mana 2/2 plus a map. It could just immediately be a 3/3. It enables all your other stuff. It's even a Merfolk for like the couple cards that care about that. So Waterwind Scout is like a B-.
It is. Yeah, this is going to be that looks like the best blue common easily. Next is an uncommon. It's Zoetic Glyph, which is 2 and a blue for an enchantment aura. It enchants an artifact. The artifact is a golem creature with base fire and toughness 5/4 in addition to its other types. And when this thing, the glyph, is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you discover 3.
Yeah. This card is really good.
Dang. So you can turn a map into a 5/4, and if they kill it, you get a 3 mana spell back?
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically you get your card back and your mana back. Like just straight up. And also you just have a 5/4 for 3 mana. Like so, it does require something first, but basically you put this on one of your creatures, and then if they aren't able to do something about it, then they're going to end up in a spot where like they can't, they're just going to die to a 5/4. And if they do deal with it, you just get a full rebate, like of everything.
So the setup cost, though, is you need a target and you need this thing to resolve on that target.
Yeah. The way this is worded, as long as the creature goes to the battle, as long as this hits the battlefield, you're going to get your discover out of it.
Okay.
But, you know, if you're not able to, if it doesn't ever resolve, then you're not.
Right. So that's tricky because there are 2 very reasonable scenarios where it doesn't resolve, right? Primarily that you don't have a target for it. And your other option is you do have a target for it, but it gets killed. Of course, if you throw this on a map token, you're happy, but you might have to throw it on one of your creatures in some scenarios, right?
Yeah.
And to upgrade it or whatever.
Yeah, and that's fine. Turning a 1/1 into a 5/4 is fine, and then eventually this thing comes back out and gets you your value.
What do you like for it?
I think it's a B. I think
Zoetic Glyph
is just great.
Right? I mean, you need artifacts.
You need artifacts, but you don't have to go super heavy. Like I bet most blue decks could probably slot this in.
Okay. I mean, but you need to check it. Like you need what, like 5 or 6 artifact makers or something at the minimum?
Yeah, something like that.
I don't think I'd want to go with 4 or 3. Okay. Yeah. But B, I mean, look, if you can find targets for it, it's giving you a lot. It also will feel like the dang thing has haste most of the time too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it basically will. Yeah.
Right. So that's pretty good too. All right. Next is Ancestral Reminiscence, which is 3 and a blue for a sorcery. At common, draw 3 cards, then discard a card.
So this is Sift, which is a card that was printed a long time ago. That card used to be good. And this card, I think, is just not like, I'm not saying that you would never put this card in your deck. I'm sure I'm going to try. And I'm not saying this card is always terrible, because if the board is stable such that you can afford to cast a spell that does nothing for 4 mana to the board, this will win you the game. Like,
yep.
Imagine a game where you go like 2 mana kill your thing, 3 mana kill your thing, 4 mana play this. Your opponent plays another creature. You're like, kill your thing, and then now you're just winning, right? Because you do an extra 2 cards. 3 with some selections you got to discard. But I mean, how many games of limited can you play these days where you can spend 4 mana to not affect the board? So do I like having access to this card? Yeah, because I think that there will be some decks that have enough cheap interaction that the top of their like spell curve can have like one or two of these as ways to pull ahead in the late game. But it's just not the sort of thing that you can really afford to put in most decks. Like the average deck is just not going to want to play this card. So it's probably a D, which is unfortunate. But
that's sad.
There are some times where it's going to be good, I guess.
And also, of course, the second Ancestral Reminiscence just plummets in value. And if you have other cute stuff, like, you know, a bunch of the stuff that we've been liking so far with, oh, it's an artifact that draws me some cards and doesn't really do anything else but enable other stuff, then this type of card goes down in value further, because you need to surround this with things that actually affect the board. Next is Frilled Cave Worm. This is 3 and a blue for a 2/5 Salamander Worm at common. It has Descend 4. It gets +2/+0 as long as you got 4 more permanents in your yard.
I don't really like either side of this, honestly.
Yeah, what the heck? Like, my big payoff is that it's a 4/5?
Yeah, I mean, a 4-mana 4/5 is okay, I guess.
Okay, but I guess. I don't know. I do see a lot of defensive creatures, right? Just the 2/4, the 3/3, and now a 2/5 for 4. Like, that's quite a curve, right? 2 mana, 3 mana, 4 mana, and we could have 9, 12 toughness on the board by turn 4. I guess if you're looking to really shields up, you could do it. But yeah, to me, the 3/3 pirate is so much better than the Frilled Cave Worm at doing the defensive thing anyway.
Yeah, and I think that this is basically a D level card that you could play if you just needed something at that point in the curve. But I'm not really that interested. I guess if your deck was super good at getting Descend and you're just like, well, this is always a 4-mana 4/5, sure, but 4-mana 4/5 is not even like the end of the world these days.
It's really not. I would say D- for Frilled Cave Worm. It's just a miss. Next is Out of Air. This is 2 blue for an instant. It's common. It says this spell costs 2 less to cast if it targets a creature spell, and it counters target spell.
Yeah, this is the one I was talking about. I really like it. This is a cool design where it's blue Essence Scatter, or 2 blue just cancel. So it's one cheaper on the one mode and one more expensive on the other. The main thing here is, do you have 9 or 10 islands in your deck that you can afford to hit blue on the first couple turns? But I like having this card. If you can swing the double blue cost, having a 2-mana counter against a creature for most of the game, and then later just a 4-mana counter is actually fine. Like, if you can get to the late game when you have 7 or 8 lands in play, you're going to be really happy to have a 4-mana counter spell.
Yeah, like you said, it really does come down to the island count.
Yeah.
I still assume this is not a great card, though.
I think it's a C if you have like 10 islands in your deck.
Okay.
And I think it's probably like a D if you don't, or you just wouldn't play it.
Yeah, I think it's a D. Yeah. Because I think most decks will have 9 at the most, or have a hard time getting to 10. Yeah. Next is Unlucky Drop. This is 3 and a blue for an instant. It's common. It says target artifact or creature's owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library.
I mean, this isn't every single set.
Card. Yeah.
And it's totally playable and never exciting. Like, this does get to target artifacts because this is the set full of artifacts. Cool. And like, yeah, in response to crafting, you get to let them sink a bunch of mana into it. That is all fine. I still assume this is probably around a C- level card, which is, if you have to put it in your deck, you're okay with that, but you're not like super thrilled. You can also cast this in response to them self-milling, so they can't get the creature back even if they put it on top. So that's like another thing to keep in mind. But I think Unlucky Drop is a card you will effectively have access to as many copies as you could desire every draft.
The WoW version won most begrudgingly playable, right?
Did. Misleading motes.
There you go. Next is Waylaying Pirates. This is 3 and a blue for a 3/3 human pirate at common. And when it enters the battlefield, if you control an artifact, tap target artifact or creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it.
I mean, if you reliably can do this card is pretty decent. 4-mana 3/3 that stuns something.
Yeah.
This is, again, it's going for those really contested slots of artifact card that's not an artifact itself.
Right.
I do think this is a good use of those slots, unlike the Staunch Defender. So I'm happy to put 2 copies of Waylaying Pirates in my like blue-based artifact deck as like the middle of the curve, top of the curve. So I think Waylaying Pirates is a C.
Okay.
Like, you have to have a good artifact count, but if you do, I mean, when you go like 2-drop, 3-drop, imagine 3-drop, 2/2 flyer, make a map, and they play a creature, and you go play this, tap your thing, attack. They play another creature, you play another one, tap, attack. Like that game is really well on its way to being over, and it didn't ask that much of you.
All right, next is Didact Echo. This is 4 and a blue for a 3/2 Spirit Cleric at common, and when it enters the battlefield, you draw a card. Hello, and it's got Descend 4. It has flying.
So 5 mana, 3/2 draw a card is about one more than you want to pay. Paying 5 mana for 2 toughness is pretty tough to swing.
That is rough. Sometimes
it'll have flying, and that part is neat, but it doesn't solve the problem. Like, even if you're like, I'm always going to have Descend 4, it's like you spent 5 mana for a 2 toughness creature that can't block very well.
Yeah.
That said, it does draw you a card. I bet this is probably closer to a D than a C, though.
Oh, that hurts, but it's probably true. D+ for Didact Echo. Please just be slightly better when we actually play out the set. Next is Hurl into History. It's 3 blue for an instant. It's uncommon. It says counter a target artifact or creature spell. Discover X, where X is that spell's mana value.
So I think this card is very strong in Arena Best of 1. I think this card is significantly less good in like Best of 3, like an Arena Open draft on day 2.
Okay, explain.
It's a 5 mana counter spell that if you can land this on a big spell, you win the game.
Yeah.
If they play your 5-drop and you're like, counter it, play a 4-drop off the top of my deck, like massive swing.
Right.
If you play against, someone skilled and you just pass on turn 5 with 5 mana, they're just not going to jam their 5-drop into it a lot of the time.
That's true.
If you play an Arena Best of 1, they will always play their 5 mana spell.
Yes, that's true.
So I would say for most of the listeners, if you're playing on Arena and like the random drafts there, this card's probably going to be pretty good. I just keep in mind that this can be exploited by stronger players, especially in Best of 3. Once they already know you have it, especially, you're just not going to get to nail them quite the same way. It's like, kind of like Settle the Wreckage is really good if your opponent's not thinking about it.
Right.
But I can tell you, this is the kind of card I would hate to get hit by. So if my opponent just like doesn't do anything on turn 5 and just passes, I'm like, yeah, I don't really want to get hurled into history. That would be bad.
Yeah.
And I'll even give you some free advice. If you play against me and leave 5 mana up, I'll probably respect this card.
You can just end up hitting like a 1-drop or whatever, right?
You certainly can. It's not like the game literally ends, but even then, it's still a 2-for-1, and you drew a card. Like,
yeah. Okay. So what do you want to give it with that in mind? I mean, this is very powerful, but it is a 5 mana counter. Like, there's a big decision point on, okay, I've got my 5 mana. Do I want to leave it up? If you're ahead, it's an easy decision, perhaps.
I think this is probably closer to a B than a C. Like, I would say it's like C plus level, B minus level.
C plus, yeah.
So I'll wait, and you can also make this card better. The way to make Hurl into History better, honestly, is to play like Unlucky Drop and other expensive instants, because that way you leave 5 mana up, they don't play into it, and end of turn you Unlucky Drop the card they played the turn before. And now they don't have something on the board. And then you play your land and say, God, what are they going to do?
Right.
Like, they have to play something.
Right.
So counterspells always work better with instants. And this one in particular really pays you off. Because if you just have a way to not waste your 5 mana, then leaving this up is just not free, but very low cost. And landing this card is a huge swing.
So C plus, you're willing to...
I would honestly give it a B minus.
I knew you were going to do that.
I think on Arena, this card is just going to win you a ton of games.
It is. Yeah, it's true. Next is
It's not even to say that players on Arena are bad. Like, it just
best of
that's
1.
just not. That's honestly, I even myself, when I'm playing Best of 1 Arena, I'm just playing my cards. I don't know. It's just kind of a different vibe.
Yeah. Next is Council of Echoes, which is 4 blue for a 4/4 flying Spirit Advisor at uncommon, and it's got Descend 4. When it enters the battlefield, if you have Descend 4, return up to 1 target non-land permanent other than a Council of Echoes to its owner's hand. Wow, we've got a huge mana war here.
Oh yeah, this is an Armeo war here, a bunch of spirits, and I think Council of Echoes is fantastic because yes, you got to do a little work, but by the time you're at 6 mana in a deck that's designed to do this, I think you're going to Descend 4 most of the time. Mm-hmm. And when you do, playing what's probably either the biggest or second biggest creature on the board, and with flying, probably the most important creature on the board, also bouncing their best creature, That's huge. Like that's the difference between this and like Didact Echo, the 5-mana 3/2 draw card is this blocks well and bounces their biggest threat. So like this is the kind of blue advantageous finisher you want. And I think Council of Echoes is going to be a really good card to be at the top of your curve.
It's also going to be at the top of my list. What do you want to give it?
I'd give it a B. I think this is going to be one of the grown test cards. Like you play your 5-drop and they're just like Council of Echoes, bounce your thing. And now it's like, well, I'm behind my turn's worth of mana and you have a 4/4 in play.
Right. Totally. And of course, tokens and stuff like that just get annihilated. B for Council of Echoes. Next is Self-Reflection. This is 4 blue for a sorcery, also uncommon. It says create a token that's a copy of target creature you control. But interestingly, I didn't know this was in the set. We have flashback on this. Flashback for 3 and a blue. You can cast it from your graveyard and exile it for 3 and a blue. So you get a copy of one of your creatures, and then, I mean, it's mana intensive, but then you get another copy of another one of your creatures at some point down the line. And of course, the main use case probably being just to mill or discard this and then
exactly. That's I think like the actual place this shows up, where I think if you had to just put this card in your deck, it would be like a D. Mm-hmm. You just can't spend 6 mana to copy one of your creatures. They're not that good. Maybe right. Council of Echoes is, but like
you're not really getting do a 4-drop way too often. Yeah.
Yeah. But if you're milling this somewhat for free a lot of the games, then it's really good because it's just a card out of their graveyard that you didn't have to spend any resources on it, just as a bonus card. Like if you self-mill this and then flash it back, it's like you spent 4 mana for a clone and drew a card.
That's incredible.
And that's incredible. So Self-Reflection is kind of like a build around B, where I think if you can successfully mill or discard it, like if you have a deck that has enough ways to do that, this card is really, really good. If you can't, then I don't think you actually want to put this card in your deck.
Yeah. I love it. I will first pick that. Yeah. B for Self-Reflection. Just make it work the best way you can. Next is Sinuous Benthesaur, which is 5 and a blue for a 4/4 dinosaur at uncommon. And when it enters the battlefield, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of caves you control plus the number of cave cards in your graveyard. Put 2 of those cards in your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order.
So it's a 6 mana 4/4 draw 2 as long as you have 2 caves somewhere. And every additional cave gives you selection instead.
Mm-hmm. So I don't like it that much.
If you cast this and draw 1 card, I don't think the card's very good. If you draw 0, the card's horrendous. Mm-hmm. If you draw 2, the card's pretty good though.
It's okay.
6 mana 4/4 draw 2 is fine.
It is.
Like if it was just a 6 mana 4/4 ETB draw 2, if that's just like the complete card text, you're not cutting that card.
No,
like,
you're
that
right.
card is good.
It's a good card.
How far to your way are you going to try to get the caves going? Yeah. It's nice that it counts the graveyard, so self-mill works for this too. But my guess is Sinuous Benthesaur is like a build around like C+. Like if you have enough caves, this is a decent payoff for it. You probably don't need to like take this super early. I'm a little skeptical on the cave thing, but we'll see.
Me too. That's the hard part, is that this is a tricky build around, but I'm with you. C+ build around for Sinuous Benthesaur. Last blue card is Marauding Brinefang, which is 5 blue for a 6/7 dinosaur at common. It's got Ward 3, and this is our Island Cycler part of that cycle. So this is 2 mana to Island Cycle it. So we've talked about the benefits of the cycling part of it, of putting a permanent into your yard for Descend, and of course making sure you hit your land drops and stuff. But what about the top end on it? It's 7 mana, 6/7 Ward 3.
I mean, that is fine.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's. I like the 3/5 flyer that gains 3 a lot more.
Yeah, me too.
It's just like when you play a 6 or 7 mana card, my first thought is what's going to happen if this goes wrong? Like if they have a counter, they have a bounce spell. Well, the counter either way is going to get you. So that doesn't help. But if they bounce or kill your 3/5 that gain 3, at least you're probably not dead. This has Ward, which makes it a little harder, but it's also 7 mana instead of 6, which is a pretty massive difference. I think this card's fine because I think the Descend stuff, having an auto Descend card that, bumps up your Descent count, makes sure you descended this turn is good. But the actual casting of this is just okay. So I think this is probably like a D+. Like you'll play it if you have enough reasons for it. But I also really was underwhelmed by the March of the Machine 2-mana land cyclers, and I just can't get over how bad it felt to cycle those. So I'm not that high on Marauding Brine Fang or any of the other ones in the cycle.
These ones should play better. They just interact with a couple of the key mechanics just automatically, right?
Yeah, I think just that
with Descent,
we're also a little spoiled because the Lord of the Rings one cycled for 1 mana, and that's really powerful.
And that's really good, yeah. Okay, well, that does it for blue. That's going to move us to black. Our first black card is called Bloodthorn Flail. It is black for an artifact equipment at uncommon. The equipped creature gets +2/+1. And then what's the equip cost? 3. Or discard a card. So 3 are free. What do you like? Wow, this is very all in, but man, that's again, we keep talking about it, but there's an enabler for descend, and maybe even getting an artifact in the yard for some crafting or something like that.
Yeah, and just generally a 1-mana artifact is also a decent thing. I mean, look, if your opponent dies, it doesn't matter how many cards you have in your hand.
Right.
Can you imagine 1-mana, 1/1 flying vigilance, turn 2, play and equip this? Like you just feel like you're going to lose the game.
Totally. You're getting slammed. It's very all in, but discarding lands to this, gets your descent count going, and boy, yeah. The downside to it, of course, is that if you do find yourself in a position where that's not really an option and you have to pay the 3, that is brutal. Like 3 is so much.
Well, one of the things that is nice about this is either you have excess mana or you have excess cards in a lot of cases. Sometimes you're tight on both. In this case, equipment's probably not for you that game. You're not in a good place. But this uses 2 resources on kind of the opposite ends, which is time, mana, or cards in hand.
Yep.
And it's nice that you get to choose which one of those you're the highest in and use it, because +2/+1, especially at no mana cost, is pretty strong.
It is really strong.
Also, like you said, discarding is not even as huge of a drawback in this set as most.
Okay. Boy, this is an extreme card, Bloodthorn Flail. It asks a lot of you, but it does give you some back. What do you like for it?
Honestly, I think this card in the right deck is going to be like a B, but I also think this card is going to let a lot of players lose themselves games.
Definitely. I am scared of it. I'll tell you that. So B or F, depending on how you play it, Bloodthorn Flail. Next is Deadweight. This is black for an enchantment aura. It enchants a creature and the creature gets -2/-2.
Always a good card.
Yeah, it's always good. It's cheap. It's efficient. -2/-2 means that it kills some things, but maims other enough so that they don't kill you or become much of a factor in combat. And then, of course, this gives you the ability to kill anything with 1 or 2 toughness and put a permanent in your yard as well.
Yeah, Deadweight's always a good card. You don't really need a reason to put it in a set, but it does work especially good in this set. Yeah. So I like seeing this reprint. I would give Deadweight probably a C+.
Yeah, it's pushing up against B- depending
pushing
on
up against B- for sure.
Yep. Next is Greedy Freebooter. That's a great name. It's black for a 1/1 human pirate. This one's common, and it says when it dies, you scry 1 and get a treasure.
I love this card. This is going to be a card I think I'm going to want to play a lot, just because scry 1, get a treasure, get a permanent in your graveyard. Like, it just puts a lot of that little trinkety stuff into play that I'm always looking for.
Very Louis Scott-Vargas card here.
And this is the kind of thing that, like, there's a lot of ways to use this. And I think Greedy Freebooter, look, this is going to be one of those kind of cards where if you put it in a deck that can't utilize all the different parts, it's going to underperform. It's going to be kind of bad. If you put it in a deck that can, it's going to feel kind of unfair. Like, you're just going to get a ton of mileage out of it. So,
yeah.
I don't know. This is kind of like when I draft Vintage Cube and I'm like playing Pentad Prisms and, and using Retrofitter Foundry and sacking these things. Like, if you can find a way to utilize all these things, you can put the worst, like, how bad can an artifact be when you have a Tolarian Academy? The answer is there's just really there's no floor.
Yeah.
And Greedy Freebooter, when you've got a bunch of cards that care about artifacts and cards that care about pirates and things that want to sack things, then Greedy Freebooter is exactly what you want.
Yeah. That said, it's a C.
It is a C.
Next is Bitter Triumph, is 1 and a black for an instant at uncommon. As an additional cost to cast it, discard a card or pay 3 life. and you can destroy a creature or planeswalker. So this is the upgraded uncommon removal spell for black, which is, a card we see most sets. It is steep, discarding a card or paying 3 life. I mean, it's nice that they're kind of on different axes, so you can choose the one that's most beneficial to you, but they're both fairly steep costs. But you get to kill anything, kill a creature, kill a planeswalker. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, the planeswalker part, obviously not the biggest thing, but I mean, for limited, but 2 mana, instant speed, kill a creature is fantastic.
It's just too good.
Look, early game, you'll always pay the life. Late game, sometimes you'll pay the life, sometimes you'll discard a card. And the only criticism I have of Bitter Triumph, and this really isn't going to come up because it's uncommon, is maybe playing 4 would be too many, or you'd start to feel the cost.
Mm-hmm.
But it's uncommon. You're going to play 2, and they're both going to be fantastic.
Yep, that's right. So Bitter Triumph, I would give it a B.
Yeah, I like B for Bitter Triumph. Maybe B+, honestly.
Yeah, even with the cost, it's still just so good. What about Canonized in Blood?
This is 1 and a black. It's an enchantment at uncommon. At the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, so remember, that's putting a permanent into your graveyard from anywhere, and not a token, a permanent card. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. So it's a 2-mana enchantment that every turn gets you a +1/+1 counter, assuming you're churning through your deck.
Mm-hmm.
Not always going to happen. It really needs to be every turn for it to be good, though.
Mm-hmm.
If this is every other turn, it's not good enough. However, it's even got one more ability, which is 5 black, sack Canonized in Blood, make a 4/3 white and black vampire demon with flying. That is good. It's a free ability. Of course, it's better to have that than not. But I don't think that changes my thoughts on the card very much, because this is the 7 mana ability is more like total late game, nothing else to do. I guess I'll cash this in. Mm-hmm. And you'll win some games off it. But mostly I wouldn't play this card unless I'm really able to enable it every turn. And I think that's going to be kind of hard to get every single turn. I'm a little cool on the you have to have descended this turn cards, because I feel like if they're priced such that you need to do it every turn, you're going to be disappointed. And this is priced such that you need to do it every turn.
Definitely. I agree. So I agree with everything.
I would kind of give this a D. I don't really like it.
I would too. I could see it being good, but I doubt it is.
And you remember Hunt for Mushrooms or whatever?
Yeah.
This is
ended
kind
up
of
being one of the worst cards in the set. Yeah. Hopefully this isn't that bad, but it feels like it might be. Next is Deathcap Marionette. Wow, that's scary art. You see that? My God. It's 1 and a black for a 1/1 fungus. This one's common. It's got Death Touch, and it enters the battlefield. When it enters the battlefield, you may mill 2. Yep. I'm doing that.
Yeah, I really like that this is May, because I again am worried that these cards are going to deck you sometimes. Yeah. And it's pretty nice to have a bit of a buyout here.
Yeah, one of the blue cards was a May on the mill too as well. You can tell that they probably ran into that in play testing. Yeah,
I think it just once you play test and you're like, wow, it's kind of late in the game and I can't cast this card. This sucks. And it's like, let's just make it a May. It's not free. I will actually tell you that it's very much not free. You might think from a gameplay perspective it is free because it's just giving you more optionality. The main cost is on Arena, you just made people click 10,000 more times.
Oh, they said right. Yes or
maybe
no.
more than that. That is a cost. That said, I think in this set, maybe it's worth that cost. But putting unnecessary clicks is just wasting people's lives. If you think about it, it's actually unethical to make all these people click and waste their time.
That is really hardcore. What do you want to give Deathcap Marionette?
Give it a C. This card's good. You're basically never going to cut it.
Yeah, giving it a C is definitely the ethical choice. Deep Cavern Bat is 1 and a black for a 1/1 flying lifelink bat at uncommon. And when it enters the battlefield, look at target opponent's hand. You may exile a non-land card from it until Deep Cavern Bat leaves the battlefield. Wow.
This is going straight in the cube, by the way.
No
Mesmeric
kidding.
Feed's already good enough. This is way better.
Way better. Flying lifelink.
Fantastic. It's flying lifelink. So
what the heck?
Basically, the flying on this is so perfect because this card never wants to get into combat with another creature because they get their card back. But because it's flying, it just pecks over and gets some lifelink hits in. This card's really good. When you play this on turn 2, not only are you taking your opponent's best card, you're also going to get to hit them a bunch of times with this. I think Deep Cavern Bat is a B. I would be thrilled to play this card.
I mean, how far away are we from just just playing it without all the other text, just one in a black, one flying lifelink is already borderline.
Yeah, I mean, I've played that card in limited before.
Yeah, me
like
too.
Morning Thrall or whatever it was called.
I was kind of happy with it too. Next is Echo of Dusk. This is one in a black for a 2/2 vampire spirit at common. It has Descend 4. As long as you've Descend 4, it gets +1/+1 in lifelink. So here's a Descend payoff.
So I think this one's okay because it's a 2-mana 2/2 early and then a 3-mana 3/3 or 2-mana 3/3 lifelink in the like middle to late game. This is the kind of card it's not worth building your deck around, and you don't really want it in a normal deck. But in the Descend deck, this is just one of the pieces of the puzzle that fits together, and you'll be happy to play.
Yeah, I always, whenever I look at these payoffs, I always ask myself if they're also enablers, and this is right. If this thing gets milled, it is a permanent that accounts for your Descend 4 for your other things.
That is one thing that's nice about the Descend decks is it's all it asks is that most of your cards be permanents, and that is a much lower ask than all your cards be artifacts.
Definitely. That being said, this is not a particularly exciting Magic card.
No, I think it's probably like a C-.
Yeah.
It's like a D in most decks or a D+, and then like a C in the deck that can like kind of enable it nicely.
Yeah. All right. Next is Fanatical Offering. It's 1 in a black for an instant. At common, as an additional cost to cast it, you sacrifice an artifact or creature, and you draw 2 cards and make a map. Wow. And it's only 2 mana, and it's an instant, too, so that's nice.
Yeah, this is Deadly Dispute, but instead of a treasure, you get a map. It's probably a little bit worse than getting a treasure, but still, this is nice. You can get another permanent in your graveyard for your Descend stuff. It lets you sack all the crappy artifacts. Like sacking a map to draw 2 and make another map is totally legit.
Yeah. And of course, if your thing is going to, you can chump and sack, you can sacrifice it out from removal.
I think Fanatical Offering is going to be like a C+ level card.
Yeah,
I think it plays pretty well.
And me too. And it does get you in fact, I guess in most cases, I should say, it gets you a Descent thing.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, C?
I think C+ actually.
Oh, you like it?
Yeah, I think you're gonna be pretty happy with this card.
Next is I'll go C on Fanatical Offering. Next is Fungal Fortitude. This is 1 in a black for an aura. It's common. It has flash and enchants a creature. The creature gets +2/+0, and when the creature dies, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. Man, they always try to force these stupid types of cards in. This one's a nice twist to enable some things, but I never like these.
Yeah, so this one's interesting where you can play it because it has flash as a combat trick where like they try to kill your thing with a removal spell or they block and you cast this. You could also just cast this when you attack with your 2/2 flyer and just hit them for 4 and that now they know that if they kill it, you get a thing back, but what can they do about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because these types of cards almost always have, I can never really find anything that I hate about them or that makes them unplayable, but then they almost never become like things that get played in the format commonly. Is this one going to be different?
No, I think it's going to just be okay. It is nice that it's a combat trick that's a permanent, so it works for your Descend stuff.
Yeah. I would just say D for Fungal Fortitude. Like I said, I can't, when I read the card, there's nothing wrong with it, but I just am pessimistic about this type of card making the cut.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Next is Mephitic Drought. Drought. This is 1 in a black for an artifact. It's common, and it says when it enters the battlefield or is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you draw a card and lose a life. Okay. So I can play it, get my card, lose a life, and then maybe sacrifice it or.
I mean, this is for the artifact decks more so than the Descend decks, though it's a permanent. Obviously, it can go in those decks just because you play this, and if you sack it to something, like it's really good with Fanatical Offering, for example.
Yeah, but it doesn't work with Craft, right?
Well, it doesn't work with Craft in that you don't get the second card off of it, but it does work with Craft in the sense that you get to play this and draw a card, and then it's kind of like cheap to craft it away.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a way to up your artifact count at a pretty low cost.
Seems fairly mediocre.
Yeah, I don't think it's like fantastic. I think it's a decent enabler if that's the sort of thing you're going for.
As in D for decent?
As in D for decent, sure.
All right. What about Skullcap Snail?
There's 1 and a black for a 1/1. It's a fungus snail at common, and when it enters the battlefield, target opponent exiles a card from their hand. Now we're talking.
I love cards like this.
Yeah, no, this is
exile
very
it too, so they don't even.
Yep, they don't even get the full descend thing.
Oh, that's
so
awesome.
This is basically Virus Beetle, Ravenous Rats, except exiling because that's what it works with, and this is a good way to fuel your own descend because you get to play this and then have it die and all that. I think that Skullcap Snail is excellent and a card you're basically never going to have enough of. Like you're always going to want more of them.
It's funny. I bet you they had it just discard and then they played it a few times and we're like, well, this is just helping you. Like, I don't, like every time I cast this, you just do better. Like you start, I just enabled your craft or I just, upped your descent count for you. And they're like, all right, let's do exile instead. C+ for Skullcap Snail.
Oh, I like C+ for that. Yeah.
Yeah. Card's great. Tithing Blade is 1 and a black for an artifact common. It says when it enters the battlefield, each opponent sacrifices a creature. All right, so you got an edict here, but it's an artifact, and you can pay 4 and a black to craft it with with a creature. Oh yeah, craft it with a creature, and it becomes Consuming Sepulcher. Is that how you say that?
Sepulcher.
Oh boy, and which is also an artifact that says at the beginning of your upkeep, each opponent loses a life and you gain a life. That's really annoying.
Yeah, I mean,
this thing's just annoying on all fronts.
Oh, I think it's very good. You basically get paid up front for you spend 2 mana to edict them at sorcery speed, and you're left with an artifact that A has its own use, which is crafting. It can already turn into something, but more importantly, B you can just sack it to other things. So yeah, there's kind of like you're not losing out no matter what here.
Because it is a very slow card on the back end. I mean, it's your upkeep, and you can only flip at sorcery speed, so it's a long way off from doing stuff. But if you just, like you said, just sacrifice it to something else or craft it or whatever, then you're happy. This set doesn't have anything that we're aware of, right? That like punishes edicts, right? Like there's not something that just spits out 1/1s all. It's not like part of the core mechanics or whatever, right?
Well, there's making gnome tokens, which there's a couple cards that you're going to run into that, and that's not going to be great for you.
Okay. But we're like halfway through, and we haven't seen one yet, right?
We've seen the white one that makes 2 gnome tokens and stuff like that.
Right. Okay, those things. All right, so there's a little bit. Yeah,
there are definitely ways to have that happen, but yes, it's not the end of the world.
But you like this card. You like the Tithing Blade.
Oh, I think it's very good. I think it's going to be fairly easy to utilize the way you want it to.
Yeah, I agree. That said, is it better than a C?
I think it's a C+.
Okay.
Like there's going to be matchups. Well, there's a couple things going on. One is there's matchups where it's not good, where they have tokens or just 1 mana 1/1s, right? Like they play the Siren, the 1 mana 1/1 flyer that makes a map token, and you're looking at this card and you're on the wrong end of that. So there's going to be matchups where it's not good, and there's going to be times when your deck can't utilize it, because if you can't sack it to any other thing or craft it with any other thing, or you don't care about your artifact count, the fact that you can spend 5 mana to turn this into like an ill-gotten gains that drains them every turn is just okay. It's not fantastic. Like I'm not really stoked about that. So I do think it's worth keeping in mind this card isn't like all upside, but I think this card has some pretty significant upside here, and I would give it a C+ to start with.
I agree. I mean, even mediocre removal, if it can be used to enable other synergies or even become a annoying card later, is good. Next is Visage of Dread. This is 1 and a black for an artifact at uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, target opponent reveals their hand. You choose an artifact or a creature card from it, and they discard that card. And then you can craft it with 2 creatures for 5 and a black. This better be good. And it becomes Dread or Oseasaur, which is a 5/4 menace dinosaur skeleton horror. And whenever Dread Oseasaur enters the battlefield or attacks, you may mill 2 cards.
So if you hit on the first part, this is kind of like the Tithing Blade, but a little bit worse, because generally making them discard a card is worse because you're more likely to miss, and you also like they didn't spend mana on their card and you spent 2 mana to make them discard. But turning it into an actual 5/4 is a lot better. And this again works kind of like the blade, where if you have good ways to make use of these artifacts, and black is got a lot of these 2 mana artifacts that give you an effect and leave an artifact in play. So I think that black could be a good companion color for some of the artifact decks as well.
Mm-hmm.
I would basically want to have some amount of that going on. I don't think Visage of Dread is going to be quite there on its own.
Okay. Yeah. Both of the last two have been craft with creatures. So, they're also trying to get the self mill or whatever going. What do you want to give Visage of Dread?
Probably like a C-.
Okay. Boy, it has some upside for sure, but yeah, maybe a little too slow. Next is Acolyte of Ixalan, which is 2 and a black for a 1/4 vampire cleric at common, and you can tap it and sacrifice another creature or artifact to drain your opponent for 1. They lose a life, you gain a life. I think we were hoping for more from our leftover artifacts than that, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like the fail case way of using them, where if you can make a bunch of artifacts, sacking Mephitic Draught to that is pretty good. You get to draw a card immediately, offsets the life loss. But I think the Acolyte is kind of like it's a little bit like the Echo of Dusk, the 2/2 Descend 4 gets ++1 on lifelink, where I wouldn't build a deck around Acolyte, and I wouldn't play it in a normal deck. But if I built a deck where Acolyte was good, it is a fine like 3rd tier artifact usage.
Yeah.
So it's not going to drive you that direction, but once you're that direction, yeah, you can play this card.
Yeah, and this is, by the way, a good highlight for the Deep Cavern Bat, because it does this anyway, right? Like if you got to activate this thing every single turn, that's the same effect as getting hit with the bat. And you don't get to do this every turn most of the time. I would say Acolyte's a D.
Yeah, I think so.
What about Another Chance?
So this is 2 and a black. It's an instant. You may mill 2 cards and then return up to 2 creature cards from your graveyard to your hand.
And it's common?
Yeah, it's a double raised dead that lets you even mill. Sometimes you're going to have one creature in your graveyard and just cast this end of their turn and be like, all right, let's see if we hit. And I think that's totally fine.
This type of card varies greatly from set to set. There's been times when this type of card can be backbreaking, and there's times when you never even want to touch it. It's hard to tell without having played the set, but the fact that they tacked Mill 2 onto this to help enable it, plus it gets you Descend, it triggers Descent, etc.
Yeah, I think that because you're already going to be milling yourself with other cards, this card is going to hit more often, which I think is a pretty good upside.
I do too. I would give this another chance. I would give it a C.
Yeah, I'd give it a C.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if the first one of these in your deck is actually quite strong. Next is Deep Goblin Skull Taker. This is 2 and a black for a 2/2 Goblin Warrior with Menace. It's common. And it says at the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Deep Goblin Skull Taker.
So this is another one of those cards where I guess you don't have to be doing this every single turn for it to be good, but you kind of would like to be doing this most turns.
Yeah, that first counter really changes this from mediocre to quite strong. And it doesn't take much, right? Like you can just go to combat, trade your creature, second main phase, play Deep Goblin Skull Taker, and you'll get the counter.
Yeah. I mean, if you get the first counter on this, 3 mana, 3/3 menace, you're feeling pretty good.
That's good.
I'm kind of into the Skull Taker.
I am too. It is only on your end step, so you can't do shenanigans on your opponent's turn. But we also just went through a bunch of cards that would enable this. Like you just main phase Another Chance and you'll get a counter on it. It actually seems pretty strong to me. It doesn't feel like it's that hard to get that first counter, and you're already happy then.
If you get the first counter and it's 3/3, that's great. And then you get a second counter and you really got away with something.
Yeah.
This looks like one of the better incentives to be doing this.
I agree. I would give it a C+ for Deep Goblin Skull Taker.
I like C+. You do got to do a little work.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing is, sometimes doing a little work just means playing a 2-drop and attacking, which does mean against black, they attack with a 2/2. If you're kind of unsure whether to trade or not, you might not want to.
Right. Yeah, the only downside is that you just have to do some stuff on your main phase when you might not normally want to, but that's not a big deal if you're getting paid. What about Join the Dead?
So this is 1 black. It's instant at common. Target creature gets -5/-5 until end of turn.
Is it common?
Yeah, and it has Descend 4. That creature gets -10/-10 instead.
Whoa. All right. There's your best black common.
No, this one's pretty good. I mean, this is quite a bit of flexibility here. Just 3 mana kill almost anything, and then later it really kills anything. It's kind of a fake Descend, honestly.
Yeah. Well, that looks like a B- to me. That's really strong.
Yeah, 3 mana to kill anything at instant speed is pretty nice.
Yeah. Yeah. Even really big stuff you can shrink down and block if you need to. What about Malicious Eclipse? What does that one do?
So this is 1 black. It's a sorcery at uncommon. All creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn. And if a creature an opponent controls would die this turn, exile it instead. So this is the Infest, the sweeper, the -2/-2 sweeper. And I think it's just okay. Like I hate it
when they use this cell on the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
This is one of the optionals, and I never know what to do with these cards. I mean, they're always sideboard cards. They are never great. There's always one archetype that hates to see it, and everything else just shrugs these things off.
Yeah, and sometimes you have that that matchup, and it's just fantastic. But a lot of the times, you're just not going to end up in a spot where this is really what you want to be doing.
Yeah, I would give it a build around. Build around B or whatever. When you bring it in against the right deck, it's awesome. And all the other times, it's just a nothing.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Screaming Phantom is 2 and a black for a 2/2 flying spirit at common. And whenever Screaming Phantom attacks, you mill a card.
Yeah. I mean, you have to be wanting the mill, but I think there's going to be a lot of decks that do want this.
I do too. I mean, again,
the average black deck will want it. This is not a builder card.
That's right. And, again, we've talked about this, but, you play Screaming Phantom, say go, next turn, you attack with it, you mill a land or something, and you say, okay, Deep Goblin Skull Taker, put a counter on it, and like here, off you go, right? These are the type of curves outs that are going to be pretty possible. I would say a solid C for Screaming Phantom.
I think C.
I think you'll just see it on the battlefield all the time.
Just a 3 mana 2/2 that gets you just a little bit of extra value over the course of the game.
Yeah, Windrake with good value. Next is Soul Coil Viper, which is 2 and a black for a 2/3 snake at uncommon. And you can pay black, tap it, and sacrifice it to return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it at sorcery speed.
So 3 mana 2/3, and then you can just cash it in for one of your other creatures. But that is it for that creature. It gets no more chances after that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's okay.
What's the upside? Just something more expensive or better?
I mean, there's a lot of self-mill. Like, play this on turn, let's say you play this on turn 3, and then turn 4, you mill yourself, or you milled yourself earlier. You might be able to get something big back. And also, a 3 mana 2/3 that at some point you get to cash in for a better creature, whatever you need at the time, seems solid.
And you are getting a 3 mana 2/3, which is not a disaster. Also, it is, of course, a permanent card. When you activate this, it triggers Descend or Descended or whatever it's called.
I like Soul Coil Viper. I think I'd always play this card.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of
you can't play it in like a 7 creature deck, but in just the normal case, it's a C. And this is a card that's going to lead to some swings. You play this on turn 3. Let's say you explore on turn 4 and you hit something just massive,
just a 6 drop or something.
It's just gonna feel unfair to your opponents. They're just gonna be like, "What the hell?"
It really is. All right, so C-ish for Soul Coil Viper. Next is Stinging Cave Crawler. This is 2 and a black for a 1/3 Death Touch. It is an insect horror. It is uncommon, and it has Descend 4. Whenever it attacks, you draw a card and lose a life. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, 3 mana 1/3 Death Touch is a pretty solid little interactive element, early in the game. And then at some point, what's probably going to happen is you're just going to attack, draw a card, lose a life, and they're going to trade it with a 3/3. So you pick up a nice little 2-for-1.
Yep. That seems good to me. And of course, works well with any type of combat tricks removal. You just need to keep it attacking. It doesn't have to hit the opponent. I guess it's just, again, another descend payoff. So it depends on how often you're going to be able to get that going. But you could do worse than a 1/3 death touch for 3 also. Like that does just sort of hold down the ground pretty well.
I mean,
and then
how often did you play the Changeling Scorpion in like even in Modern Horizons?
Yeah.
Like
totally.
Just that's a good stat line. 1/3 death touch kills anything, and a lot of creatures can't get into combat with it.
Yeah. I like this card.
Yeah.
I just don't know if I want to give it a B minus or not.
I would not give it a B-. I think I'd give it a C+.
Okay. Yeah. Well, let's be grounded here and give it a C+. Next is Synapse Necromage. Scary artwork too. This is 2 and a black for a 3/1 fungus wizard at uncommon. And when it dies, you create 2 1/1 black fungus creature tokens with this creature can't block.
Yeah. One of the things they've really gone hard on recently is making it so that you get tokens that can't block. We've seen it with mites. We've seen it with the fungus. We've seen it with the rats. Like that's a good way to get more tokens without letting you use them in the kind of most annoying way possible, which is having them block.
Yeah, they're it's half a token. Is this card any good? Sure. Right? It's pretty good.
Yeah, I think this is good. 3 mana, 3/1 that gets you a bunch of material that you can use for various nefarious purposes.
That's exactly how I see it. I would say C+ probably for Synapse.
Yeah, like C+.
What about
Which makes me actually think Stinging Cave Crawler might be a B- looking back on it.
All right. Let's creep him up.
I'm just saying.
All right. What about Blood Rage Mycoid?
So this is 3 and a black for a 4/3. This is a fungus at common at the beginning of your end step. If you descended, make a 1/1 black fungus with this creature can't block.
Wow.
Yeah, I like this a lot less than the 2/2 metas, though, I think.
Okay.
Well, getting 1/1 tokens that can't block is just okay.
Yeah, that's true. Even if it spits out a bunch, you might still just find yourself at a bad spot. And the 4 mana is a lot harder because of what we said. Like you can set up these curves where on turn 4 you descend and get your value, where here that's a little more difficult. Still, it's possible. It looks like a D. I don't know. I don't know why, but this card doesn't stand out to me. Like not being able to block is a pretty big deal.
Yeah. I mean, those tokens basically don't do anything.
Right.
Like
you have to sacrifice them or something.
Or get into a position where you can attack, which sometimes will happen. That part is fine, but
would you think D for Blood Rage Mycoid?
I think Brood Rage, I think probably
Rage,
like D plus is probably fine for that.
Okay. What about Chupacabra Echo?
It says 2 black for a 3/2 Beast Horror Spirit at uncommon. It has Fathomless Descent. When Chupacabra Echo enters the battlefield, target creature an opponent controls gets -X/-X, where X is the number of permanents in your graveyard. So, and it's a 3/2. So clearly worse than Ravenous Chupacabra by a wide margin. Mm-hmm. But if you can enable it, it gets a little better because you end up with a 3/2 and it still killed the thing you wanted to kill generally.
Yeah, but let's just not compare it to a card that's awesome. This card's still great, right?
It is very good, yes.
I'm starting to regret going into the caverns here, though. It's all just like fungus wizards and like somehow the ghost of a chupacabra is getting us now. Like this is not a fun place to be. This card seems great, though. Again, there is a setup cost to it. You do need to have some permanence in your yard, but from what we've seen, you're heavily incentivized to do that. So you're going to be doing that in most of the decks that would even touch this thing.
Yeah, and I mean, you would always take this. This is like a B+ level card.
Yeah,
like
definitely.
Because basically, if you have this card, you have a pretty strong incentive to be doing this. The thing that Black already really wants to be doing anyway. So it's going to fit in anyway. Like if you open this pack 3, it's not like a disaster because you haven't been going that direction. You still just put it in your deck. If you give a creature -2/-2, it's still really good. That's
already great. And if you're trying for it, yeah, it could just kill reasonably anything. B+ for Chupacabra Echo. Next is Grasping Shadows. This is 3 and a black for an enchantment. It's uncommon. It says, whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains Death Touch and Lifelink until end of turn. Put a dread counter on Grasping Shadows. Then if there are 3 or more dread counters on it, transform it into Shadow's Lair, which is a land that's also a cave that taps for black. Or you can pay black, tap, and remove a dread counter from Shadow's Lair to draw a card and lose a life. Good Lord, they put so many words on these cards.
Yeah.
So we have not had this type of effect in a while. This, whenever it attacks alone.
The attacks alone.
Yeah, but this is really a potent combo of abilities to put on attacks alone, right? Death Touch plus Lifelink is kind of exactly perfect. It makes it so that, if they do block, they lose their thing, but it also means that they have a hard time racing because you've got Lifelink too. So it guarantees a trade, but it also incentivizes a trade because they can't just keep taking Lifelink hits over and over again. Obviously, the setup cost is a little precarious in that basically when you play cards like this, you intensify your opponent's removal spells. You make them better for every removal they have. If they can chip you down to nothing here, then, the Grasping Shadows gets worse and worse the more removal they have. That being said, you don't need a whole lot.
Yeah.
Thanks to the Lifelink. I'm interested in this card. I want to try this thing out. This looks pretty good to me.
If you can get one lifelink hit in, it makes up for them killing your thing the next time.
Yes. So do you get the counter? So when do you get the counter?
Whenever you attack.
So you attack, you get the counter, they kill it. Because it's interesting because you do have to flip this is where I'm getting to, right? Because I feel like there's going to be many, many games where you would much prefer to not flip this over.
Yeah, it's not optional.
Yeah, then if there are 3 or more, transform it.
You get a land out of the deal.
Yeah, you do. I just feel like this is a 4-drop and you've attacked 3 times since casting it. I view it as more of a card, like a card in your hand than a land, because you get to remove one of the or I guess 3 cards in your hand at some point. Okay. So you know how oftentimes I'll say, if for a weird card like this, I'll say it needs to beat me before, and then I'll play it if people start beating me with it. I'm doing the opposite on this one.
You think it's going to be good?
I'm going to play this thing and try to beat the crap out of people with it, and I'll be the guinea pig if it's not the case.
It just seems really easy to land this and get an attack for 3 lifelink, and then next turn they're going to leave up removal, and if they do that, okay, you're still not in terrible shape,
right?
And then
you're just trying to flip it at any point.
And then eventually you get this becomes a land, which first of all, that's inherent card advantage. Now you have an extra land. You can use it for mana.
Uh-huh.
Then you start drawing 3 cards off this. You get to draw 3 cards. And then at that point, it's just a swamp, from then on. Yeah. Oh, no, it's a cave, actually.
It's a cave, so it even has more benefits. Yeah, I'm going to just say B for Grasping Shadows. And if it ends up being an F, I'll take the L.
Well, what I like about it is it gains you a bunch of life, and then that life gives you the time to use it to draw a bunch of cards.
Yeah.
So it kind of works together nicely. Also, if they don't want it to get a counter, they have to kill your creature before it attacks, and then you attack with a different creature. There's no way to stop that if you want to flip it. Of course, sometimes they will actually be happy with you flipping it. So like you said, you don't have optionality there. But I like B for Grasping Shadows. It's a cool card.
Yeah, it's very cool regardless. The one caveat there is you do need to have good creature count in that deck, and you don't want to have a lot of fluff. You don't want to have a lot of nonsense besides it. Next is Vito's Inquisitor. This is 3 and a black for a 3/3 Vampire Knight at common. It says you can pay black and sacrifice another creature or artifact and put a +1/+1 counter on it, and it gains menace until end of turn. So this is kind of the common level payoff for the sacrifice sub-theme of throwing your artifacts at it. This seems very mediocre to me. I like that it's a counter. I like that it does get the game ended fairly quickly. I like that you can do it at instant speed. I like that you can do it more than one time per turn. They did a good job of kind of keeping this on the high end of the balance, but these type of cards I am always dubious of because you're just straight up sacrificing stuff to it. I mean, it's just gone. That's it. And there's no lifelink here. There's nothing like that. Yeah,
and a 4-mana 3/3 to start is really weak. There's just a lot of ways to get taken advantage of. Like the Gnome Crafter, the white one, that takes no mana, and you can immediately play it and have it be a 4/4.
Yep.
And this is a lot worse than that. It needs mana. You need more of an investment. So this is a way to use all those like flasks, the mephitic draught or whatever. Like, you do want something to do with all those. There's like 3 different black artifacts that give you an advantage, and then you can sack them later. This is a way to use them, but it has a lot of drawbacks. This isn't the best card to begin with. So I think I like C- for Vito's Inquisitor, but there are some decks that will want something to take advantage of all those. I'd much rather have Bartolome, the white-black legend, though. See, that's where
there
it's
you
at.
go. That's the business. Yeah, I'd go D to D plus for Vito's Inquisitor to start.
Yeah.
Beat me with it. Defossilize is next. It's 4 and a black for a sorcery at uncommon, and it says return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. That creature explores. Then it explores again.
I like this card.
Me too.
I also think that all the graveyard stuff is much better than it would be in a normal set.
Me
because
too.
you're milling 3 to 6 cards per game.
Yes.
Just like, just throughout the natural course of gameplay, which means the big failure case with this kind of card is that you don't have a target. It's not that it's weak to get the best creature back. Sometimes that can be really good. It's that sometimes you have a 5-drop in hand and nothing to cast it on. That's really bad.
Yes.
That's less of an issue here. And getting a double explorer, that goes a long way. That means like by the time you cast this, it's probably in at least the mid game, probably the late game. You get a creature back, and then next turn you're drawing a good spell.
Yep.
Because either you're getting 2 lands off the top, or you're milling a bad spell, or you're keeping a good spell, or some combination of that. It's hard to have a bad draw step after double exploring.
Yeah.
And sometimes the creature gets +2/+2. You bring back a 4/4, it's just a 6/6. So
Right.
I like B- for Defossilize. I think it's going to play out quite nicely.
I do too. The only reason I don't like these cards normally is because people overestimate how often you actually have creatures in your graveyard. But in this set, I think you're going too often. So if that part's taken care of, I'm in for Defossilize. Next is Primordial Gnar. This is 4 and a black for a 5/2 insect horror. It is a common. And when it dies, you discover 3. Looks like it's going to die a lot too.
I like this.
Just trade for anything and then get your discover on.
The big problem with a 5/2 is that it trades down for like a 2-drop.
Right.
Defensively, Primordial
big
Gnar is
problem.
awesome.
Yeah, that's true.
You play this on turn 5 and they have a 4/4. They just don't want to attack. They kill your Gnar. Boom. You get to get a 3-drop right into play, or sometimes a 2-drop or whatever. But the big kind of fail case here is if you play this and then they put the pacifism on it, or they exile or bounce it.
Oh, yeah, that's
so
tough.
what you need is you need to have a sacrifice outlet so that you can guaranteed get your money. I think this is a solid C-level card. Like, I wouldn't feel bad if these were my 5-drops.
Okay, I was going to give it a D, but maybe you're right. I mean,
it draws a card.
There is
and
no
adds 3
easy
mana.
way to deal with it. It's true, right? Like, only pacifism is the only thing that we've seen that really.
Well, exile and bounce can still exploit it pretty nicely because it's so expensive.
So it's a D.
I think it's still a C. I think most of the time you're going to get a 2-for-1 out of this, even if it's a little awkward.
Yeah, I guess I just think of it as like too often that it'll trade for a 2-drop and get me a 2-drop, and I've paid 5 mana for that. And I don't know, is that okay? Maybe.
It can be,
and it certainly can be better than that. Next is Ray of Ruin. This is 4 and a black for a sorcery at common. Exile target creature, vehicle, or non-basic land. Yikes! And scry 1.
So this is kind of funny because it gets the gods when they're a creature or when they're a land, because all the mythic gods flip into lands.
Oh, that's funny. Is it good? This is the quote bad black removal, the 5 mana sorcery
it's
speed.
always fine. These are always like C- D+ level fine.
This is always one that you can play 1.
Yep.
3 black cards to go. First one is Abyssal Gorestalker, which is 4 black for a 6/6 uncommon horror, and it says when it enters the battlefield, each player sacrifices 2 creatures.
So this card is either horrendous or great, depending on how well you can set it up. Because if you play this and have to sacrifice it, it's pretty bad. But if you play this and can sack 2, funguses and make them sack 2 creatures, it's incredible. I guess you also have the kind of failure mode of you play this with no creatures in play, and you sack this and they sack 2 creatures, and you spent 6 mana a 6-mana sorcery to make them sack 2 creatures. I think all that put together makes this a pretty good card if you're working towards it. You got to have a lot of token making to make this card good. It's like a build around B.
So you want to really try to make this gets them, doesn't get
imagine
you.
Your opponent goes 4-drop, 5-drop, and you go play this on 6, sack 2 tokens, you sack your 2 real creatures. Like the game's over.
Complete brutality there for sure.
So I think Abyssal Gorestalker is solid, but again, you have to be putting in some work.
And what did you want to give it?
I would give it a build around B.
Okay, build around B. All right, that works. Rampaging Spiketail is next. This is 4 black for a dinosaur. You know what that means. It's a common. It's 5/6, and it swamp cycles for 2. Also, it says when it enters the battlefield, target creature you control gets +2/+0 and gains indestructible until end of turn.
Yeah, I mean it's a little bit like the Mauler in March of the Machines actually that gave Menace. Mm-hmm. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean this is kind of right where you'd want to be. 6 mana for a nice beefy 5/6 that has an immediate effect on the game, but of course swamp cycles as well.
Yeah, I like this more than the other ones because I think black cares a lot more about having a permanent in the graveyard and has reanimation stuff. So I'd give imagine turn 2 you swamp cycle this, and turn 3 you play the snake that brings something back. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I still think C range for Rampaging Spiketail.
Yeah, I would give it a C. I don't think it's better than that, but I think it is decent.
And the last black card is Gargantuan Leech, which is 7 and a black for a 5/5 lifelinker. It's uncommon. That is really tempting. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each cave you control and each cave card in your graveyard. Man, so we've had 3 cave payoffs, and they're all just like all in on having as many caves as possible. I mean, this card's absurd, right? At like the 5 mana slot. Maybe
if you can cast this for 5,
insane.
If you can cast this for 5 mana, you are very happy about it.
5/5 lifelink is like a very, very powerful card. So let's assume once again, last time we said 2 caves. So that makes this thing 6 mana. Now where are we at?
It's okay. I think it plays well in what the cave deck wants to do, which is to spend time assembling and milling caves. Mm-hmm. This is the kind of card you want as a payoff. It's funny. I think this is a better payoff than the 6 mana draw 2 cards guy, because this helps you in the games you're going to be losing because you spend a bunch of time fooling around with caves.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which I think is a pretty nice difference.
Yeah. It's uncommon. It's tough. Well, so of course, let's give it a build around grade. You're not playing it otherwise.
Yeah, I would say it's a build around B. I mean, this is one of the reasons to be in the cave deck. Like, I don't think that you're gonna play the cave deck without having a reason like this.
I agree. All right, let's move to red. Our first red card is Diamond Pickaxe, which is red for an equipment. It's uncommon. It has indestructible. It has equipped 2, and the creature gets +1/+1 and has whenever this creature attacks, you get a treasure. So you pay 1. So you just play it on turn 1, whatever. You play a 2-drop, a 3-drop, and then at some point you equip the thing up, start slamming and making treasures. And the creature gets +1/+1 as well. I mean, that's actually pretty decent.
Yeah. I think it's solid. I mean, the fact that you get to make a treasure when you attack is pretty nice. Like, you don't have to hit them. Mm-hmm. And I mean, how much of a card is a treasure? It's some portion of a card, right?
Yeah, it's a third or something.
And then especially if you're ramping to something or fixing your mana, it can be really valuable.
Sacrificing them. Yeah, you know what? I think I would play this.
Yeah, you have to have a low curve of creatures to do it. But
for sure. But
I think it would work out fine if you did.
Yeah, I think so too. I would give this a C+ for Diamond Pickaxe. I think this will have a meaningful effect on any game it's cast.
Yeah.
Dreadmaw's Ire, yikes, is red for an instant. It's uncommon. It says until end of turn, target attacking creature gets +2/+2 and gains trample. And whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, destroy target artifact that player controls. Wow, you really don't want the Dreadmaw's Ire.
No.
The only downside to this is that it does have to be an attacking creature, so you can't use it to like block and pump, but whatever. Just that's more of just like a don't forget. But my God, that's nice. +2/+2 trample, and you might even snipe one of their artifacts for just 1 red mana.
I mean, when you cast this, win a fight, deal 2 or 3 damage to your opponent, and kill one of their artifacts, like this actually seems like a premium card.
It does. That's insane for 1 mana. Come on. I would say B for Dreadmaw's Ire.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, God, it could even kill one of their creatures. Like, there's a lot of artifact creatures in this set, right?
Yeah. No, wow. Dreadmaw's Ire looks awesome.
Goblin Tomb Raider is next. It's red for a 1/2 Goblin Pirate at common. And it says, as long as you control an artifact, it gets +1/+0 and has haste.
Goblin Guide at home. So this is the kind of card that doesn't look great to me, but I think I could believe it was pretty good. Like, I would have to see. This is a little bit like Mudbutton Torch Runner, the 3/2 Menace from Brothers War, where like it doesn't look great, but I bet that there's some pretty good ways to use this thing.
Yeah, there probably is. I want to give it like a D, but it could be part of a very strong curve out, and I have to give it credit for that. So I'll go C. I'm going to go a full grade up from where I want to on Goblin Tomb Raider. What do you think? C?
I think it's gonna shake out to be a C. Yes.
Okay. Sunfire Torch is next. It's red for an artifact. Equipment. It's common, and it says the creature gets +1/+0 and has whenever this creature attacks, you may sacrifice Sunfire Torch. When you do, this creature deals 2 damage to any target, and the equip cost is just 1.
I kind of like this. It triggers Descent. It's a cheap little equipment. Like, I can imagine playing this like in a blue-red aggro deck, like a pirate artifact deck. You play the Siren on turn 1, then turn 2 you go Torch, equip, attack for 2, and then they play a creature, and you're like, all right, attack, throw the torch at your creature. Like, I think it overall works pretty well.
I do too. It looks like a C to me as well. The aggro deck is forming quite nicely here with these first few cards from red.
Yeah.
Like the Pickaxe, the Dreadmaw's Ire.
I mean, I bet if you made a deck that just had a bunch of all of these cards, you would win a lot.
I think you would just smash people. So yeah, I like C for Sunfire Torch as well. Tectonic Hazard is red for a sorcery. It's common. It deals 1 damage to each opponent and each creature they control. Just going to call that a sideboard card.
That's not a card you really want to main deck.
Yeah, Triumphant Chomp is next. It's red for a sorcery. It's uncommon. It says it deals damage to target creature equal to 2 plus the greatest power among dinosaurs you control, whichever is greater. So it's 2 or the greatest power among dinosaurs.
And this does happen on resolution, so they do have the opportunity to
interact,
to kill your dinosaur in response.
Okay, it is a sorcery, but I don't care. I mean, I would play, red deals 2 sorcery. I just put that in my deck.
Yeah, I mean, you would always play this regardless, but it is nice that
it can do 4.
Yeah, if you end up in a spot where you have a big dino in place, all of a sudden you have Flame Slash, which is awesome. I mean, this card is probably like a C+ to start with, and in a dino specific deck is like a B. Yeah,
I would have it at a C because the sorcery speed and only creatures, and then B for dinos that build around B. Ooh, Abrade is back. 1 and a red for an instant. It's common, and you can choose one. It deals 3 damage to a creature, or it destroys an artifact. Wow, that seems absolutely absurd in this set.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Abrade was always great, and this is an artifact themed set. So
yeah, it's great anyway. Yeah, I'd give it a B.
Yeah, I think Abrade gets a B for sure.
That's insane. Ancestor's Aid is 1 and a red for an instant. It's common. It says target creature gets +2/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn, and you get a treasure token.
Yeah.
Sure, right? I mean, +2 and first strike will let you win most combat. It is expensive at 2 mana, but you get a rebate.
I mean, I think they are supposed to charge 2 mana for this. For 1 mana, I think this would just be disgusting.
I agree. It's just, and you get the mana back, but you do need to front it. I would say C- for Ancestor's Aid. Like, this seems like a perfectly good combat trick to me.
I would even say a C. Like if you can win a combat and get a treasure out of the deal, I think that you'll be pretty happy with that result.
You're definitely getting your 2 mana's worth there. Next is Belligerent Yearling. This is 1 and a red for a 3/2 dinosaur at uncommon. It has trample, so 2 mana 3/2 trample. And whenever another dinosaur enters the battlefield under your control, you may have Belligerent Yearling's base power become equal to that creature's power until end of turn. Wow. I actually thought that might have been a downside.
Yeah.
2 mana 3/2 trample is a great place to start.
And then sometimes it's just going to randomly attack for 4 or 5 damage or something
stupid. Yeah. And you look at this with the combat tricks and the equipment just to get that 2 toughness up a little bit. And all of a sudden this thing becomes a route to victory. I like B for Belligerent Yearling. I mean, it just seems super solid to me.
Yeah, I think you're always going to be happy with it. You don't have to have a dino deck for this to be good. Any red aggro deck will want it. It just has upside, which actually kind of seems like how all the dino cards are structured.
Yeah, they let you free roll the other dino part.
Yeah, they're basically all just good enough to start with and better if you have a dino. So I would be thrilled to play the Yearling in any deck. I like B for that.
Me too. And this also makes me think that, maybe dinosaurs isn't like the all-in type of theme. Like they wanted a sub theme. That's a good way to do a sub theme is we'll throw you a few free rolls, but it's not like there's some card that just says like you basically have to have a bunch of dinosaurs or you don't play it. Let's see if there's any. Next is Burning Sun Cavalry, which is 1 and a red for a 2/2 human knight at common. And whenever it attacks or blocks while you control a dinosaur, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn.
Yeah, this is another one where I don't think I would be that inclined to play this unless I had a good amount of dinos. But if you can get the 3/3 version of this, if you can get the pump, even half the time, you're pretty happy with that.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, I would give this a build around C+. I would not play it otherwise.
A ringing endorsement.
Yes. Next is called Dowsing Device, which is 1 and a red for an artifact at uncommon. It says, whenever Dowsing Device or another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, up to 1 target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains haste until end of turn. Then transform Dowsing Device if you control 4 or more artifacts, and it becomes Geode Grotto, which is a cave, so it's a land. And it taps to add red, or you can pay 2 and a red and tap it and it says until end of turn, target creature gains haste and gets +X/+0, where X is the number of artifacts you control, and you can only activate that at sorcery speed. So what do I get on the front end of this thing? I play it, something gets +1/+0, and I guess technically haste until end of turn.
Yeah, but that's
like whatever.
You're
but
probably not going to get a lot of haste out of the device itself.
Exactly.
But
future artifact creatures, is that the joke here?
Yeah, or just you have a deck full of artifacts.
But the haste part I'm saying is like rare, right?
Well, no, if you have this already in play and then you play a creature and then you play a cheap artifact, I think that could work out.
Right, which I'm assuming is rare.
Yeah.
But if it's an artifact creature, boom.
Yeah. That by itself clearly not enough to play.
Yeah, this card sucks, doesn't it?
And then if you have 4 more artifacts, you get a land, which is okay.
Maybe this is just annoying enough to be good, but at face value, I'm not like jumping out of my chair for this thing.
Yeah.
I would assume it's a D at face value, but it'll probably kick the crap out of me a few times and then I'll upgrade it.
Yeah, this one looks like a D to me, but I think that there's I wouldn't be surprised if this maybe ends up being like, I don't know, maybe there's a deck that like makes this play out
a blue
really
red deck with a bunch of artifact creatures or something like that.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a build around potential, but we don't really know what it looks like yet. At face value, it's not great though. Next is Enterprising Scallywag. This is 1 and a red for a 2/2 Goblin Pirate at uncommon. And it says at the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, create a treasure.
Love it.
That's really good.
Yeah. This is the thing that kind of like the treasures itself don't make it so you descend, right? Like it has to be an actual card, but if you descend and get a treasure, that gives you more resources to maybe fuel more descend stuff, but because you have more mana to spend on it. And honestly, if you get 1 treasure, you made a 2 mana 2/2 that made a treasure. That's good. If you get 2 or 3 treasures, then you're really far ahead of the game.
Yeah, this is similar to some of the cards we saw out of black, but this one's even simpler. I would give it a B for Enterprising Scallywag.
Yeah, I like B. I think this card's going to be really valuable.
What about Saheeli's Lattice?
So this is uncommon. It's 1 in a red. It's an artifact, and when it enters the battlefield, you can discard a card to draw 2 cards. So it's like a bitter reunion.
Okay.
It also has craft with 1 or more dinosaurs for 4 in a red. And its power, it turns into Mastercraft Raptor, which is an X4, where its power is equal to the total power of the exiled cards used to craft it. So it's so cool. You play this, you discard your big dino, you draw 2 cards, and then you exile the dino and you make this into like a 6/4. Or late in the game, you craft it with like 3 dinos and it's just like a 24 or something.
Okay. Huh.
But I mean, like Bitter Reunion was already good enough by itself.
Right.
Like, because this, like Bitter Reunion, if you play Saheeli's Lattice and discard a card to draw 2, you're break even on cards, but you have an artifact in play. You could then use that artifact to craft something else or whatever you want to do.
Yeah. So what do you think about this, like overall, the overall package?
Oh, I think this card's really good.
Oh, you do? Because the floor is high enough for you to
The floor is really high, which, I mean, it's a 2-mana artifact that puts an artifact into play, is even on cards, enables Descend because you just get to discard a permanent if you want to do that. And it also by itself can help you craft into some dinos.
Okay. Yeah, that is pretty strong. What do you want to give it?
I would probably give it like a C+. I'm not saying this is going to be one of the better cards in your deck, but I think it's a card that it kind of covers a lot of gaps and has a high floor.
Yeah, it does. That's pretty strong. Sunshot Militia is next. It's 1 in a red for a 1/3 human soldier at common. Tap 2 untapped artifacts and or creatures you control. Sunshot Militia deals 1 damage to each opponent. You can only do it at sorcery speed.
Yeah.
You can do it as many times as you have, but
that makes it a lot worse because you aren't going to be able to pass with a bunch of blockers up and then just like end up turn and ping them out.
Yeah, exactly. So you really need treasures, maps, right? Those are the things that you're much more likely to want to just be tapping for damage.
Yeah.
So if you had, let's say you had 4 things, so you could do 2 damage a turn without really costing you your board state on any given turn. Is that good?
The problem is this is a 1/3 that's not doing much for you and isn't an artifact itself.
Yeah, it's really tough.
Seems kind of bad. Like, I guess, look, if there's a deck that uses Dowsing Device, that weird artifact from before, right, I imagine you'd want like 1 or 2 copies of this to like try to burn them out from 6 life.
Exactly. But it's just tough because like even if I present you with a pretty darn good case scenario of having 4 additional artifacts that aren't doing anything else or creatures or whatever, it's still not great. You know, it's getting hit for 2 is okay, but it's not exactly like slamming your door on your opponent. Yeah, I would give D for Sunshot Militia.
Yeah, I like
I'm
D.
Not convinced. Next is Volatile Wanderglyph, which is 1 in a red for a 2/2 artifact creature golem. And we've noticed that there haven't been that many artifact creatures in red, even though it would really like them. It's common. And it says, whenever Volatile Wanderglyph becomes tapped, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Yeah. This effect is just okay, usually, but it does seem pretty pumped up here.
Look, you can tap it to the
oh yeah
to the Sunshot Militia.
Yeah, combo.
I think just because it's an artifact creature, you're gonna want to play it a decent amount of the time.
I think so too. I think that it's, even if you only get to trigger it once or twice and then it trades off, you're probably going to be happy enough with it. I would give it a C for Volatile Wanderglyph.
Yeah, I like C.
Zawoya's Justice is 1 in a red for an instant. It is uncommon, and it says the owner of target artifact or creature with mana value 1 or greater shuffles it into their library. Then that player discovers X, where X is the mana value of that thing. These cards almost always stink.
Yeah.
It replaces, like, remember we had 2 in a white, exile something, they get a 1/1, and that was one of the worst cards in the set
last set.
This is a
lot worse than that. This looks like worse. An F to me. Like,
me too.
I guess I haven't really seen. Is there ways to steal your stuff? Because if there is, it's the owner. That would be a pretty punishing way to deal with that.
That's funny.
But yeah, I think
just go F on Zawoya's Justice. These type of cards never perform well. Brazen Blade Master is next. It's 2 and a red for a 2/3 Orc Pirate at common. And it says, whenever Brazen Blade Master attacks, while you control 2 or more artifacts, it gets +2/+1 until end of turn.
So
4/4?
Yeah, it's a 4/4 if everything goes according to plan.
That's not that bad, actually.
It's not great, but it's not.
I agree.
It's not a.
You need a treasure and a wander glyph, and you can start slamming for 4. It's only on attacks.
Really, this is just the same as I mentioned a bunch of other times. You just don't have very many slots for the non-artifact things in your artifact deck.
That's right.
Maybe this is a place you use them, but probably not going to be something I'm thrilled about,
Right. That's the thing. You don't have that many slots. So if this is what you want, this is your payoff. It's usually not. Usually you get an uncommon or a rare that gives you something really powerful to build around, not some random creature that gets a temporary buff. I would give a D for Brazen Blade Master.
Yeah, I like it as D as well.
Itali's Favor is 2 and a red for an enchantment aura at common. It enchants a creature you control. When it enters the battlefield, you discover 3, and the enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and trample. If you find a window to resolve it, you're getting your mana back most of the time. And you're getting a reasonable bump. +1/+1 and trample is no joke.
Yeah, it seems fine. Like I'm not thrilled with it, but I think that if it kind of depends on how your deck looks too. If you have a lot of 1 and 2 mana plays, this gets a little bit worse, which is kind of awkward because this card is good on on those things. So I don't know that Itali's Favor. I'm guessing it plays out kind of weak, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, they clearly bumped us up a bunch, right? Like Discover 3, like this would have been Cascade 2. If you want to translate it. I don't know.
But like, let's say you break even on mana, you got +1/+1 in trample.
It's not that great.
I mean, that's just not.
And you're going to hit 1-drops and 2-drops.
Yeah.
Yeah. D+ for Itali's Favor. C-?
I would say D, just D.
Just D. D for Itali's Favor. Next is Hotfoot Gnome. This is 2 and a red for a 3/1 artifact creature. There we go. It's a gnome. It's common, and it has haste. And
I love the picture.
I love the picture too. And you can tap it, and another target creature gains haste until end of turn. Hey.
I like the haste givers a lot more. They're like 2 mana 1/3s. This is the awkward part about this is like
you're giving up a real attack.
Yeah, like your 3/1 kind of wants to attack, not give other creatures haste, but whatever.
But whatever. And, this is really importantly an artifact creature. It is a decent creature. And it also does have a habit of going to the graveyard if you attack with it. And that's not necessarily the worst thing either. So there's a lot to like about this, even though it is very fragile. I would say a C- for Hotfoot Gnome.
Yeah.
Normally I would give it a D for what it's worth. Yeah.
Just because it's an artifact.
Exactly. Yeah. If it wasn't an artifact, I'd probably give it a D. But it is an artifact. What about Idol of the Deep King?
This is the one I mentioned earlier. It's 2 and a red for artifact with flash, and it shocks, does 2 damage to any target when it comes into play. And then you can craft it for 2 and a red with another artifact, and it becomes a +2/+0 equipment with equip 2 that also equips for free as soon as it enters the battlefield.
Right.
So this is nice because it's a 3 mana deal 2, which is obviously not great, but it gives you an artifact, which is pretty nice. And then you're able to maybe utilize that artifact with a variety of other things. And then sometimes you'll flip it into like a weird little bone splitter, and that'll be fine too. Yeah,
this all seems fine to me.
Yeah, I bet you're going to play this a good amount of the time.
I think so too. Yeah, there's just enough here. I would give the Idol a C.
Yeah, I like C. Maybe even C+. It just, I don't know, feels like a card you're going to use a lot of the time.
Yeah. Next is Plundering Pirate, which is 2 and a red for a 3/2 Orc Pirate at common. And when it enters the battlefield, you get a treasure token. Now, there you go.
Yeah. This is perfect. I mean, it's a pirate. It counts as an artifact because it gives you an artifact. I mean, this is a C. You're going to want it in your decks.
Total C.
It just also smooths out any deck. There's no real. You're never really like that unhappy with it.
No, I like that at C. Next is Scytheclaw Raptor, which is 2 and a red for a 4/3 dinosaur. It's uncommon. And it says whenever a player casts a spell, if it's not their turn, this thing does 4 damage to them. So if you get these 2 uncommons, you can have a 2 mana 3/2 trample and then a 4 mana 4/3. What the heck? These dinos are something else, man.
Yeah. And note that this one is a player, so it punishes you as well.
Oh, I did not note that.
Everyone should play it at sorcery speed.
Yeah. They assume the big dumb dino deck is going to do exactly that. Well, this is awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, this thing's just a freaking beater. 3 mana 4/3 that has, I would assume upside for your deck. Yeah. I mean, I like B at least for Scytheclaw.
I mean, can you also imagine your opponent leaves mana up for removal and you play this and they're like, I guess I got to cast that end of turn. And it's just like, well, this sucks.
Yeah. The only good part is that they're just going to kill this because it's probably your best thing every time. So they don't have to deal with it going forward. B plus? Maybe it's just a B. I don't know. It's right in that range.
I think it's probably a B. Like it's mostly going to be a 3 mana 4/3, which obviously that's still totally fine.
Yeah. Calamitous Cave-In is next. It's 3 and a red for a sorcery. It's uncommon, and it says it deals X damage to each creature and each planeswalker, where X is the number of caves. Here we go. You control plus the number of cave cards in your graveyard.
Yeah.
Man, they are not messing around with the caves. I will say that.
This one seems really important. I think Calamitous Cave-In is, from what I've seen, the most important of the cave cards, because this is the one. Do you remember the Gates deck?
Absolutely. I was thinking of that exact same thing. The 2 and a red version of this was
just like you sit there, and then you just cast this, blow up all the creatures, and like you spend all your time, doing cave things. It's just great.
Yeah. So this is an uncommon payoff for the caves deck that seems like a B plus to me.
Yeah.
But it is a full build around. Next is called Child of the Volcano, which is 3 and a red for a 3/3 elemental. It's common. It has trample. And it says at the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, it gets a +1/+1 counter. Man, I like the 3 mana version better, but this one at least has trample.
Yeah. I think that
I don't know
the
how
3 mana
easy
version
is
going to get you a lot more of an advantage over time.
Mm-hmm.
But just because 3 is so much less than 4. But this does a similar thing where if you can enable this the turn you play it, it's just going to be excellent.
Do you think that red has I felt like black would be able to enable?
Black is both enabling this better, and the 3 mana version is just better.
Mm-hmm.
So I would certainly rather have the black one, but I bet this one's pretty solid too. Not great, but
this is similar, that 1 counter and you're happy enough.
Yeah, one of the things I like about this in red compared to black, an advantage is the red deck is more likely to force the opponent to block when they attack.
Absolutely. And then you just play this post-combat and you got a 4/4 trample.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. And also red can put them in the damned if they do, damned if they don't.
Yeah.
So
it's not the biggest punishment in the world. It's not like they lose the game.
It's not.
But a 4 mana 4/4 trample that has the capability of becoming a 5/5 or a 6/6 is solid. I think this is probably a C.
Yeah, I think so too. A C for Child of the Volcano. Next is Curator of Sun's Creation. This is 3 and a red for a 3/3 human artificer at uncommon. And it says, whenever you discover again for the same value. This ability triggers only once each turn.
Oh my God. If my opponent plays this, I'm going to kill it right away, no matter what.
Yeah, it is scary, but there's 2 things I think that come to mind. One of them is that it definitely feels win more. Like if you're just playing a bunch of Discover cards, you're probably in good shape anyway. It's not like they're just throwing it on every other common or whatever. And 2, Discover triggers when things ETB, not when they go on the stack. So you can actually wait if you have an instant speed removal spell and go, oh, you didn't play anything with Discover. I'll leave your crappy Hill Giant on the battlefield for a little while longer. Or, where before, because Luis and I keep comparing it to Cascade because it's such a similar ability, that triggered when you cast the card. So you wouldn't have had that opportunity.
Yeah. I will say, though, getting 1 Discover off this is probably good enough.
It probably is. Hill Giants aren't up to snuff, but I mean, it is a creature with power and toughness that blocks.
But 4 mana 3/3 that if you discover 3 once with this on the board, draws you a card and adds 1 to 3 mana. That's enough.
That's enough.
We've done it.
I agree. So the question is then about how many Discover cards would you need to put a Curator
Probably
of Sun's
4.
Creation? If you have 4, you're willing to swap out another 4-drop for a Curator.
I think so. Especially since, like I mentioned, when my opponent casts this on turn 4, I'm probably going to try to kill it.
You probably are going to leave up removal for it at the very least.
Yes.
So that gives it a build around C?
They could build around C. Yeah.
Okay. Next is Dynamaton. That's sweet. It's 3 and a red for a 4/3 artifact creature dinosaur gnome. It is common. It has menace, and when it enters a battlefield, target creature you control gains menace until end of turn. Wow, there's a lot to like there.
Yeah, I mean, a 4/3 menace for 4 is not bad. Getting a free attack in sometimes isn't bad, and it's an artifact. So
yeah,
and it's a dinosaur. It actually kind of does it all. Like it's all the types that you want.
Dynamaton is one of those pivot cards that covers many archetypes. That said, C plus.
Yeah, I'm probably
C?
still just a C,
C?
is my guess.
Yeah.
It's important to a lot of archetypes, but it's like not amazing in any of them, is my guess.
Not the best card in any of them. Next is Geological Appraiser. This is 2 red for a 3/2 human artificer. It is uncommon. And it says when it enters the battlefield, if you cast it, discover 3.
Great.
Yeah.
Straight up B. This card is just often going to come with 2 to 3 mana worth of value. If you're unlucky, 1, I guess. And
right. And it's value on the battlefield. Like it happens, or it can go in your hand. But like it's not just drawing cards, they're free. Like you get to cast them for free. Like it's these type of cards are just nuts. Just anything that says discover on it, I'm going to play. I don't care what the rest of the text is. And this one actually gives you a body as well. So B for Geological Appraiser. Next is Rumbling Rock Slide, which is 3 and a red for a sorcery at common. And it says it deals damage to target creature equal to the number of lands you control. So most of the time it does at least 4.
Yeah, 4 mana sorcery, kill target creature. That's pretty good. Red does not always get something that can kill a 5/5. Mm-hmm. So giving that the opportunity to do that seems pretty good to me.
I agree. I would give it a C.
Yeah, I like C for Rumbling Rock Slide.
Daring Discovery is 4 and a red for a sorcery at common, and it says up to 3 target creatures can't block this turn. Discover 4. All right, they put me to the test immediately.
Yeah, you remember the 5 mana 4/4 ogre that has haste? That's kind of like this, except you kind of get both cards in one.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I mean, I said it. I would play this card. Like this one is probably about as weak as they're going to get, right? Because like you could have like the block this turn thing only matters if you're trying to kill them or get in a good attack or something. And if you're not, it's meaningless. And then you discover 4 where you might hit a 4-drop for your 5 mana. But you might hit a 2-ball, you know? I guess I would give it a D.
I think it's a D unless you're like really doing.
I mean, they really pushed like how little you get on the front end of this card. Like, like in many scenarios, this is
almost
4
like the
and a
worst
red
thing
discover
that you
4.
Yeah, it's like almost the worst of the things you could get.
Yeah, it's almost like they heard me say I would play anything with Discover 4 and then said, hold my beer. Next is Gold Fury Strider, which is 4 and a red for a 3/5 trample golem at uncommon. And it says tap 2 untapped artifacts and or creatures you control. Target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Sorcery speed. That's good. That's a very good card.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're aggressive, you can play this, tap it plus something, pump up your guy. Next turn, you can get in for 5 with this.
I think it's solid. I think that this is, you're going to want like one of these at the high end of your artifact deck that plays all the artifacts possible. I am really itching to draft this set because I want to see what it looks like when you just put every 1 and 2 mana artifact in a deck with a couple of these kinds of cards.
I would play as many of these. I mean, this card just seems good for that deck. Like, you're just pumping up your team. I want to give this guy like a C plus at least.
I would give it a C. I don't think I'd give it a C plus. But
I'm like bumping up against B- for this feller. Maybe I'm giving too much credit to having these random artifacts around. Next is Panicked Altasaur. It's 4 and a red for a creature dinosaur. It's a 4/5 reach at common, and you can tap it to have it do 2 damage to each opponent. What is? I think whoever designed the dinosaurs in this set loves them as much as I do because they're just all awesome. This one's great too.
Yeah, it's a good defender that just sits there, and if you end up just doing nothing and just end up turn pings them for 2, I'd feel some decent pressure about this.
I would too. And it's really hard to get through. 4/5 reach is like excellent defensive stats. And heck, if you have a good attack with it, turn the dang thing sideways. 4 is more than 2.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to have to prioritize these though. I think this is probably
Definitely.
like a D+ level card.
Yeah, it's a C+, it's a C- or a D+. Next is Rampaging Ceratops, which is 4 and a red for a 5/4 dinosaur. This one's uncommon, and it can't be blocked except by 3 or more creatures. I think I like the Panicked Altasaur better.
Yeah.
It's just kind of weird because this one's uncommon.
The problem with you playing your 5/4s is not like, will this have a good effect when it attacks? It's that I spent 5 mana on a card and then they did something to it.
Exactly.
So like, yeah, this attack's fine, but I don't think I'm like stoked about it.
Yeah. I would give this a D+ or a C- or a C or something like that. Like it's a totally fine 5-drop, but it's just not really doing much to make me super happy. It's kind of just a bunch of stats.
Yeah.
Last red card is Seismic Monstrosaur, which is 4 red for a 6/5 dinosaur. Wow, 3 dinos in a row. This one's common. And this is a mountain cycler, so you can mountain cycle it for 2. But besides that, it's a 6 mana, 6/5 trample, and you can pay 2 and a red and sack a land to draw a card.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine, but this seems like I like the 6 mana ones better than the 7 mana one. I guess the blue's the only 7 mana one that we've seen. I guess I would probably say this is not going to get played that often in a lot of these red decks. The red decks seem the least interested in spending 2 mana to cycle. And a 6 mana, 6/5 trample is fine. Sacking a land to draw a card is just okay. Like none of these things are really doing it for me.
Yeah, I agree. The 2 drops out of red were absolutely absurd, and that's what you want to be doing at that slot.
Yeah.
So, but still, all the other stuff we said about, mountain cycling or land cycling being good would generally apply. Just this one looks like it's crowded out at the 2 a little bit more. C for Seismic Monstrosaur?
Yeah, I would give it a C or C-, honestly. Like, yeah. I think it's just okay.
Yeah, it's a little lost. Last color, green. First one is called C-Note Scout. Is looking for C notes? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, that was. We were joking in the draft Discord. This is Eli Cassis. He's the C notes.
He's the C notes scout.
He always wants to up the stakes.
Oh man, that's amazing. We got to have him sign a C note scout for us. It's green for a 1/1 Merfolk Scout at uncommon, and it says when it enters a battlefield, it explores. That's it.
That's great. That's a B.
Producer Jeff says it's C-Note.
Yeah, but I like the joke, though, is the thing.
The joke is good, but I don't actually know how to pronounce it, so we'll go with Jeff. C-Note Scout. Yeah, but this seems awesome. I mean, this is exactly a sweet turn 1 play, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would
this
give
is
it
great.
a B.
There's a reason it's uncommon.
Yeah, I would give it a B.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Glow Cap Lantern is green for an equipment. It's uncommon. It has equip cost of 2. What does it do? The creature gets, you may look at the top card of your library anytime, and whenever this creature attacks, it explores.
I like it. It got the little lantern. It's like looking to see what's going on, and then, it can go exploring. So you know what you're going to hit when you explore, which is nice.
That's not nice. That takes away all the fun of exploring. What the heck?
I'm sorry.
Is this card good?
Not really, but
attacking, exploring, you get a card back pretty quickly. I guess this is
comparable to the diamond pick, where when you attack, you get a treasure. Here, you attack, you explore. I think green is less prone to be able to utilize this sort of thing, and less cares about having a random artifact in play. So that makes me think the Glow Cap Lantern is only okay. But I used it. This is an old hack that Marshall Sutcliffe taught me. It's an uncommon. So
So it must be good.
So it must be good.
Hey, that's our secret. So maybe we start off at like a C for glow cap lantern, just assuming that it's going to do stuff.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Okay. Next is Ixali's Lorekeeper, which is green for a 1/1 human druid at uncommon. And it says tap, add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast dinosaur spell or activate an ability of a dinosaur source.
So if you're red-green dinos, this card is amazing. And it is an uncommon as well. I think that this is going to be one of the reasons to do that. They don't really make 1-mana accelerants anymore, partially for standard purposes. And if you haven't played with one for a while, when you play it on turn 1 and then play a 3-drop on turn 2, like it does feel unfair. It's like
it feels like you're playing Vintage Cube or something.
It feels like you're playing a Mox.
Yeah, it does.
And as a result, I do think that Ixali's Lorekeeper is a build around B, like a really high pick if you're a dinosaur. It's not that good if you can't use the mana, obviously.
Yeah, it also has that really cool thing where, like, if you're the only dinosaur drafter, like, you'll get this very late. Like, nobody else.
You could pack 3, get one of these 6-pick or whatever.
Totally. Next is Malamet Battleglyph, which is green for a sorcery at uncommon. It says choose target creature you control and target creature you don't control. If the creature you control enter the battlefield this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Then those creatures fight each other. So it's a green sorcery fight no matter what.
It's a prey upon the classic fight card. But if your creature enters the battlefield this turn, it gets a little bonus.
Nice. Yep. That's really good.
Yeah.
C+ for Malamet Battleglyph?
I was thinking C+, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just you don't always get that upside. Next is Seeker of Sunlight, which is green for a Merfolk Scout at common. It's a 1/1. And you can pay 2 and a green to have it explore at sorcery speed. Yeah, that's pretty mana intensive.
Yeah, you have to have nothing going on for this card for this to be what you want to be doing.
I don't like this card at all. I think I would give it an F. Like I can't imagine playing. I mean, maybe there's a Merfolk thing I'm not thinking of or something but I can't imagine playing it at face value and just being like, all right, turn 3, let's go, guys. Explore.
Yeah.
You're just dead. What do you want to give it? Is F too harsh?
No, I think F is reasonable. The one time I think that's an exception is it is a Merfolk, so there are some payoffs for being Merfolk.
Yeah.
And if you can do that, then that's reasonable too.
Twists and Turns is next. It's green for an enchantment. It's uncommon. And it says if a creature you control would explore, instead you scry 1, then that creature explores. It also says when Twists and Turns enters the battlefield, target creature you control explores. And it also says when a land enters the battlefield under your control, if you control 7 or more lands, you transform Twists and Turns into Mycoid Maze, which is a cave land that taps for green. It also has the activated ability 3 and a green, tap it, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them and put that card into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order. So it turbos, and it really turbos your Explore deck, and it gets you to Explore.
Yeah, spots you one right at the beginning. So you
How close is that to a card? Scry 1 and something explores for G.
I mean, this card looks really good to me. Like if you have a creature in play, you're like, spend 1 mana, scry 1, then explore. So if you want a land, you're drawing a land a lot of the time because you have 2 shots at it. And then you get to do that every time you explore from there. And this, because you got to scry and explore, you find more explore cards. And then once you get to 7 lands, this turns into another land, which you don't really need too much, but it also turns into a spell that lets you dig for creatures.
Mm-hmm. I like that. I agree. Like just having any creature and getting plus scry 1 in addition to, pre-explore is like really strong. Like that changes explore a lot.
It's the order you want to do it in.
It is indeed. Yeah. And then admittedly the Mycoid Maze is pretty mana intensive, but like it will end the game if you're stalled out. Like you're looking at the top 4 and getting a creature off of it every other turn or whatever. Like you're going to win that game pretty easy.
Yeah.
What do you want to give Twists
and you have like 8 lands in play by the time you're doing this.
Probably because you've explored the heck out of it, hopefully. And I mean, and of course, we're ignoring the fact that like you could just put this into a dedicated Explore deck and just have it just be absurd, right?
This looks like a build around B to me.
It does to me too.
I think you do want to I think you do want to have other explorers. You do have to put in some work, but it gives you a pretty good amount of value right up front.
I'm like, here's a legit question. Would you put it in a deck that had no other explorer? Like you get scry 1 explore, and then if you just hit your land drops, it turns into another land and this sort of late game engine. Maybe not quite there, right? But it's not that far
the
off.
only thing that's a little awkward is, yes, it is scry 1 explore, but you have to have a creature in play to do that. So you can't use it like a cantrip, maybe the way you'd fully want to.
Right.
Right.
Where it's your turn 1 play or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I could see playing it in a deck with as little as like 3 or 4 explore creatures and still having like getting away with it. Of course, if you have 5 or 6, now you're just in business, but. So build around B for twists and turns. Next is Basking. How do you say this? Capybara?
Capybara, I think. Yeah.
Capybara. 1 and a green for a 1/3 Capybara. It is common and it has Descend 4. It gets +3/+0 if you've got 4 more permanents in your yard.
I'm not into this. Like a 2-mana 1/3 is just not that good of a defender early, and then by the time this becomes a 4/3, it like kind of doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, that's kind of how I think of it too.
So, yeah, I'm not super into this.
I would give it a D.
Yeah, like D for Basking Capybara.
Next is Disturbed Slumber, which is 1 and a green for an instant at common. Until end of turn, target land you control becomes a 4/4 dinosaur creature with reach. With reach, wow, and haste. It's still a land, and it must be blocked this turn if able. Nothing like the old reach plus must be blocked this turn if able combo.
Look, it's either side. It gets you coming or going.
Real clean. That actually seems very, very annoying.
So,
like if you time this right, you could just have it eat their 3/3, right?
Yeah. But so what are you doing? You're spending 3 mana because 2 mana for this plus the land has to be untapped.
Yep.
To kill their 3/3. If they have a trick, you're just destroyed because you've lost two things.
Yeah, definitely don't do it into open mana.
It's pretty bad against a 4/4 because you're getting 2 for 1.
Yes. Although you're only losing a land, which who knows how important that is at that point in the game.
Yeah, like the attacking part doesn't seem that like it's going to come up that often. I guess on turn they play a 2-drop and then you're like, bam. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I'm not really buying it, but
the only interesting part to me is it must be blocked this turn if able. Could be annoying for the opponent, but beyond that, I'm with you.
That's really narrow. I think it's like an F.
Okay, I'll go D-. I'll give Disturbed Slumber just the slightest window. Explorer's Cache is next. It's 1 and a green for an artifact at uncommon. It enters the battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters on it. And whenever a creature you control with +1/+1 counter on it dies, you put a +1/+1 counter on the cache. And you can tap to move a +1/+1 counter from Explorer's Cache onto target creature at sorcery speed.
So
doesn't feel like there's a lot of payoffs for +1/+1 counter. Like this is just straight up power and toughness being distributed around slowly.
Yeah, I'm not super into this. Like it's 2 mana for 2 counters, and you kind of don't lose the counters because
probably not. Yeah,
because like they keep going back onto the cache. Yeah, I kind of like it. If this card was red, I bet it would be pretty good. It being green makes it a little bit worse here.
It's an uncommon.
I would say. Yeah.
No, I'm still. It's not that it's terrible, but I'm not excited about this card. I would give Explorer's Cache a C. I think it can do some reasonable things to the board, but I don't think this is ever going to be the thing that just, you're like, oh, well, I was playing a game and then they had Explorer's Cache and you know how that goes. I could never beat it. Or I don't think it's like that.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't think green is looking to play this kind of game. The card's okay. I think if you want artifacts or want +1/+1 counters, and there's like slight payoffs for both, this card is probably pretty decent.
Yeah, you'll know. Next is Glimpse the Core. It's 1 and a green for a sorcery. It's uncommon. It says choose 1, search your library for a basic forest card, put that card onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle, or return target cave card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped.
So it's a
It's a
rampant
ramp
growth.
spell, yeah, for a forest, or you can cave with it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, how good is rampant growth, for a forest?
Pretty good. Like, it doesn't fix your colors, which obviously that's not ideal. But it is pretty nice that it ends up accelerating you from 2 to 4 to 5. And then getting caves back, I think, is pretty cool too.
Yeah. I mean, this set has not given us indicators that it wants to be more than 2 colors, so that probably isn't like the worst.
No, it's mostly you're going to be a 2-color deck and ramping.
Yeah. See?
Would you play this if you didn't have any caves?
Yeah. I mean, I'm
right
treating
deck.
it as if I don't.
Yeah. I bet it's also pretty good in the caves deck. Like if you're self-milling, because caves already want a bunch of self-milling. So you're like, I wonder if the caves deck is probably more of the 3-color version, because you just have to play the payoffs for every color that you see, whether it's the red or blue or the black, or the green. Like, yeah, I could see that.
Okay, so what do we want to give it in a green deck?
In just a straight up green deck, I think it's probably like a C+.
Okay, and then in a caves deck?
Probably a C+, but a little better.
All right, I'll go C for green and C+ for caves.
Sure.
Next is Malamute Brawler, which is 1 and a green for a 2/2 cat warrior at common. And whenever it attacks, target attacking creature gains trample until end of turn. Have they printed any of these cards without trample yet? It just feels like
that's the thing is like how often are these things not going to have trample?
Right, double trample is not a thing. Trample on a 2/2 is not a thing. Yeah, this seems like a D to me. Malamute Brawler, just a filler 2-drop at best.
Yeah, I mean, I could see games where this leads to a pretty big swing, but I don't think in general this is the sort of thing that you're going to be that interested in, because it's a 2-mana 2/2 that does nothing early.
Right.
There's no
literally
abilities.
2-mana 2/2. Next is Over the Edge, which is 1 and a green for a sorcery at common. Choose one. You can destroy an artifact or enchantment. All right. And there's a lot of artifact creatures too, so that could be a creature some portion of the time. The other one is target creature you control explores, then explores again.
Yeah, I mean, how good is Double Explore?
It's pretty good. I like the flexibility on this card as well. I like that artifacts in this set aren't limited to just colorless cards. They're also not limited to just, permanents on the battlefield that don't attack and block. There are creatures that you can hit with this occasionally. And then if not, you just go, okay, well, just double explore and get my card worth of value back.
I bet this is a main deckable
I think so
card.
too. I think so too.
I think that you're going to be like the front side is better than in almost every format we've seen. This is a format that's heavy on artifacts, not so much enchantments, but definitely artifacts. And Double Explore is a pretty fine consolation prize of
it is
coming close to drawing a card.
Right.
Sometimes you could draw 2 cards. You could draw 2 lands.
Yeah. Sometimes it gets you out of a pickle for sure. So C for Over the Edge. Next is Poison Dart Frog, which is 1 and a green for a 1/1 frog. It is common. It has reach, and you can tap to add 1 mana of any color with it. And for those of you wondering why it doesn't have Death Touch, well, it can get it. You can pay 2 mana for that.
Love this card. I think this card's actually really good because it's a 2 mana 1/1 tap 1 mana of any color is a card I would just always play. Like it's a good mana accelerant and fixer. And then it also can gain Death Touch and have reach. So just in the late game, this is a card. It kills any attacking creature flying or not.
Yeah, that seems good.
I mean, I think this is like a C+ B- level card.
I think so too. That's nice. I like the art. It's going to win Cutest Card Award for sure.
Wait.
Next is Staggering Size. This is 1 and a green for an instant at common. Target creature gets +3/+3, and wow, and it gets trample until end of turn too. Okay. In a proper aggressive deck, that's like
pretty good trick, yeah.
A lot,
this is going to finish some games. Like it's going to be hard to keep yourself alive when you have to factor in not only what's unblocked, but if you block a 5/5 with a 2/2, all of a sudden you're taking 6 damage or whatever.
Yeah, this is the type of card that can mess up combat math to the point that you can't survive even if you thought you could. I would give Staggering Size a C. Like that is proper combat trick. A Tendril of the Myco Tyrant is next. This is 1 and a green for a 2/2 fungus wizard at uncommon. And that's it, except for it has an activated ability of 5 green, puts 7 +1/+1 counters on target non-creature land you control. it becomes a 0/0 fungus creature with haste, it's still a land. And that's not until end of turn. Boy, I used to love cards like this that like were serviceable in the early game and then had like a late game punch. But this one has just pushed it too far to either end. It's not serviceable in the early game as just a random 2-mana 2/2. It just doesn't do enough. And 7 mana is too expensive to start taking over the game later, I think.
Yeah, I do think this is a pretty threatening card in the late game because one activation,
Yeah.
you end up with a 7/7 like it's permanently, though
Right.
often it's going to be tapped.
Right.
I think you would want a decent amount of ramp before Tendril of the Myco Tyrant was the kind of card you want.
Yeah, me
like,
too. Like a lot.
It does seem
ramp.
like a fine finisher, but it's not. Yeah, it's not affordable enough because like 7 is such a break point, and playing it as a 2-mana 2/2 is not the best either.
Right. Yeah, I don't like it. I would give it a D.
Okay. I think it's an okay ramp finisher. I would give it like a C-.
I give it a D, man. I just think the 7 mana you could just find better. Next is Armored Kincaller, which is 2 and a green for a 3/3 dinosaur. It's common. It says when it enters the battlefield, you may reveal a dinosaur card from your hand. If you do, or if you control another dinosaur, you gain 3 life. That's a pretty good card.
Yeah, 3 mana, 3/3 gain 3 is gonna like.
Yeah.
The red deck is not going to be happy when their opponent leads on 2 of these or whatever.
No, and you know that. Yeah, that's pretty nice. I like C for Armored Kincaller.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, seems good. Coati Scavenger is 2 and a green for a 3/2 raccoon. It's uncommon, and it has Descend 4. When it enters a battlefield, if you have Descend 4, return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Ooh.
Well, you'll have a target.
Indeed.
You might lose
You
Descend
have
after
at
that.
least 4 targets, in fact. Yeah. No, that seems really good.
Yeah, this is solid. I would want to be trying to enable this a little bit because just putting it in a random deck, you're going to miss often enough. But a 3 mana 3/2 is not the worst fail case. And in the late game, this is going to be pretty exciting. This looks really good in black green when you're just like self milling a bunch and you play this. You have all these targets. You raise dead this. You mill something. You get something else. Like
yeah, I like that. Next is Huatli's Final Strike. This is 2 and a green for an instant. At common, it says target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. It deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. Okay.
solid removal spell.
Yeah.
This is good.
Instant
It's a C+,
bite.
just almost always going to take out the thing you need to take out.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of big creatures in green. In the Presence of Ages is 2 and a green for an instant. It's common, and it says reveal the top 4 cards of your library. You may put a creature card and or a land card from among them in your hand, and the rest go in your graveyard.
Really good Descend enabler
Yeah.
or Descent enabler, both.
Whatever. Yeah. Descended. Yeah.
Because, it just puts a ton of stuff in your graveyard and it's going to draw you 2 cards a decent amount of the time. Don't have room for a lot of non-creature spells, but this looks like a good place to use that. And I think that in particular, Black Green's going to be pretty happy with this.
Yeah. And it's card advantage a lot of the time as well.
Or Blue-Green if you're trying to enable like the 6 mana 4/4 flyer, that sort of thing.
You think C for In the Presence of Ages?
Yeah, I think C. But
as an enabler?
it's a card that's going to make some decks
surround
work.
it. Yeah.
So you're going to have to take it pretty highly if you're in that deck and you want to make it work.
Yeah. You are going to have to absolutely surround it with permanents, though. Next is Kaslam's Stone Tree, which is 2 and a green for an artifact. It is common, and it says when it enters the battlefield, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may put a land card from among them onto the battlefield, tap the rest, go on the bottom in a random order. And then you can craft this with a cave for 5 and a green, and it becomes Kaslam's Strider, which is a 5/5. It's an artifact creature golem.
This is cool.
Yeah.
3 mana to go look for a land and then a 6 mana to make a 5/5. Obviously you're not playing this without caves because if you can't craft it, it's just quite a bad card.
Mm-hmm.
But in the cave deck, this seems like an important card that other people are largely not going to be competing with you for.
For sure. I'd probably give it like a C or a C+ in the cave deck. I'm not like...
Yeah, it's a builder on card, and you're not playing it outside the cave deck. But in the cave deck, it's like a C+, C+ for sure. Malamute
Scythe is next. It's 2 and a green for an equipment. It's an artifact. It's common. It has flash, And when it enters a battlefield, you can attach it to a creature you control, and the creature gets +2/+2. So it plays a lot like a combat trick thus far. But if it does end up falling off of the creature for one reason or another, you can equip it for 4. Ouch. So it's really a combat trick that sort of free rolls itself as a equipment later on, right?
Yeah, it sticks around and
maybe you'll dump 4
maybe
mana
does
into
something.
It. Yeah. But then it's a mediocre combat trick and just a bad equipment. That's a pretty tough sell.
Yeah.
I would go D on Malamute Scythe.
I agree.
Next is River Herald Guide. This is 2 and a green for a 3/1 Merfolk Scout at common. It has vigilance, and when it enters the battlefield, it explores.
I'm glad it has vigilance because the 3/1s are famous for getting to attack. And
they just get to go in over and over again. The vigilance seems a little out of place, but sure, we'll take it. But really, a 3-powered creature for 3 mana that explores when it ETBs, yes, yes, and yes.
Yeah, you're totally fine with that.
Yeah.
So
it's a C or a C plus.
I would give it a C, I think.
Sure. Stats
it's got
are pretty
a little
bad.
slightly low toughness.
Spelunking is next. It is 2 and a green for an enchantment. It is uncommon. When it enters a battlefield, draw a card. Then you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. If you put a cave onto the battlefield this way, you gain 4 life. And it says lands you control enter the battlefield untapped.
Yeah, I love this.
That is cave related text, I suppose. But wow, that's scary.
Yeah, I mean when you play this, you get your card back, you get some life, you get a cave into play, your caves now start coming into untapped. Like I think Spelunking is a solid.
I do too.
A solid cave enabler. I'm not really playing these cards outside of decks that have caves.
No, I agree. I would give it a build around C for Spelunking. But I'd play it in the caves deck.
Yeah, for sure.
Next is Thrashing Brontodon, which is 1 green for a 3/4 dinosaur at uncommon. And you can pay 1 to sacrifice it to destroy an artifact or enchantment. Man, I really like the old art on Thrashing Brontodon, but this new art's really cool too. Thrashy B?
Yeah, I like this one more, but the old one is pretty good.
The other one, he's stepping on a pirate ship or something?
Yeah.
Anyway, this card was quite good before, and it looks excellent here too.
Yeah, I mean, this card is very good.
Yeah, good stats, good activated ability that's relevant to the set. I would give Thrashy B a B.
Yeah, definitely. It's just a good card. You're never getting a huge advantage out of it, but it's still it's still quite good.
Next is Colossadactyl, which is 2 green for a 4/5 with reach and trample at uncommon. It's a dino.
This is where we're at now. 4 mana, 4/5 with 2 abilities. I mean, this card is good.
This card's good. Those are 2 disparate but very functional abilities. If you're on defense, you're happy you have reach. If you're attacking, you got a 4-power trampler with 5 toughness. This looks like a B to me. Colossadactyl.
Yeah.
It's great. Next is Jade Seedstones, 3 and a green for an artifact at uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, distribute 3 +1/+1 counters among 1, 2, or 3 target creatures you control. And then you can craft with a creature for 5 green to turn it into Jadeheart Attendant, which is a 7/7 artifact creature golem. And when it enters the battlefield, you gain life equal to the mana value of the exiled card used to craft it. Dang. Little weird, right? You put it in a battlefield and it pumps up the team that you already have, and then later on I guess the idea is maybe they kill the thing that you put the counters on, and then you get to craft it later or something.
Yeah. I mean, part of the joke is that you make a bunch of threats and then they have to deal with them. And then once they deal with them, you craft it and you get a 7/7 plus like a bunch of life.
Yeah.
It is kind of funny that the counters don't interact with the other side of the card at all.
Well, they do, right? No, it's just a mana value. You're right.
Yeah.
So my real question is, how good is Jade Seedstone's front side? 3 counters distributed as
very
wish.
good.
It's just mediocre, and that part really kills it for me. I like the back end. and I like the potential, but it doesn't feel like the front end helps me really get to that point. It kind of helps me end the game really quickly before crafting is even relevant. It becomes a very distant backup plan. I think I would give Seedstones a D+. I guess if you really want the counters or something, it is a powerful effect. But my hunch is that a lot of the time, if you put your 4 mana into this versus, pick a creature for 4 mana in the set, that you'd probably be better off with the 4 mana in the creature.
Yeah, I think that's true. Like, I do like that the 7/7 gains you a bunch of life and kind of stabilizes the board.
Yeah.
But I agree with you that it's just, I don't think, a very good use of mana to use the front side.
These cards just aren't really working well together, the front and the back half. Next is Mineshaft Spider, which is 3 and a green for a 3/4 reach spider. It's common, and it says, when it enters a battlefield, you may mill 2 cards. I like that. Man, I like defensive creatures with decent stats that enable my long game plan. That is a sweet spot for commons, and I like the Mineshaft Spider for that.
Yeah.
I mean, I would give it a C or a C- or something. Like,
it's probably a C- because only specific decks want it.
Right.
But look, I just enjoy these sets so much more when like the cards are a little more partitioned into some decks want this card and some decks want the other.
Yeah.
And there's some that overlap and are good in both and all that, but I don't know. I think it's just a lot more interesting when it plays out like that.
Also just like seeing some defensive creatures here. Pathfinding Axejaw is next. It's 3 and a green for a 4/3 dinosaur. At common, it says, when it enters the battlefield, it explores. Yep. Again, sign me up. If it has power and toughness, I'm doing it.
Yeah. No, this is a C. It's probably a C+ on this one.
It's probably a C+ for that guy. Malamute Veteran is next. It is 4 and a green for a 5/4 cat warrior at common. It does have trample, and it's got descend 4. Whenever it attacks, if you have descend 4, it gets a +1. Oh, you can put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Man, they're making these 5-drop commons good. Like, these are no joke. Again, it's a crowded space, and it's not a dinosaur or whatever, but man, it's doing a pretty dang good dinosaur impression for a cat.
Yeah.
I give it a C. It's just hard because these cards are clearly pushed. It's a 5/4 trampler that can get bigger, spread stuff around at a relevant time in the game, but these are always crowded. It's just, we can never just give these Bs or whatever because there's always stuff at that slot that's just better than that.
Yeah, I would say that this is probably a C, but it is. Yeah. There's games where it's going to be pretty good.
Agree. Next is,
we're getting to the point in Magic where if a 5-drop gets to do its thing, even attack, you're probably in pretty good shape.
Exactly. Even this random common. Next is Walk with the Ancestors, which is 4 and a green for a sorcery. It's common. It says return up to 1 target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand and discover 4. These are easily the hardest ones for us to evaluate. You're getting a card no matter what back into your hand, but it's at this very steep cost of 5. Not efficient usually, but you get to discover 4. So you might hit a 4-drop, but you also might hit a 1-drop.
Yeah. I would say this card is probably on the weaker side. It
feels really slow.
I'm just worried that you're going to spend this much mana and get like a 2-drop or a 3-drop out of it and not be happy with the result.
Yeah, that's what I think too. I would say D for Walk with the Ancestors. It looks like a 2-for-1, but it just feels so inefficient on the front end and so wildly disparate on the other side of it.
Yeah.
Cavern Stomper is 4 green for a 7/7 dinosaur at common. And when it enters the battlefield, you scry 2, and you can pay 3 and a green to have Cavern Stomper not be able to be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less this turn. Yeah, they just keep.
I really wanted this to gain 2 life in scry 2.
Yeah, you want to explore and give it trample. I mean, give it a year, and this thing will have trample and explore also.
Yeah,
freaking common, man. Scry 2, when you've got 6 mana, is very powerful. 7/7s are good. You can just choose to end the game with the activated ability if it's relevant. I mean, I feel the same way I do Cavern Stomper about how I do about Malamute Veteran. It's just, yes, this is worth 6 mana. But there's going to be a lot of stuff that you can pay 6 mana for, and that isn't really at a premium. So I'd give it a C.
I would probably give this a C as well. I just look at these cards and I think, I'm going to spend 6 on this. If they counter it, bounce it, or kill it, I lose the game.
Yes.
Like, that's why Hamlet Glutton was so good at
Exactly.
WoW, because it cost 5 and gained you 3. Like, it did all the things right.
Exactly. Yes. And, or you want the ones that give you a couple of tokens or something that makes it so you don't die if they mess with it. And Malamute Veteran and Cavern Stomper don't.
Yeah, they're just... Yes, if these cards stick, you win. And Scry 2 means even if they kill it, you get some more gas next turn. But it's just like you're not going to be in a position to survive if these cards are dealt with.
Modern Limited is about right now. What do I get right now? And this next card is Earthshaker Dreadmont. Let's see if it passes that test. It's 4 green for a 6/6 dinosaur at uncommon. It's got trample. And when it ETBs, you draw a card for each other dinosaur you control. So no, it doesn't pass that test, but again, it's very powerful. 6/6 Trampler is a huge body. If it survives, like Luis said multiple times here, you will win the game, and you're probably going to draw a card if you or 2 if you put it in the dino deck, and you're not if you don't. But I have it in the same category. It's just a ton of mana to put into one resource that doesn't necessarily stabilize the board, yet is still a powerful card if you get to untap with it.
This one at least does get you a little bit of value while you're going for it, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'd still just say C for Earthshaker Dreadmaw. I'd give it a B in the Dinosaurs deck.
Yeah, I mean, you can play this outside of the Dinosaur deck, but yes, clearly it's a little bit better when you're dinoing it up.
Last green card is Nurturing Bristleback, which is 5 green for another dinosaur. This one's common. It's a 5/5. This is our Forest Cycler for 2. And when it enters the battlefield, you get a 3/3 green dinosaur creature token. This is what I was talking about. This does pass the test that Luis and I just laid out. It does cost 7, so it's considerably worse than the 5 and 6s, but in that way. But if you stick this, you are not just dead if they bounce it or kill it. You have a 3/3.
Yeah. I like this one a lot.
I do too.
I think green is one of the colors that can make use of the fact that you're descending and you're putting permanents in the graveyard. It wants to do that, and then the fact that it puts 2 bodies into play when you do cast it makes it a lot better to utilize when you just cast it. And if they have a removal spell, you still get a 3/3 out of the deal. So I think the Bristleback's probably a C.
Yeah,
but I could definitely see.
It's trending towards C+. Yeah.
Yeah, being a somewhat important card in these kinds of decks.
Agreed. That brings us to some artifacts, like actuals, and then some lands, and then we're good. First artifact up is called Hunter's Blowgun, which is 1 mana for an equipment. It is common. The equipped creature gets +1/+1. The equipped creature has Death Touch as long as it's your turn. Otherwise, it has Reach, and the equipped cost is 2. So it attacks with Death Touch, it blocks with Reach, and it gets +1/+1 regardless.
Yeah.
Just seems more annoying than powerful.
Yes, it does. I don't think I'm going to want to spend mana to like pass and have a Reach blocker. And if you're putting on a Death Touch and attacking, you're still probably trading a lot of the time. So maybe I guess the idea is you're trading up. I don't know. It doesn't seem great to me.
You are getting +1/+1, so you get a little extra. I agree, though. Does not seem amazing. I would give it a D for Hunter's Blowgun.
Yeah, I like D for Hunter's Blowgun as well.
Next is Swashbuckler's Whip. This is 1 mana for another equipment. This one's uncommon. Equip cost is only 1, so this is a lot of potential here. It says equipped creature has Reach. It has the ability to tap it to tap target artifact or creature, and it has the ability 8 tap it to discover 10. It does not affect its power or toughness. Weird. So it gives it Reach so that it could block, but it also can just pay the 2 to tap down a creature.
Yeah. And if you get to 8 mana, you win the game.
If you get to 8 mana, then you win.
That's pretty neat.
So this is one of the first like purely defensive equipment that we've seen in a while.
Yeah, it's purely defensive, but it also is a win condition. So
Yes. So the real question to me is it all focuses on the 2 tap to tap an artifact or creature.
yeah.
Are you okay paying 1 to cast, 1 to equip, and then for the foreseeable future paying 2 mana to lock down a creature? Is that something that you're interested in?
I mean, no, you're clearly not. That's not good enough. But what is interesting, I think, is what can you maneuver this to be your like win condition that also
Slows them down.
maybe slows them down a little bit.
My initial answer would be no. But it's tempting. I definitely want to try it. I think I would give Swashbuckler's Whip a D to start off with, and I would put this right in that category of beat me with it.
Right.
If it starts taking over the game, tapping down my best thing, I feel like I can't get around it, and then they start activating it for 8, I'm taking the thing, and I'm doing it, because that sounds awesome. But my guess is they're going to pay a bunch of mana for this thing, and I'm going to start killing their creature, and I'm going to get to attack a couple of times, and they're not going to get to 8 mana as often as they think, and I'm going to win.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm going to start it off. Right in the Marshall Zone. Buried Treasure. 2 mana for an artifact treasure. It is common. You can tap it and sacrifice it to add 1 mana of any color, just like any other treasure. But you can also pay 5 mana and exile it from your graveyard to discover 5 at sorcery speed.
So it's a 2-mana treasure, but then later you spend 5 and just get to discover 5. So you kind of get your card back.
You get your card back and you overpay for the treasure up front.
I kind of like this card.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I would want a ramp though, right? I mean, I want because you don't want to pay 2 mana for a one-off ramp.
Yeah.
But if I did, then that would be fine. And I would be fine with just paying the 5 later on and just getting something, Is it a D?
It kind of feels to me that you want this if you're actively interested in having the treasure to start with.
Yeah. I agree. I think you need everything to come together for Buried Treasure to be worth it. I would give it a D to start. I feel like there's most of the time you're not going to have everything you want in the deck to make it work. Also, like how many of these can you realistically play? 1?
Yeah. I mean, you probably can't play a bunch of them, but
right.
It would be pretty sweet if you got to play this, ramp out a 5-drop on turn 4, and then turn 5 you discover.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it wouldn't be bad. I want to start with D on Buried Treasure. What do you want to do?
I will also give it a D, but I don't know.
Interested. You're interested.
I'm a little more interested, yeah.
Yeah. Next is Compass Gnome. This is 2 mana for a 2/1 artifact creature gnome at common. And when it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land or cave, reveal it, shuffle, and put that card on top.
I hate these cards.
I hate these cards too, but setting up a cave.
But the cave part is a big part of it.
Yeah. So would you view this as primarily a cave? Like, would you put this in a non-cave deck is the first question.
No is a strong feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Probably, I wouldn't really want to.
Yeah. It's a coward's way for sure.
Yeah.
But it is an artifact and it is a permanent and it does go to the graveyard a lot. Keep a 2-lander.
I bet it's better here than it was in some of the other ones. Like when Strixhaven Campus Guide, I thought was pretty bad.
Yeah. Can you set up some Explorer with this? Kind of, but not really.
Yeah, you can. I mean, it's a way to guarantee a card. Basically, the place I would really want this is if I was playing the cave deck, because then it actually seems good.
Okay. And so that's where you want it. Caves for Compass Gnome. What would you give it for build around cave?
I mean, probably a C. Like you're pretty happy with it.
Okay. And then outside of that, a D?
Yeah.
Yeah. Next is Contested Game Ball. This is 2 mana for an artifact. It is uncommon. It says whenever you're dealt combat damage, the attacking player gains control of Contested Game Ball and untaps it. What does it do? Well, you can pay 2 mana and tap it to draw a card and put a point counter on contested game ball. Then if it has 5 or more point counters on it, sacrifice it and create a treasure.
It's a funny card. I don't think this card's very good because basically, how good is 2 mana artifact, 2 tap draw a card?
It's medium.
It's worse than that. It's like, I think, quite bad.
Quite bad, sure.
Like,
way too slow.
And then if your opponent's attacking you because you spent your mana on this thing, they get to steal it.
And then you have to attack them back to get it back?
Yes, and then the 5th person to use it gets to
What?
sack it and make a treasure.
Wait a minute. So you take your time mana card, they attack you, steal it, and if you don't ever get to crack back, then they just keep it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no. It's just an F then.
Yeah, this is an F. This card is...
You have to put up all of the cost.
There's not many cards in Magic that make it more likely you'll lose when you've cast them.
Yeah, this
is
right
one of them.
Definitely.
Like, there's cards that are not good to put in your deck that make your deck worse. But generally, your win percentage doesn't go down because you cast the card.
Right. It's just that you could have played something better, but this like actually actively makes you. This is horrible. I thought it went back when you drew the card or something, but yeah, no, that's horrible. Next is dig site.
I also thought when I first read this that when you got the 5th point, something really cool happened. So it's like a really big deal. No, just you sack it and then get a treasure. So it's not even like you win the game.
No, I guess that's you getting a trophy or something.
Yes.
Dig Site Conservator is next. It's 2 mana for a 2/1 artifact creature gnome. At uncommon, it says you can sacrifice it, exile up to 4 target cards from a single graveyard at sorcery speed. You also, and it says when it dies, you may pay 4. If you do, discover 4.
So my main problem with this is your opponent's going to have a decent amount of control over when it dies. Like, yes, you can sacrifice it. This is a good card to sacrifice. Mm-hmm. But it's not like you can block with this and then do it. If you leave mana up, they're just not going to attack into it. If you attack them, they're not going to block it. So it takes a little work, but if you put in the work, this card is pretty good.
Okay, and it's good against certain decks, a black-white deck or whatever. Just
I really don't want to sack this to exile 4 without paying the 4.
Yeah.
But when you do both, it's fine. You got your graveyard card and you got a rebate.
Yeah.
My guess is Dig Site Conservator is probably like a C+. It just looks like a solid deal.
Yeah, because it's more than a rebate.
Just don't get trapped. Don't leave your mana up when you shouldn't.
Right. Because you can only... Interesting. So you can only sack it at sorcery speed, but you can pay the 4 whenever?
Yeah.
Like if it dies in combat?
Whenever it dies for any reason.
Okay. Next is Sorceress Spyglass. This is 2 mana artifact. It's an uncommon. As it enters a battlefield, look at opponent's hand, then choose any card name. Activated abilities of sources with the chosen name can't be activated unless they're mana abilities. That's an F.
Yeah, this is the reprint.
Yes, just an F there. Careening Minecart is 3 mana for a 3/3 vehicle. It's got crew 1. It's uncommon. And whenever it attacks, you get a treasure.
I love this card. This is such a good flavor win. You get in the minecart and you go find some treasure.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
And just any idiot can crew it.
Yeah.
I actually like this card a lot. I think it's probably a B.
Okay.
How are you going to feel when your opponent casts this on turn 3 on the play? What are you going to think? You're going to think, wow, I'm getting attacked with a 3/3 next turn. Best case scenario, I trade with it and they get a treasure. Worst case scenario, let's say I can't trade with it and then that's not great.
And then the treasures just keep rolling. Yeah.
And imagine if they had a 2-drop first so they could crew it and leave mana up for a removal spell.
Definitely. Right. Yeah. B for Careening Minecart. Next is Cartographer's Companion, which is 3 mana for a 2/1 artifact creature gnome at common. And when it enters the battlefield, create a map token. So you get some material. You get a 2/1, unfortunately, for your 3 mana.
I mean, this is worse than the any of the versions that are in any of the 5 colors, but it's a colorless card, so they tend to be a little bit worse, and that's totally fine. I think Cartographer's Companion is a card you're rarely going to cut from your deck.
A solid D.
I think it's probably a C.
Really? I mean, I just feel like you're going to be able to find.
How many of these decks are like, I just want artifacts?
No,
now
it's true.
like, hey, here's 2 artifacts.
Yeah, and this one goes to the yard readily. I mean, this does set up all the things, no doubt about it. I'll go D+ on Cartographer's Companion.
You're going to play this card a lot.
Okay, noted. Sunbird Standard is next. It is 3 mana for an artifact at uncommon. It taps for 1 mana of any color, and you can craft with 1 or more.
1 or more permanents you control and or cards in your graveyard, and because what it flips into is an XX with flying, vigilance, and haste, and its power and toughness are equal to the number of colors among exiled cards as you craft it, and you can tap it for that much mana. So if you craft it with 2 colors worth of cards in a 2-color deck, it's a 2/2 flying that taps for 2 mana.
Sunbird Effigy. Oh, and it has haste too?
Yeah.
And vigilance? You can choose as many as you want.
Yeah, but you have to have different colors. So most decks, it's going to be 2 colors.
I see. Like, so it doesn't matter how many you do. It's just counting the different colors.
I mean, this is just the one of the very few. Hey, play 3 or 4 or 5 color cards.
Mm-hmm. Can you use its own mana to craft?
Yeah, you can tap it to craft.
Okay, so it's actually craft 4.
Effectively, yeah.
So is this card good or not? I don't get it.
Oh, I don't think it's very good.
Okay.
Like, if you could reliably make it a 3/3 flyer that taps for 3 mana, that'd be one thing. But like, you're just not. This isn't a strong enough reason to play a 3-color deck or a 4-color deck, because that's not that supported the rest of the.
Okay.
In the rest of the set.
It seems like this is the only mana fixing we've seen so far.
And a 3 mana rock is just not very good. So I think Sunbird Effigy is basically enough. Like, maybe if you do end up in some weird deck or really need the ramp, you could play it.
Okay. Next is Disruptor Wanderglyph, which is 4 mana for a 3/4 golem. It's common. And it says when it attacks, exile target card from an opponent's graveyard. That actually seems pretty good in this set.
Yeah, I think it's probably closer to a D, though.
Yeah, I do too. It's just
4
on the
mana
wrong
3/4 is
card.
kind of dorky. And sometimes you will end up in a spot where you can mess up your opponent, but some decks just won't care about that. So it's more like a sideboard C or a main deck D.
Yeah, that's what I think too. If this ability was on a better creature, it would be really, really strong. Next is Scampering Surveyor. This is 4 mana for a 3/2 artifact creature gnome. It's uncommon, and it says, when it enters a battlefield, search your library for a basic land card or cave card, put it into the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. Nice little cave card here.
This card is even playable in a non-cave deck. It's not great in a non-cave deck, but like, imagine you're a green deck and you just play this on turn 4 and then you play a 6-drop on turn 5. Isn't that pretty good?
You do have some hammers in green, even at common.
And then in a cave deck, it's fantastic. It just does it all.
Caves, it just seems
There's
really good.
Reason this is uncommon. I think Scampering Surveyor looks pretty good to me. It looks like a C+ to me.
It does to me too. Next is Hoverstone Pilgrim. This is 5 mana for a 2/5 flying artifact creature golem at uncommon. It has Ward 2, and you can pay 2 mana to put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. So more. I like it.
This is the Epitaph Golem. To keep you from decking, but also it can mess up your opponent's stuff by messing with their graveyard.
So so you can clearly take somebody off of Descended 4 or 8 or whatever. But what about if they want to craft using a card in a graveyard?
So
that is part of the cost, right?
Craft is a cost. So
you need to do it proactively.
Yeah, you need to make sure they can't. Like, you can take away their stuff to craft before they get a chance to activate it.
Okay.
It's like if they were going to flash back a Firebolt or a Kroxa from their yard. Right. You have to exile it before they get to that point. Once the spell or the craft ability goes in the stack, it's too late.
Okay. This card doesn't look good to me, but I love that it's here. It makes me think that really cool things could happen.
I don't know. 5 mana for a 2/5 flying Ward 2 is pretty burly.
It is. It is.
This is quite a bit better than Epitaph Golem. That was a 5 mana 3/5 from Shadows. 2/5. I'm trading a point of power for flying in Ward 2 all day, every day.
Every time. Yeah.
All I know is I'm probably going to have this card in my deck some number of times.
I think you will too. What do you want to give it? A C? You want to give it like a B.
No, I think it's a C, but I think it's like a C minus. But I think there are some decks that wouldn't mind it.
You showed great restraint there.
I mean, imagine a green-black deck with tons of self-mill. If you have a Raised Dead, the 3/2 that brings back a permanent, you'd play one copy of this to make sure you can always just mill your whole deck and not worry about it.
Absolutely. And I'm really hoping that that's exactly what happens. Last artifact is Runaway Boulder, which is 6 mana for an artifact with flash because it comes out of nowhere. It's a common. And when it enters the battlefield, it deals 6 damage to target creature an opponent controls, or you could just cycle it for 2. And it is an artifact.
Do you remember Boulderfall, the 6 red, deal 5 divided as you choose? Remember Shahar Shenhar used to play that and call it Bogarden Hellkite?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was not a good strategy.
Do you think this one is?
This is at least priced to move, but you can't really spend 6 mana to kill one creature and be happy with that.
But you could cycle
it. You end up with a 6 mana artifact in play, and then you can do who knows what with that. You can
cycle it for 2 and have it in your yard and have it ready for craft.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's a
D, right?
This is probably like a D, but I could see some playing it.
Me too. All right. And then there's caves. It looks like there's one for each color.
So
the white.
There's 5 hidden caves.
Okay.
And there's one for each color. They all are exactly the same. They enter the battlefield tapped. They tap for their respective color, like Hidden Courtyard taps for white. And it costs 4 and a white and tap and sack it. As a sorcery, discover 4. So they're all exactly the same. The black one taps for black. You spend 4 black, tap, sack. So the one problem with drafting the caves deck is I think the caves are just high picks for every color.
And they're commons?
Yeah.
Okay.
So though they're a land, so I don't know if there's some weird collation thing. I don't know the details of that.
Yeah.
But sometimes like there's like a land slot that's like slightly more common. I don't know if that's the case here, but I'm sure no listeners will tell us. Yeah. But I would play like 2 of these in any deck, maybe 3. So it's not like you're going to get all the caves. It's not like a Cloud Post deck in Mirrodin where no one else wanted Cloud Post. Like the caves are just good. They're ETB tapped land that at some point you sack it to draw a card, except you always draw a spell and you get a lot of the mana back you spent.
That seems good.
Yeah, they're really good. I mean,
these look like C+
level cards.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
So all 5 of them are the same, and I don't really think there's a meaningful difference between them.
That sucks for the caves deck, man.
Yeah, there are some other caves. Let's go through those.
Okay.
I guess also technically the lower curve aggro decks, the caves are a little worse there, but again, it doesn't really matter. You're just going to play all of them.
Okay. Well, Captivating Cave is our first other cave.
Yeah.
And it is a land cave. It taps for colorless, or you can pay 1 mana and tap it to add 1 mana of any color so it filters, or you can pay 4 mana, tap it, and sacrifice it to put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature at sorcery speed. That's nice.
Yeah, this doesn't strike me as a grotto format where you want the 1 tap, add 1 mana of any color. So I mostly think you'd play this in the caves deck, and the ability to put 2 counters on a creature isn't even that good. So this one is basically just a caves deck card. That said, I could see wanting to run Captivating Cave if your mana is really good and you have a low curve and you just want your lands to do a little bit of extra business. Plus, it does put a permanent in your graveyard.
Yeah. But mainly caves deck.
Yeah.
Okay. C for the caves deck?
What's that?
Is C for the caves deck?
Yeah, it's like a C+ for the caves deck. I think the caves deck isn't. The caves deck is also 5 colors, or at least has payoffs in a bunch of different colors. Like you're gonna want access to lots of colors of mana.
I would put it a D for non-caves, or maybe less than that.
Cavernous Maw is nice. This is an uncommon cave. It taps for a colorless. It doesn't come to play tapped. This comes to play untapped, and you can pay 2 and make it a 3/3 elemental until end of turn. But you can activate it only if you have 3 caves between in play and the graveyard.
Oh, okay. But it becomes a 3/3.
Yeah, 2 mana to activate into a 3/3 is not bad.
Yeah, so there's a good that's a late pickup cave payoff.
Yeah. I mean, this one no one else will want.
Right. And that's
that's pretty nice.
That's a build around C.
It's like a B in the caves deck.
B? Okay. Yeah.
I mean, it's a cave that also lets you like turn it into a 3/3.
Yeah.
Forgotten Monument is the next cave. This is also uncommon. Taps for a colorless, does not enter tapped. Other caves you control have tap, pay a life, add a mana of any color. So this is a 5-color enabler for caves. And because it's other caves, again, stays out of non-caves decks pretty easily. Pit of Offerings is a cave at uncommon. It does enter tapped. When it enters the battlefield, exile up to 3 cards. up to 3 target cards from graveyards, yours or theirs. The reason you want to do that is it taps for a colorless, or it taps for 1 mana of any of the exiled cards' colors. So
nice.
This one I think you'll play just about in any deck, because just exiling 3 cards on a land, and you probably can tap this for reasonable colors in the middle of the game. Mm-hmm. Obviously, if you play it on turn 1, it won't tap for anything, but you kind of want to avoid that. It just, against some decks, this will be bad, but if you play against green-black, or you play against like a blue-black, descend deck, and you just play this in the middle of the game, it's actually going to be pretty gross for them.
Yeah, definitely. What about Promising Vein?
This is another cave at common this time. Taps for a colorless. 1 tap, sack it. Search your library for a basic land card. Put it into the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. So it's a Shire Terrace, which was really bad.
You hated it,
so
yeah.
I think the experience, it's actually good, the sequencing here. The experience people had with Shire Terrace was so bad, I don't think they're going to take this card unless they're the Caves deck.
They won't get tricked into sacking this. Trying to sack it for basics. They know it's just a cave.
Yep. And then and this is also like probably like C+ in the Caves deck. Mm-hmm. And then Volatile Fault is another cave, taps for colorless, and you can pay 1 tap and sack it, destroy target non-basic land an opponent controls. That player may search the library for a basic land, put it on the battlefield, and shuffle. You get a treasure. So it's like a Field of Ruin, but instead of getting a land, you get a treasure. It's 1 cheaper to activate. So it's a lot worse than Field of Ruin, to be honest.
Yeah.
But
it's a cave.
But it is a cave, so you will play it. Okay.
And that's an uncommon as well.
That is also an uncommon. So, we've got Forgotten Monuments. Uncommon. Yeah, 1 common cave, 2 common caves, plus the cycle of 5. So 7 common caves, and then 3 uncommon caves, 4 uncommon caves.
So you're going to be fighting for the common caves and then wheeling all the random uncommon caves that nobody else wants.
I think is how that's going to play out.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Or there's 2 maniacs drafting caves. They both first pick the caves,
right.
Pyroclasm, and then they both really have a bad time.
Yeah, then it's really tough because it doesn't look like it's going to support a lot more than that.
I like the look of this. I feel like there's a lot of stuff going on. It's a lot to keep track of. There's the cards in graveyard. There's artifacts in play, crafting, all that. But I don't mind that so much. And I think this looks like a pretty fun set. We'll see how it plays out. It all kind of shakes out the way it shakes out. It's hard to tell, before you actually play it. But I like the sound of it.
I do too. I like what we're seeing here, and hopefully we get a format a little more towards the middle rather than the more aggressive ones that we've had of late. That's going to do it for our set review here for Caverns of Lost Ixalan, or whatever this set's called. Wow, it's
Lost Caverns of Ixalan.
Lost Caverns of Ixalan. Wow, it's been a long set review. If you want to find us on social media.
This is one of the longer ones, actually. What do we clock in? We've been on the call for 5 hours, so it's probably like 4.5.
Yeah, it's like 4.5. Yeah, the number of words on these cards has just exploded. It's insanity now.
And I'm sick, so this is basically my flu game. So
yeah, but you had a fish burrito to power you through, which it did, by the way. Well done.
Oh yeah.
If you want to find us on social media, I'm Marshall_LR and Luis is LSV pretty much everywhere. You can find everything related to the show over at LRcast.com, including all prior episodes of the show have been posted there. We want to thank everybody who supports us on Patreon for your support. And we want to thank Ultimate Guard for their sponsorship of the show. Make sure you check out their products next time you need some sleeves, some play mats, some deck boxes.
You can head over to ultimateguard.com, and they're also on Instagram. They're also on Twitter, and they're fun to interact with too. So they're always doing stuff and posting videos and giveaways and whatnot.
That's right. All right. That's going to do it for this episode. We'll see you next week.
All right. So I made a survey recently because every year I host Thanksgiving and I cook a ton of stuff. But this year I wanted to do a little data collection. I wanted to make sure that we knew that I was accurately meeting the needs of my constituents, as it were. So I sent a Google form to all the people who are going to be coming. And it says, "Hello, friends. If you're receiving this form, it's because you get to weigh on the Thanksgiving menu and are invited to Thanksgiving at our place, formal invitation to follow. Please fill this out if you want to make your voice heard. And remember that failing to do so gives undue weight to the opinions of the stuffing lobby." We have a number of devoted stuffing fans.
Okay.
There's locked in items. These will be appearing. Mac and cheese, pork belly burnt ends, mashed potatoes, cranberry sauce, and gravy. These are going to be on the menu no matter what. Then, first question, which protein sounds best? Pulled pork, brisket, beef ribs, honey baked ham, or other, you could write in. Note that turkey was not on the list. I'm not a believer in turkey.
Oh, turkey's just not happening.
No. Well, if enough people wrote it in, I would go with that, but that seems less likely. Which of these oven-baked sides sounds the best? Stuffing, extra stuffing, roasted Brussels sprouts, roasted squash and zucchini, grilled asparagus, roasted corn, or maple glazed carrots.
You gave extra stuffing to the stuffing contingent.
Extra stuffing got voted for alongside stuffing multiple times.
Oh my God.
Caroline Gabby loves stuffing. It's unbelievable.
That's crazy.
At one point, Caroline hosted Canadian Thanksgiving. How many boxes, which is in a different day, it's like a month ago, how many boxes of stuffing do you think she made for 10 people?
2.
Well, she wanted to make 6. Sam talked her down to 4. Yeah, so this is what we're dealing with.
All right, yeah.
Which of these salads sounds like the best? Caroline's watermelon feta mint salad. The joke there is that I always make it, but she stirs it, so like, you know.
Ah, gotcha.
Fresh green chopped salad with lemon vinaigrette, caprese salad, Caesar salad, or salad is for cowards are the the options there.
Very good.
Which kind of bread should we serve? Cheddar biscuits, normal biscuits, garlic bread, or dinner rolls? And which flavor of pies should we get? Apple, pumpkin, strawberry rhubarb, key lime, or banana cream, as well as other. And which wine-based drink should we serve? Juan's famous sangria. This is Gabby's dad. He always makes sangria. Gabby's magnificent mulled wine, or vino de la casa, which is whatever wine we have on hand served as is, or all of the above, which got the most votes. And then, of course, the last question, if you're planning on bringing a dish, what is it? But I usually cook about 10 dishes for Thanksgiving myself. I like to multitask. I'm triple queuing the kitchen there. So
Wow.
That's our plan. But I'm trying to see, I've gotten some responses so far, and I'm trying to see, nail it down what people want to see.
You going to report back with the results?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely got to have that. It's called the data-driven Thanksgiving menu. Is what it's called. All right. That'll do it though. And hopefully I'm looking forward to Thanksgiving, my favorite holiday.